Chapter 1, Start copying documents today? Opened his eyes, it was a completely unfamiliar environment. I have never seen the ceiling, the neatly arranged room, the wall with wallpaper, all kinds of things show that this is not my room at all. Su Chen felt like he was in a soft bed. This is where? Kidnapping? Hijacked? Or do you think you are dreaming? After twisting his thigh to make sure it was not in a dream, the strange environment began to make him a little nervous, but he soon discovered that he was sleeping on a single bed, and another person was sleeping on the crowded single bed. In the darkness, he felt that it seemed that the girl sleeping beside him was still a girl. This development doesn't seem very good. Su Chen's movements suddenly stiffened, for fear of someone accidentally awakening the other party. Then he sat up lightly and tried to crawl out of the bed. The girl under the blanket stretched out her small hand and unconsciously embraced his waist, causing his escape plan to fail. "Brother!" the girl muttered softly in her dream, her sleeping face was quite cute. "What the hell? This is my sister? When did you have such a cute sister?" After hearing that, Su Chen was a little dazed, but before this dazedness lasted for long, he felt that he started to have an inexplicable headache. A huge memory flooded into his mind. Only then did he realize that he had crossed. The memories from the original owner were messy and complicated. Su Chen rubbed his temples, forced himself to calm down, and began to sort out these memories. There are girls and rooms, and both parents are busy. My parents work abroad all year round and send a small amount of living expenses every month. The girl in the bed is named Su Xiao Xiao, his distant cousin. She now lives with him and has a good sibling relationship on weekdays. In addition, he was surprised that his sister Su Xiao Xiao is also the main anchor of this World Fighting Shark platform. The live broadcast content is the teaching ranking of the top of LOL Canyon. The number of fan subscriptions exceeds 100,000 every month. The salary is enough to feed 2 people, and they are more than affluent. I thought that crossing was a dream start, but it turned out to be a simple mode. Looking at the sleeping sister, Su Chen sighed, "What is this? Does it mean that he will embark on a soft meal in the future?" "Don't think about these, continue to organize the memory. This world is probably a parallel world. The history and the earth are still very different. The island country Neon that was hated by the Chinese people has turned into an autonomous region of China in this world. There is no war and no ethnic conflicts. Because of this, the development of the ACK industry has also become backward. Some novels and comics about the fires of the earth, such as Demon Forbidden, Swords, and Giants, have not yet been written in this world. The level of animation is better, but it still stays at the level of Gourd Baby, the Sloppy King. Net has just formed a website. Except for Long Aotian, many popular genres and themes have not been unearthed yet. After getting a basic understanding of the world, Su Chen tried to get off the bed and get out of her sister's arms. "In fact, I just want to look in the mirror to see if I'm handsome." Su Xiao Xiao hugged his waist tightly without letting go, and the corners of his mouth were still drooling. Couldn't help but wipe the corners of her crystal-clear mouth for her sister. Su Chen carefully broke free, and crept to his bathroom, turned on the light, and looked at the face of the person in the mirror. "Yes, very handsome, I feel like a substitute." After looking at the slender, muscular handsome guy in the mirror, Su Chen felt a little airy. "Sure enough, my sister is so cute, and he himself is not bad." Is very pompous and poses in various poses in front of the mirror, Su Chen beautifully said in his heart that he is familiar with his own appearance. Is actually just narcissism. You never know how terrible a man can be. Unexpectedly, at this time, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. "Brother!" The long and straight black Su Xiao Xiao walked in through the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Then she noticed that Su Chen, who was wearing only a pair of shorts, was facing the mirror, posing in a very sloppy and muscular posture. This made Su Xiao Xiao suddenly energetic, and the 2 beautiful eyes were round. Hearing the movement, Su Chen turned his head and stared at Su Xiao Xiao. The scene was very embarrassing. No, I. Su Chen quickly thought about what reason he would use to prevaricate the past. Brother, are you finally crazy? Su Xiao Xiao was full of disgust, and then slowly closed the door. You continue with your midnight bathroom beauty pageant. Excuse me, leave. The sound of footsteps faded away. Su Chen opened the door and tried to explain, no, I just want to take a bath, not the kind of narcissist you think. Oh, well, take your bath slowly, just don't disturb my sleep, I will get up early tomorrow to broadcast live. Su Xiaoxiao's obviously perfunctory and unbelieving tone made Su Chen dumbfounded. Yes, this time I just took over the body and left my sister with a narcissistic impression. Back to his own room, he found that Su Xiaoxiao was no longer on his single bed. This is also a matter of course. According to the memory in the brain, yesterday it was just too late for the two of them to play mobile games together, and then they fell asleep in a bed unknowingly. Although Su Xiaoxiao was sticking to her brother, she was not sticky yet. The point of sleeping together every day. But this is exactly what Su Chen wanted. My sister was not in the room, so he closed the door, turned on the light, and turned on the computer in his room. Turning on the computer in the middle of the night, of course, is not that Su Chen wants to do some color things, but that he has just crossed into a parallel world, and he does not know enough about this world. Even if he accepts the memory of the original owner, he still needs to understand through other channels. The internet approach is a very good choice. Although the ACT novel and comics industry in this world is backward, the technology is still very advanced. Not to mention the level of computers and the internet, some online games, console games, and various well-known websites in the fire on the earth can all be searched in this world. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Su Chen first logged onto the Dusha platform and clicked on his sister's Dusha account. Big V, Dusha's contracted and certified anchor, with more than 100,000 fan subscriptions, exactly the same as in the memory. The top of the canyon, live broadcast from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. every day, the single hero in the single row rushes for points. This is probably Su Xiaoxiao's daily live broadcast time. Her younger sister, who has just turned 18, is now leaving school at home and devoting herself to the live broadcast. There is no objection to this family. My sister's live broadcast business is still going well, and it is still growing in popularity. After looking at the shark fighting platform for a while, Su Chen also found a very interesting phenomenon, that is, the well-known anchors of fighting fish Huya on the earth also appeared intact on the fighting shark platform of this world. Is like Teacher Ma, Emperor Si, Donkey Zhang, Zhigzun, Gu Taihu, Sao Nan, Frog. Whether it is a technical anchor or an entertainment anchor, as long as Su Chen knows it, there are many. After flipping through it for a while, he logged on to the world's largest novel website, the Chinese website of a certain point. As a glorious traverser, he comes with a lot of traverser benefits, such as being able to write down all the works and scenes that have been seen in the previous life, all of which are basic operations. So it's very interesting. It's hard to pass through. If you don't share the works of the fire in the past life into this world, can you still be a salted fish? His own sister is so strong, so he can't pull his hips himself. From today, I will be happy to be a copywriter. Besides, in his mind, he clearly wrote down a lot of Gao Jun's works from the big fire in the past life, and he didn't worry about going to the street at all. Chapter 2, The Transcript of Flowing Water, The Iron-Struck Fights Break the Sky. Click to open a Chinese website at a certain point. When registering an account, Su Chen unexpectedly discovered that he actually had a registered writer account at a certain point. This name is 2-second. Su Chen saw that the author ID he used before was called Vampire and he had already published a work. It turns out that the owner of the original body is also very keen on writing, and published a work called I'm Really Not an Elf on a certain platform. It's just that the results are very poor, and the orders are only a few hundred. Afterwards, Su Chen briefly read the content of the book, but after only reading the first 3 chapters, he couldn't help but quit. What is this thing about? The sentences are not smooth, the plot is unreasonable, and there are many poisonous points. This kind of book, even in this world, when the internet is just beginning to develop, it is hard to escape the fate of being on the street. Then he clicked on the book review area. Only a few people have more than 5,000 fans. Most of the latest reviews are "When will the new book open?", "Where have you been?", "The Vampire", "Grave Sweep", and "Shang Xiang". Class comments. Although there are not many fans, the loyalty is okay. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little funny, thinking that he would continue to use this account, and it would be considered a dream of a writer for the former owner of the body. So Su Chen opened the Word document and started his own transportation. In the web posts of previous lives, Su Chen has seen too many fireworks, like Panlong, Witch, and Abandoned Shao. Or Nike's Sword, Magic Forbidden, from Zero. These works have not yet appeared in this world. Regarding these, Su Chen has carefully searched the information on the computer and confirmed it. In this world, there are no potatoes, no second eyes, no 3 young masters. Looking through the list of the most influential writers at a certain point, they are completely people and works that Su Chen does not know. So he can safely carry it. What book should I open? Su Chen tapped his fingers on the computer desk very rhythmically, lost in thought. Finally thinking about it, he typed "Fights Break the Sky" on the document. To talk about the most popular and influential works in the early days, it must be Fights Break Sphere. The originator of Retired Marriage Waste, I believe that in this world where online writing has just started, it will also shine. Sitting in front of the computer, Su Chen clenched his fists. The Power of Fighting, 3 Stages. Horror. Coded the first 10 chapters in one breath, because it was copied directly in my mind, the speed was naturally very fast. But the process was boring typing. After Xiu Xian typed 10 chapters in one breath in the middle of the night, Su Chen also felt mentally exhausted. Opened the book in the category of fantasy, and uploaded 3 chapters in one go. After the rest was saved as the manuscript, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Su Chen couldn't help being sleepy anymore, turned off the computer, and was about to go to bed. You don't see any signs in the middle of the night, so let's go to sleep. Yawned, Su Chen soon fell asleep and went to play chess with Zhou Gong. The next day, in the company office of a certain website, Bai Yu is a young editor in charge of the fantasy category of a certain website. His usual job is to review and manage its authors, etc., as well as analyze website data. Of course, the main task is to review the work. I have to review hundreds of books every day, and find good books that have commercial value and can be signed. This work is not generally boring. Like other old editors, Bai Yu's sense of expectation and interest in entering the profession has dried up. The only thing left is boring day after day. It's impossible for everyone to write works like a great god. Most of them are drugs. You have to look carefully at the many drugs and find the fine products. The degree of torture is not ordinary. The category of Xianhuan is very popular at a certain point, especially since the world's online writing has just started, and Xianhuan carries all the young people's YY. This afternoon, Bai Yu, as always, held a coffee cup and audited in front of the computer. There is no wave on his face, his eyes keep turning and staring at the screen because of speed reading. We started fighting and killing. It was inexplicable. There were 16 different characters in just one chapter. They were messy, in the clouds, alas, but the selling point is still reasonable, so let's continue to follow up some words and try. Looking at the manuscript quickly, Bai Yu sighed and continued to look at the next manuscript. 80% of the books are dream openings that people can't understand, but he has been in the business for a long time, and he has long been used to it. Hey? Fight against the sky? That's a good name. Bai Yu's eyes lit up and he opened the book with interest. This is the world of fighting spirit, there is no fancy magic, and some are just fighting spirit that multiplies to the peak. Just after reading the introduction, Bai Yu was full of praise and had considerable expectations for the content of the book. The setting of this profile is very novel. If it is not the title party, then his vindictive setting will go down in all likelihood. As a web editor, he still has this vision. The author of Fights Break the Sphere, Vampire, a total of 3 chapters have been uploaded. Bai Yu began to read. Then, he couldn't stop. The start was a refreshing setting, vindictive, retired. Bai Yu seemed to have discovered a new world, and read the 3 chapters uploaded by the author named Vampire in one go. The passionate flames in his heart that have been silent for many years are rekindling. Now he feels that he has found the feeling of chasing up the web articles before and eagerly waiting for the author to update. Seems to be a few years younger. This work is so terrifying. Bai Yu quickly took a deep breath, calmed down, opened the background, and sent a short stop to the author Vampire. At the same time, he was also curious in his heart. He had never heard of this vampire. Maybe it was a new vest opened by a great god. After sent the station short, Bai Yu exhaled heavily, and continued to devote himself to the review of other works. On the other side, in Su Chen's house, it will already be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and my sister has just finished the live broadcast time. It has been one night since I came across this world, Yu reading www.youcanshu.com coupled with a lot of memory, Su Chen has gradually adapted to his current life. Turned on the computer, and after playing 2 rounds of LOL with Su Xiao by the way, Su Chen realized that it was late and it was time to prepare dinner. That's right, my sister has to broadcast live all day long, which also caused him to do almost all the housework, including taking care of my sister, preparing 3 meals for my sister every day, and so on. Just when he went in to deliver food to Su Xiao, he even saw the barrage jokingly calling himself a breeder, which made Su Xiao laugh. Stood up and put on his coat. Su Chen planned to take advantage of this time that the supermarket had not closed yet and went out to buy some vegetables and meat. Su Chen glanced at Su Xiao who was nestled on the sofa, and asked casually, "Shall we go for a walk together?" "Walk? Don't you want me to help you carry the vegetables, right?" Su Xiao didn't raise her head. "I won't go to that tiring exercise. I was very tired after a day of live broadcasting." "It is as expected." Su Chen curled his lips and walked out alone without any ink stains. Su Xiao glanced at the back of her old brother leaving, rolled over lazily, and continued to swipe her phone. After a while, she felt a little bored, and threw her mobile phone on the sofa. She suddenly felt that after a day of live broadcast, it would be nice to go out for a walk with an idiot brother. At this moment, a computer message sounded. Su Xiao cheered up, obviously not her own, her computer just turned off. The voice came from my brother's room. The QQ reminder sound of foolish brother. Su Xiao's eyes brought a trace of interest, and she crept into Su Chen's room. Chapter 3, Mischief from Sister. Just an advertisement for TX News. When he came to Su Chen's computer and saw the source of the prompt sound, Su Xiao was a little disappointed. Su Chen's QQ is basically not used much all year round, the avatar is still the coffee avatar that comes with the system, and the chat history is almost 0. My brother's life is really monotonous. Su Xiao flipped Su Chen's QQ a bit boringly. "Hey, what is this?" Su Xiao suddenly noticed that there was a red dot in the message bar on the open web page, indicating that there was a new message. For people like Su Xiao who often play games, they have a little obsessive-compulsive disorder. There is a small red dot with an unread mark on the page, which is absolutely intolerable. Even if there is nothing, I can't help but tap it. So Su Xiao moved the mouse decisively, clicked on the red dot, opened the message, and glanced at it. Hello, your work has passed the review and has reached the contract standard. My brother actually intends to secretly write a novel? This is the signing message from the platform. Su Xiaoxiao is interested. As a signing anchor of Dusha platform, she has a good understanding of these network signing procedures. With a self-conscious murmur, Su Xiaoxiao caught a glimpse of the edit QQ contact information at the bottom, raised the corner of her mouth, opened Su Chen's hanging QQ, searched, and then added friends. Brother, leave the task of establishing a good relationship with the editor to your good sister. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help smirking after seeing the prompt of successful sending. Just finished adding friends, I quickly agreed to the convenience, and took the initiative to send a sentence. Hello, I'm Bai Yu, the fantasy editor at a certain point. Are you the vampire the author of Fights Breaks Sphere? Bai Yu preconceived that the vampire was a trumpet created by a certain fantasy god, so he paid enough attention, actively greeted him, and planned to explore his mouth. Vampire. Su Xiaoxiao raised her brows. This guy is too second, so take such an ID. Thinking, Su Xiaoxiao was about to start her own prank. Since my older brother likes secondary 2 so much, let me help him implement secondary 2 to the end. Yes, I am a vampire. Su Xiaoxiao quickly started typing in the dialog box. Shake mortal, kneel before Vladimir. Break reality, shatter spirit. Exile this world. Bai Yu. In the office, the editor in charge Bai Yu watched the conversation with the author's vampire on the computer with a dazed expression. The coffee cup in his hand was almost unsteady and almost spilled on the desk. A colleague who is also the editor in charge of the fantasy category noticed it and joked, "What's the matter? I signed in with the grade you talked about in the morning? Happy to be like this." Signed the author under the hand, the improvement of the book's grades will be counted in the editor's performance, but not much, on average, per day, which is the difference between 5 yuan instant noodles and 10 yuan fried noodles. The sign should be signed, but... Bai Yu's face was very wonderful. It's hard to say a word, this vampire has a very personal look. What does this seem to be called that? It's S2? It is hard for him to imagine that such creative works as Do Po Kangqiang would come from such a person. But helplessly, managing the author is one of the editor's jobs, and Bai Yu can only bite the bullet and try to communicate with the vampire. Moreover, he also cares whether this vampire is the trumpet of other great gods. Look at this QQ number. There is no moon in its level. It is definitely a small number, right? Absolutely. After taking a few sips of coffee, Bai Yu began to brew, how to talk to each other. On the other hand, Su Xiaoxiao has not seen the editor reply, and she can't help but squeak in her heart. Isn't he in trouble? In any case, this is also a precious opportunity for my brother to sign a contract. If he is lost in this way, it is really a sin. Although is a prank, she just wants to tease the editor purely. She hasn't reached the level of entrapment, so she can't help but send in the window. That, editor in charge, did you ask me to sign a contract? Bai Yu on the other side was taken aback when he saw it. What the hell? Isn't this normal communication? Things are much easier in this way. Yes, we will send the contract in electronic format later. If you think there is no problem, you can sign the contract. Bai Yu typed tirelessly. At the same time, his heart is also very strange. This person's writing is obviously very sophisticated. How can this suddenly tone be like a little cute new? Is the great entertaining himself? Or is it really cute? Is really confusing. However, Bai Yu himself did not put on airs, and still politely continued to tell the other party the specific process. Accordingly speaking, these are the work of a contract editor, but now, he can't take care of that much. It is the kingly way to firmly tie this author with unlimited potential. And Su Xiao was surprised to see Bai Yu's polite reply. Although she had never written a novel and did not know the subtle relationship between the editor and the author, she also knew that, under normal circumstances, the editor would not be so patient with a newcomer, right? So Su Xiao switched to the background and read the 3 chapters of Fights Breaks Fear uploaded by Su Chen carefully. Then, she can't see anything. Thinking about it, Su Xiao can only think that the editor in charge may have regarded this author name as the trumpet of a certain great god. Although she didn't understand the content of the net article, taking these 3 chapters as an example, Su Xiao felt that the story was very smooth and comfortable, and she finished reading it without much resistance. My idiot brother actually has such a talent? Why didn't I see it before? Or is it said that Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has been silently concealing it? In any case, this is a good thing. My brother keeps changing jobs back and forth, and he has changed no less than 5 kinds. Such a high level of accomplishment in the novel may allow him to open up the door to a new world. Just like herself, she likes to play live games when she comes home from school. Whoever wanted to broadcast it became popular and became one of the popular anchors on Dusha platform. Later, her parents' request for suspension of school was approved by her parents and she became a glorious one. Full-time anchor. So, after thinking about it again, Su Xiao replied cautiously, "Well, I will reply to you as soon as possible about the contract." By you, well, do you want to add an internal contracted author group? Although you haven't changed your status, it doesn't matter. Su Xiao, this. I'll talk about it later, I'm a bit busy now. Sorry. The little girl was now afraid of getting into trouble, and soon ended the conversation with the editor Bai Yu in a few words, emptied all the chat records with a guilty conscience, and closed the chat window. The Bai Yu on the other end saw it and said that he could understand it. Many novel authors are not full-time. Now it is time to work, and the other party may be involved in busy work just like himself, so it is understandable. I have to say that Bai Yu is still a very considerate editor in charge. Chapter 4. I went to the bank to withdraw some money, and then it was almost 6 o'clock when I returned home after shopping. Su Chen carried a variety of fresh vegetables and meat with his hands full, and walked into the house exhausted physically and mentally. At first glance, he saw Su Xiao sitting on the sofa playing with a mobile phone. He glanced at him when Su Chen opened the door, and then turned to the phone screen. This dead girl, I really don't have the eyes to see, and I don't even think about helping the old man take it. Su Chen thought angrily. I am back. Oh. What would you like to have for dinner? I bought a loin and a caddy of chicken wings. Oh. How big are you? I'm asking your opinion. Seeing the little sister absent-mindedly and she wanted to stop talking, Su Chen felt strange for a while. You can eat whatever you want, you decide. Smiled reluctantly, Su Xiao was still thinking about how to tell her what happened just now. And Su Chen has already frowned at this meeting. There seems to be something wrong. According to the consistent impression in memory, Su Xiao is in such an abnormal state, and he is definitely preparing for something deceptive. So he looked around cautiously. Well, he didn't find anything after looking around. Xiao, you didn't do anything bad again, or did you cause some misfortune? After storing the vegetables and meats he bought, Su Chen tentatively asked Su Xiao, while observing the other party's reaction. Su Xiao's obvious small body shook, like a cat with its tail stepped on. Hey? Who would do bad things? Do I look like that kind of person? Like? Su Chen nodded very seriously. Why are you innocent like this out of thin air? Su Xiao was obviously anxious. Su Chen rolled his eyes, didn't speak, just looked at Su Xiao meaningfully. The latter was unwilling to show weakness at first and stared at Su Chen with big eyes, but after a while, he quickly lost the battle. Well, I heard your computer have a beep just now, so I added it for you. Penguin, the editor of the novel, did nothing else, really. Hey? Is the signing news here? Su Chen was taken aback, came to his computer, and turned on the computer that had fallen into the screensaver state because he hadn't moved for a long time. After seeing the editor's friend on Penguin, he felt a while for no reason. You didn't bother other editors, did you post some weird things? Of course not. Su Xiaoxiao patted her nascent to make sure, and then tried to change the subject. Brother, you should discuss the contract with the editor as soon as possible, but speaking of it, I really didn't expect you to write a novel. Is there really nothing? After scrutinizing his sister with suspicion, Su Chen uneasily turned out the dialogue box with the editor and checked the chat history. But I still didn't see what Su Xiaoxiao had moved. The chat history is empty. Su Xiaoxiao also secretly admired her wiseness when she saw this, and deleted the chat record in advance, so that my brother would not see the second sentence of the 3 sentences. Forget it, if you don't fight this little Nazai, you should contact the editor first. It's not good to keep the other person in the air. On the other side, Su Chen thought, retracted his gaze, and opened the chat box. Hello Bai Yuda, I am the vampire author of Fights Breaks Fear. After only a while, the other party came to reply. What? Some company office. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening, and Bai Yu was about to pack his things and go home from get off work, when he saw the author vampire he had always cared about and sent him a message. Originally thought that the other party decided to discuss the signing of the contract, but after clicking it, Bai Yu was forced to find that it was actually a self-introduction. What? Are online writers stressed enough to have amnesia per capita? What the is self-introduction? And Su Chen is not a fool here. Seeing the editor replied with a word, he suddenly concluded that it was abnormal. Su Xiaoxiao was definitely the one who caused the ghost. Considering that the chat history can be deleted, he quickly took out his mobile phone and logged into the mobile terminal Penguin to check the real chat history. Then the more I look, the more black lines on his face. Especially when he saw the phrase break reality, disintegrate spirit. Exile this world, Su Chen's face was darkened to the bottom of the pot. It's over, it's too embarrassing. The editor must think he is a young man with a second illness in a sand sculpture, right? Absolutely. Su Xiao. Then, Su Chen, who had reacted, pinched the back collar of his sister who was trying to sneak away. What have you done? Look at what you do, what the editor would think of me. Don't say that. In the end, didn't the younger sister also come back? Su Xiaoxiao blinked Shu Lingling's big eyes and said sweetly, so brother, forgive me. Don't want to pass the game cutely. Then how can you forgive me? Su Xiaoxiao kept her mouth flat, unhappy. Let me think about it. Su Chen touched his chin, then you will be punished to prepare dinner and cook a dish. You are no longer a young girl, and you can't be taken care of by your brother forever? Brother can't be with you for the rest of your life. The little girl bulged her cheeks, obviously she didn't like to listen to Su Chen's preaching. In the end, at Su Chen's insistence, Su Xiaoxiao agreed to the punishment of cooking a dish, and also expressed enough apologies to Su Chen for the mischief. Watching Su Xiaoxiao who walked into the kitchen wearing an apron, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and returned to his computer. He needs to take advantage of this time to explain the shameful speech to the editor. I'm sorry, I just finished the work during the day, and my mind is a little confused. Please don't take those speeches to heart. Click send, and then continue to edit the new message. Regarding the signing of the contract, I have understood and considered the general process of Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and it is estimated that the contract can be mailed tomorrow. Okay. Bai Yu also quickly replied, not mentioning Su Chen's previous remarks. At the same time, he was also relieved at his desk, and this book with great potential was finally signed. Next, as long as the author of this book, the vampire, controls the plot and keeps updating it, he is confident to use various recommended resources to keep the other party at the top of the list and enter the ranks of boutiques. Then, I don't need to worry about my performance in the past few months. After that, Bai Yu, who was planning for the future, quickly pulled Su Chen into the group of fantasy authors at a certain point, as if he was afraid that he would regret it. Seeing Su Chen join the group, the authors in the group began to bubbling sparsely. Are you new? Welcome. Touch your head, make a good code word, laugh. Group status -1. Yuda recently signed the contract very diligently, it's a hard work. This look is to seize the opportunity to slap the horse. What book did the newcomer write? Come out and make a bubble. Su Chen sent a funny face in, and changed his group business card to the title of the book. I asked the boss for an opinion. However, this book has only published 3 chapters now. Not everyone can see the inner value like an editor. Some authors commented casually after reading them, nothing more than a million must be a god, if it looks good, first collect and support, strengthen the writing power a little bit more and so on, anyway, they are all supernatural. Perfunctory reply. After a while, the group became cold, and it should have been diving. After all, the water group is not as good as the code word when there is time. Chapter 5, Black Cuisine. After the water group, Su Chen wrote a few more manuscripts for Do Po Kanki. He was not in a hurry to release, anyway, the signing is already fixed, and the next is a long new book period, and he has time. Brother, have dinner. There was a crisp sound of placing dishes and chopsticks in the living room. Su Chen patted his forehead. The code word was too fascinating. He almost forgot that his sister was still cooking. He didn't go out to help during the whole process, and he didn't know how the girl was doing it herself. Well, anyway, no matter what, my sister has worked very hard to cook the dishes by herself today. Even if the taste is not good, she has to join her. Su Chen thought like this in her heart. But when he came to the living room and saw the black plate on the table, he could not tell what the foreign object was. He silently withdrew his last-second thought. What the is this? Is it a chemical drug? Computer accessories? He cried silently in his heart. Brother, this is the first time for my sister to cook, Nyo, how about coming to taste it? Su Zioxio's rice was served to Su Chen, blinking eagerly at the table, picked up a dark ball with chopsticks, and handed it to Su Chen's mouth. Don't come here. Su Chen actually wanted to say that. But considering that this is my sister's first cooking, he still smiled and said calmly. Xiao xiao. Okay. Well, can you tell me what ingredients are in the black dishes on the plate? Chicken wings. I carefully made cooked chicken wings. Su Xiao Xiao was a little excited when it came to this. I followed the steps on the internet exactly. Even the color of the finished product is almost the same. This is chicken wings. Su Chen swallowed hard. Stared at the black object on the chopsticks for a long time, and finally saw the shape of chicken wings. Taking it to his mouth, Su Chen still didn't dare to speak, just sniffed gently. It doesn't matter if I hear it, my dear, I almost choked Su Chen to pass out. A sharp smell suddenly burst out, and it felt like a dipping sauce for dumplings, but it was 10 times more powerful than that. Is simply the salty taste that has been soaked in the dipping sauce and is too salty. Very aggressive. Very high. As for the sweetness of cola? Sorry for his incompetence, I didn't smell it at all. Xiao Xiao, can you tell me, your cooking steps? Su Chen smiled bitterly and gradually seduced. Su Xiao Xiao, this Nazai, definitely got a certain step wrong. The steps are definitely correct. I followed the instructions on the internet as they were. Su Xiao Xiao seemed unconvinced. First cut the flowers, then boil them in water, remove them and cool them with the prepared sauce. Stir fry, fill with cola, and finally heat up the juice. After listening to Su Zioxio's narration in one breath, Su Chen had a faint premonition. Where do you use your Coke? It's the bottle in the cabinet under the stove. To ensure the flavor of the chicken wings, I poured half of the bottle full. No surprise. Su Chen couldn't help covering his face. What's wrong with you, brother? Xiao Xiao. I forgot to tell you one thing. The Coke bottle is actually soy sauce. The real Coke is in the refrigerator. The two fell into a strange silence. 5 minutes later, Su Xiao Xiao silently dumped the plate of soy sauce chicken wings alone, and returned to the room without any thoughts, lying on the bed in a big letter, with a face of suspicion of life. The first time she started cooking, the girl almost shut herself down. Because he couldn't bear this lifeless atmosphere, Su Chen spoke first. Don't be discouraged, it's just that the materials are wrong. The first time you cook like this is already very good. He accompanied him with a smile and comfort. In the end, Su Chen's dinner was done by himself. The cauliflower tenderloin and the scrambled eggs with green peppers were 2 home-cooked dishes, which simply filled their stomachs. 2 days later. Time was spent in unlimited texts. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The contract has been sent out, and the status of the contract has changed quite quickly. This is also related to the beginning of the world's web writing. The efficiency of editing at a certain point has also improved. The number of words in Fight Break Sphere has also reached 20,000. Because of the direct copying, the speed of his code and save manuscripts is almost as fast as most authors. The speed of being single for 20 years, basically a chapter is completed in less than half an hour. He has dozens of chapters in his manuscript, and he is as stable as an old dog. No, it should be more stable than the old dog. After 3 more chapters were uploaded casually, Su Chen opened the app at a certain point and opened the book review area of Fight Break Sphere. The author wrote so beautifully, GKD. I will give you all the recommended tickets, so let's update it more a day. I haven't seen it yet, I'm getting fattening up. Remind more. Too little is not enough to see. Come on, author, 3 recommended tickets per day. In just 2.5 days, the book review area is already quite lively. The posts of book reviews are probably good comments, reminders, and so on. Before the number of words was too few, it was impossible to tell. Now the 20,000 character Do Po Kangqiang has begun to take shape, and it has easily attracted a wave of wild readers. Just flipping through the book reviews one by one, Su Chenil is not tired. For web authors, whether it's Dashan or Xiaopuja, reading the comment area is a big fun place. It is much more interesting than posting it or Weibo. After all, the reviews are my own books. If it is a comment area that is often sprayed, then treat this as bullshit. What? You said Dupo is not strictly your own? But in this world, as a porter, Su Chen is the nominal author of Dupo. For example, these collections, recommended tickets, or subsequent rewards, monthly tickets, etc., can be regarded as a series of benefits. Carry it yourself, only the toll you charge. Well, nothing wrong. Su Chen thought so brazenly. Click to open the new book list. After seeing that the first in the new book list is his own Fight Break Sphere, he feels that this wave has stabilized. The editor in charge Bai has also come to him to discuss the recommendation issue in the past 2 days, and will give himself a strong recommendation for the app next week. Is also commonly known as test water push. It's just that his starting point is much higher than others. The first recommendation position of the average newcomer author can only be assigned to the recommendation on the PC side, that is, the kind that can only be displayed on the computer web page. UU reading www.uugonshu.com is a bit more miserable. Even the cover of the test is not displayed. There is only a line of text at the bottom of the web page, commonly known as mosquito legs. As for Su Chen, it is a direct app to force it to start. Basically every reader of the fantasy category can notice that it is a very popular recommendation on the mobile phone software. You can get such a considerable amount of collection and follow-up rate without scanning the data. Even the editor in charge is very willing to invest in him. After turning off the page of the phone, Su Chen turned her head and found that a small head was poking out beside her. She was shocked and couldn't help but said, "You are sticking out your head to let me add a buff to you? Actually stealing look, why not go live? I'm a younger sister, why can't I watch it?" Su Xiaoxiao was confident, and today I asked for leave for live broadcast. I overslept in the morning, and the rest of the content will be broadcast again at 7 in the evening. So you just came here to watch your brother's screen? Su Chen's mouth twitched. I'm not here to watch your screen, I'm here to discuss something with you. Su Xiaoxiao glanced up and down at Su Chen hesitantly. What's the matter? Twisted. Su Chen threw the phone on the table casually, turned his back on the chair, and joked casually, "Senna's new supreme skin, do you want Krypton gold? Don't worry. Going to Krypton, my brother won't bother about your property rights. I'm not here to talk about this kind of boring thing." Su Xiaoxiao was a little blown up by Su Chen's attitude. The girl's tone changed. "I want to discuss with you." "No, I want to order you to come live with me tonight." Su Chen was taken aback first, then opened his mouth wide, and spit out, "Hey! Chapter 6, can you call a gangster about the anchor? Let's broadcast it together? What are you doing?" Su Chen gave her a puzzled look. "Of course we played LOL together." Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and slowly explained, "I think, brother, you look pretty human, so you don't want to consider showing up in your sister's live broadcast room." Mirror. What happened to this girl suddenly? Su Chen still didn't understand. Isn't it good to broadcast yourself? Why did you bring him suddenly? What's the point of being a dog? Why are you not complimenting yourself? The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What do you want to do? Therefore, Su Chen did not immediately agree. Actually, the reason why Su Xiaoxiao suddenly wanted to live with Su Chen was mainly for the effect of the show. She herself is a female anchor who has debuted for less than half a year. Due to her good technology and a cute girl, although her popularity is still growing, the content of the live broadcast has always been a single line at the top of the canyon. There is no innovation. Now she has actually reached one. The small bottleneck period is over. So she thought, she should also learn from other big broadcasters and form a two-person live broadcast team, just like the brother of Sao, Vincent Rhythm and Dong Jukai. Occasionally the whole life is okay. Strengthen the interaction and happiness with the live broadcast room. Moreover, she did not just do it on a whim. She lived with her brother, and every day her brother would come in at noon to give her food. 80% of the audience on the barrage recognized him and jokingly called him Raising Member. Well, the popularity is quite high. In addition to Su Chen Chang's innocence, no need for nothing, and a mirror might be able to attract a wave of female fans. Su Xiaoxiao thinks about Ness more and more. It's live broadcast together. No other meaning. In fact, her thoughts here are pretty simple. It's Valentine's Day soon, and there is no new idea in my live broadcast room. Why don't you let my old man wear a women's dress, dance for everyone in the pure land of bliss, and sing a majestic show? Look, isn't it simple? But this only exists in the little girl's mind. I didn't dare to say it, and I can't say it, at least not right now. Do you know Brother Kai, the master of the cave? They are two cameras that broadcast live together. Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head. I just want to learn that. It's like adding a little new element to the live broadcast room. It's always the top of the canyon. The audience will also be aesthetically tired. After listening to this, Su Chen quite agrees. just like many big anchors do. The Platinum segment and the Kenyan Diamond Bureau alternately play to ensure that the audience will not be aesthetically tired, and they can learn technology and watch the whole thing. Live. I know everything, but what? Which one is Dongju? Which one is Brother Kai? No way. You can't tell the difference? The one with glasses is Dongju, and the one with headphones is Brother Kai. Su Chen. Forget it, skip this sole question. After quietly pondering for a long time, Su Chen was also a little moved. Live broadcast or something. In fact, he had always wanted to do it before crossing. It's just that under the pressure of work at that time, I was tired from work every day when I came home from get off work. I fell asleep when I got into bed, so I didn't have any thoughts about live broadcasting. But now it's different. After crossing, I came to a fairly wealthy family. Su Chen has been very relaxed and happy these days. He writes a few chapters of novels every day, surfs the internet, gathers water, cleans up his house. It feels like a modern version of landscape and rural life. There are girls, houses, and living allowances. It is not too easy to live without pressure every day. So in the end, he agreed. He thought it was one aspect, but his sister said so, and he also agreed with his magnanimity. 7 o'clock in the evening. After the two finally agreed on a plan, the broadcast started on time. Su Chen entered Su Zioxio's room. My sister's computer desk is a long combined wooden table, and the empty space next to it is just enough for you to sit side by side. Turned on the computer and watched Su Xiaoxiao skillfully operating the background of the live broadcast. After debugging the camera, Su Chen was a little emotional. Is really skilled. After all the debugging is ready, Su Xiaoxiao clicked to start the live broadcast. At the same time, the startup reminders were lit up on the mobile phones of viewers scattered across the country. The anchor you follow, Xiaoxiao, has already started live streaming. I am coming. The first. Look at my wife's mid-laner teaching. Why did it start broadcasting tonight? This is obviously an audience who didn't read the announcement carefully. I have had enough time to watch the live broadcast of my wife after the holiday. Su Chen watched the barrage passing by with great interest. 7 o'clock in the evening was considered a peak period with sufficient traffic. Only after a while, the popularity of Su Zioxio's live broadcast room gathered. Su Xiaoxiao didn't have a rich expression. After greeted the audience in the live broadcast room as usual, the live broadcast started. She didn't give Su Chen the shot directly, but let him watch a game from the sidelines, familiar with the general process, how to drive the atmosphere in the live broadcast room, and so on. Regarding these, it's not considered technical content, it's just that you can't let Su Chen live broadcast as soon as you come up, and Su Xiaoxiao is not at ease. These are the two brothers and sisters who have negotiated before the broadcast. Su Chen's LOL level is only about platinum. He hasn't played these days, so he just happened to take advantage of this to watch the game and review it. Su Xiaoxiao first got on the tuba at the top of her gorge and started the qualifying round. Successfully got a mid-laner position, probably just wanting to mix points, play casually. She locked the mid-laner hero, Wanhu, a psychic Nico. The opposing mid-laner also took a traditional mage, Icebird, and both parties quickly entered the game. There was basically no bright spot on the line, and both sides stood far away to supplement the minions. At first, the Icebird was very interested, and from time to time he stepped forward and threw a Q to try to change blood, but Su Zioxio's position was too cautious. The Icebird before the 6th level lost Q when he touched the prize, and he didn't even touch it. Nicole. And Nicole didn't have any thoughts about the Icebird. His hands were not as long as the opponent, and a set of bursts could not kill the opponent. At most, the passive skill Resurrection was meaningless, so the two began to develop peacefully. After the 6th level, the two sides fought a wave in Xiaolong. This wave of team battles is still interesting. Nicole disguised as a jungler to enter the field, re-flashed into the field, and successfully controlled 3, and cooperated with his teammates to play a wave. 1 exchange for 3, the head gave Kai Sa a triple kill, and Xiaolong was put in his bag, and he obtained a huge advantage. In the game after, Su Xiaoxiu's team was advancing all the way, winning the next tower, liberating the road, and then controlling the Kenyan pioneer, pushing to the high ground in one go. Finally, in front of the opponent's high ground, a wave of textbook-level team battles ended the battle. Nicole's E-skill touched the opponent without the aid of a stopwatch, and the teammate's damage instantly melted it, starting the team battle, and then using the big move. Restricted to the praying mantis trying to enter the arena to cut Kai Sa. After basically doing these two things, the team battle has been won. Kai Sa, who has taken away the mantis, flies into the enemy's battlefield with a big move. The Acacia rains are harvested again and again, and only one of the top laners is running an electric fan. Fleeing in a hurry. 1 wave, push forward, pull out the front teeth, and remove the crystal. After, on the settlement page, Su Xiaoxiu's Nicole record is quite luxurious, 0-0-16, and more than 230 soldiers. After a game of more than 20 minutes, no one was killed, Yu did not die once. He scored 16 assists, and the soldiers brushed a lot. Can be said to be the highest state of the blunder. The barrage was swept up one after another. That's it. The Iron Man is really hammered. Guardian of KDA. Survivability is comparable to 7 Sauce 233. Xiao quickly adds friend, he is a big dad, let him take you to fly. Su Chen also expressed his admiration for this. After watching the whole game, he couldn't help but said, you are too stable, you don't have any K-heads, the mid laner played like a support. I'm the best way to win the game. Su Xiao rolled her eyes, besides, I'm a Nicole, and I am not a celebrity hero. Su Chen shrugged and did not refute. Yes, you are right, can you call a gangster about the anchor? After one game, the popularity of the live broadcast room has reached about 100,000, and it is almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Whether it is an office worker or a student party, it is time to watch the live broadcast after dinner. This shining conversation between the two of them naturally attracted most of the audience in the live broadcast room. It's just that they can't see Su Chen, they can only hear Su Chen's voice. What's the situation? There is a man next to the anchor. Who is the anchor talking to? I seem to hear voices. Anchor, you blink when you are kidnapped. Not a boyfriend, right? It's over, Xiao is not single anymore, my youth is over. The barrage kept rolling up. Su Xiao smiled after seeing the bullet screen, and it was almost time to think about it. Then he cleared his throat and prepared to announce the incident. Chapter 7, Breeder, Start Broadcasting. Dear viewers, I will announce an important thing to you. What's the matter? The audience in the live broadcast room was a little puzzled. Isn't it about saying goodbye to being single? It's okay, even if Xiao Bao is not single, my mother will always love you. Male mother give pause to grandpa. Ignoring the disgusting male mother's speech, Su Xiao continued to smile and said, our live broadcast room is about to join a new member today. Double row with me and be my tool man and good teammate. What the hell? Don't it be the man next to Shino? The barrage was surprised. There were even more conflicting ones. They directly expressed that they were not interested on the barrage and just watched Su Xiaoxiu's live broadcast alone. This is a normal reaction. Su Xiao didn't discuss with the audience in the fan group. Su Xiao suddenly said that he wanted to add another person and would like to join together in the future. Of course, fans would not accept it immediately. But Su Xiao didn't have much ink here, so he pointed directly at Su Chen and turned on the camera. So, the barrage that was still in the protest wind direction changed immediately. This little brother is so familiar. Fuck, isn't this a breeder? Shino's breeder finally played in person? Love love. Mensen just came here and asked if he didn't understand, what's the stalker of the breeder? Seeing the wind direction of the barrage, Su Xiao was also quite satisfied, and the overall situation was still within her expectations. I looked at it as a breeder, and the audience's reaction was still very real. This is Xiaoxio's old brother, the one who comes in to deliver me food every day. We have reached a consensus. Su Xiao spit out her little tongue, turned to the camera to be cute, and then turned to look at Su Chen. Brother, say hello to the audience. Hello everyone, I am Xiaoxio's brother. Su Chen tidied down his collar, waved his hand to the camera, and greeted him with no stage fright in every move. Lived for more than 40 years before and after the crossing. His age in his heart was different from ordinary people. This kind of live broadcast room with tens of thousands of people was really a small scene for him. In the live broadcast room, when I heard it was my brother, the last voice of resistance also disappeared. I don't know why, the barrage began to appear all over. Hello, brother, so it's brother? That's okay, it turns out that the breeder is my wife's brother, something like barrage. Su Chen couldn't help but snorted. Su Xiaoxio's eyes were wide again and again. Don't brush your eldest brother, what the hell? Superman will come to warn me later. The LOL live broadcast room has become a large-scale confession site. In the following time, Su Chen quickly became a piece with the barrage, a generous temperament plus a strong face, plus a cute sister town on the side, a beautiful man and a woman on the screen make those Yan control people called out for fun. In this world, I have to say that a person's appearance is still very important, and a person with a good appearance can add points to the first impression left by others. It's like you are walking on the street and a middle-aged uncle handed you the flyer. You may not pick it up, but if you change to a high-value lady, you may pick it up without any resistance. Although everyone says that people should not look at their faces and don't judge people by their appearances, but one by one, the body is still very honest and instinctive, and it is easier to accept those with good looks in the heart. In the live broadcast room, I saw that the audience knew about it almost, and the barrage began to stabilize. Su Xiao landed on her Platinum 4 trumpet and pulled Su Chen into the room. Brother, how about I take you to a wave? Su Xiao appeared to be full of energy. As soon as the canyon drill rushed into the suburban Platinum, it was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Basically, the awareness of details and technology are completely explosive. What's more, they are still in double rows, and they can basically do whatever they want. Take me to the top? You. Su Chen obviously didn't trust her. Not to mention anything else, just say that the Shan Nicole he saw just now is a ruthless army spawning machine, the emperor of the gangster, the king of the gangster. At this level, I said that I should take my own points, and I am not afraid to flash my tongue. Don't you suspect that I can't get up? Su Xiao reacted. Hey, the game just now had the element of hero training. Remember the carry demon girl I played in the double row 2 days ago? That's my real strength. Su Xiao said and became proud. I'm a technical player at the top of the canyon, and I can take you off with a little platinum. Isn't it easy to catch it? Technical anchor. Su Chen gave her a sideways glance. She wanted to ridicule, but after thinking about the tens of thousands of viewers, she shook her head without saying anything, and looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, laughed at me. From sister, no mockery. Breeder, I'm too difficult. Which game is the demon girl? Why am I not impressed? Since it's live broadcast, let's save some face for this guy. And on the other hand, the demon girl who played with this little girl the other day is indeed very good. The whole picture is chasing and killing 5 people on the opposite side. The two chatted with each other, and quickly entered the game. As soon as entered the game, the other teammates instantly recognized their IDs. Xiao, the anchor of Do Shat. 666, please take the fly. Fuck, is the other a breeder? I was a bit excited when I was in line for the anchor for the first time. How to say Su Xiao Xiao is also a popular anchor of Do Shat. It is not the first time that this kind of rank has been recognized. Lie down, everyone, I'm C in this game. After seeing that he had chosen the jungle position, Su Xiao Xiao typed on the public screen quite confidently. Although she is not primarily a jungler, even if she is assisted by this rank, she will be able to see in the killer book Zeroth. That's right, just so confident. On the other side, Su Chen chose the mid laner position. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Nakano's combination of double row can better establish an advantage in the early stage and have a high winning rate. After BP, Su Chen's mouse hovered over various mid-lane heroes. What am I playing? Su Chen turned his head and asked. Su Xiao Xiao is the backbone of the live broadcast, and Su Xiao Xiao is the one who started the live broadcast, so now he still has his younger sister as the mainstay. You can choose whatever you want to fight in the early stage. I will also choose strong junglers such as excavators, spiders, and blind monks, so it is convenient to cooperate. Su Zioxio's thoughts are clear. Okay, listen to you. After thinking for a while, Su Chen placed the mouse on the head of the happy man. Immediately locked down, Hey 8 Swordsman Yasuo. Death is like the wind, always with me. Wind man. The little girl was stunned. She didn't expect that her brother's heart was so unruly. If Yasuo was selected, she would definitely be happy. Yasuo, the conqueror, the early fighting was enough, right? Yes, just keep it steady. Su Xiao Xiao curled his lips and locked the jungle spider on the screen. The barrage rolled upon seeing this. Happy breeder. Where is the good excavator just mentioned? My sister? Don't even take a knock-up. Breeder, happy is over. Quickly entered the game to read the article, and the lineups of the two sides were determined. They are. Su Chen is here on Dan Aeon, mid laner Yasuo, playing wild spiders, and off-road moonmen with Thresh. On the other side, there is a single hand, a mid-single male knife, a wild wine barrel, and Kasha and Morgana. The strength of the lineup is comparable, depending on the early rhythm of the jungler. Chapter 8, Double Row meets the Demon Leader? Fighting Shark Platform. As the new anchor of Dusha platform, Zhigzun's popularity is very high. Has more than 9 million followers, and the popularity of live broadcasts is basically starting at 1 million. All aspects have crushed small anchors like Su Xiao Xiao. Usually basically broadcast the platinum segment single row, the main player is the male sword nightmare, the main single, the fan account, occasionally hit the top of the canyon, and then interact with the refill lady. The live broadcast style is based on technical teaching, but most of the audience is watching him speak magical sorrows. And kindly call him the leader of the demon cult. On this day, Zhigzun, as usual, broadcasted live broadcasts to the fan accounts in the suburbs. Here we are on the line with a Yasuo, the armor is one hand, and a long sword will be produced. The real strength of the leader can also reach almost the level of the Grand Master of the Canyon, but the technology has declined due to the interaction between the live broadcast and the audience. But even so, in this platinum segment, he has the confidence to kill casually. Anchor comes to take the nightmare. I came to see Plants vs Zombies. When will you hit the top of the canyon? Don't order Miss Sister today? Miss Sister's session will be tomorrow, and the content of Top of the Canyon has been broadcasted today. Zhigzun drank his saliva and selected some barrages to reply. The game enters the reading page. At this time, the sharp-eyed audience noticed the ID of the opponent's spider. Why is this ID a bit familiar? It seems that she is also a female anchor of shark fighting. Wait, isn't Nakano and the keeper on the opposite side? A small group of friends in the live broadcast room quickly noticed. Su Xiao Xiao is also a well-known anchor. Some viewers who watch the live broadcast every day are somewhat sensitive to her ID. Fucking trough, I just came from Xiao Xiao, Yasuo is the breeder, and the spider is Xiao Xiao. It feels like the leader is going to be military training. Xiao Xiao is about the same rank as the leader. No one really thinks the leader is very good, right? The barrage gradually caught Higzun's attention, and he was quickly surprised. Is the jungler on the other side the anchor of our platform? Then, he cut out to check Su Xiaoxio's record, and found that the opponent's strength is still very strong. The Platinum stage ranking, the basic game is Carnage Chaos. Looking at the barrage means that the opponent is also the one who plays the Grand Canyon Diamond game every day. Then he checked Chayazuo, that is, Su Chen's record, and found that there were only 3 games recently, and they were all lie down with Su Xiao Xiao, and he couldn't see anything. But being able to double row with that kind of thigh is not a simple thing to think about, so Higzun thought for a while, before the mail sword went out, silently cancelled the long sword, replaced it with the corruption potion and went out. To prevent the opponent from training himself in military training, start with a steady hand and look at the opponent's strength. At the same time, Su Xiaoxio's live broadcast room crashed and crashed. The opposite middle road is the leader. The leader, is that the man in the demons standing on the live broadcast? Fucking trough, it's really him. I went to his live broadcast room to watch it, playing the fan account in the suburbs. These chances can be bumped together, and no one else. The leader, should be very fierce. Poor breeder, the first game is a difficult start. Don't say whether it's fierce or not. I'm a male swordsman, I'm sure I can't beat the line. Yes, anchors like Higzun only play one hero every day. Even if they are not top-notch, they certainly won't go anywhere. So the barrage began to worry about Su Chen, and it was really a disadvantage. As soon as the first game started, the leader was cued, and suggested that Su Chen develop under the wretched tower and wait for the support of Xiao Xiao's wild mother. Brother, the opposite is Higzun, the main anchor of Fighting Shark. Su Xiao Xiao glanced at Su Chen weirdly. Should you say you are lucky? Or have you lost the blood mold? It doesn't matter, the third level is to catch, we are not afraid of him in the middle field. Su Chen said shamelessly. He didn't think he could pass the leader of the line, but like this, he knew the opponent in advance, he could still do it with a 3-minute tower knife. Don't underestimate Su Chen's strength, he has played LOL for 6 years, and he hasn't been afraid of anyone on the line. What's more, Yasuo is not completely out of chance against the mail sword. In the early stage, the wind wall is blocked without being passive, and it can still be hit. Yet, Su Xiao Xiao answered, bought the equipment, and walked towards the wild area. Opposite the mid laner is the leader. If you go more, you can even take your own heat. And so, decided, this one is mainly active in the lower half, the main focus is the middle and lower. Goat on the road and the real man knock will not go to the fight. Army attack. Xiaobing quickly came out. While the little soldier was still moving, Su Chen controlled Yasuo to walk a few steps forward and studied the outfit of the mail sword. Simply a corrupt potion, the flash of the summoner skill belt ignites, the thunder of the talent belt, the little rune has double armor. How to say, very old and spicy point. A batch of first-class meat has a high recovery at the same time. Su Chen here is a flash of weakness, the conqueror, the health value of the little rune armor, and the first level of the Dolan sword is red. When BP, I changed to a weak point, which is regarded as giving the mail sword enough respect. Soon, after a wave of trial exchanges, the two sides quickly reached the second level. First level Yasuo is unlikely to beat the conqueror against a mail sword who has learned W, so he has been cautiously using Q to make up the sword. But even so, he was still scratched by the mail sword's W, losing his passiveness and a small amount of health. After adapting to Su Chen's landing style, the leader became a bit addicted. The operation gradually became bold. After the second level, he kept stepping forward and using W to force Yasuo to move, and the line of troops was naturally pushed over. However, there is no need to specifically control the line in the mid laner. It is a good thing that this version can have the right to support the teammates and slowly rub the opponent's tappy. As for you, the jungler is here to catch? Haha, it's just a spider, and it's just a cocoon in the early stage. After twisting it out, can you just run? Do you see it, this little Yasuo? I will do it, I will push the line again. Zhigzun said happily while typing. The male sword's W was scratched to 2 points at the extreme distance, and the light flashed to the 3rd level, and Yasuo's blood volume was suppressed to about 2/3. Okay, this Yasuo is dead, I'm optimistic about the anchor's next operation, don't blink. Seeing W during the 2 stages of scraping, Zhigzun couldn't help but was impatient, and sentenced Su Chen to death. The line of the male sword in the early stage was quite terrifying. This situation combined with flashing to play Aka to maximize damage and passivity, plus ignition, basically it's definitely possible to lose the opponent in seconds. Operating the male sword and hovering in front of the line of soldiers pretending to be, Zhigzun silently calculated the flashing distance in his heart. As long as Yasuo took a step forward, he would immediately go up and play a full set and get a solo kill. However, to his surprise, this Yasuo seemed to have mind-reading skills. He stood firmly under the tower without going up to eat a knife, so he blew his flute on the spot. Ha ha ha! Happy! This Yasuo has something. You pay this Yasuo, do you still dare to play the flute? Zhigzun couldn't help but get a little annoyed. After pushing the soldier down the tower with a flat A, he moved a very far forward and put a W, undiminished. The angle is very tricky, it is still in the middle of the 2 stages, and it knocked out the white shield that Yasuo had just brushed. A wave of soldiers under the tower, Zhigzun estimated that it would be okay, after crossing the tower to fight a set, then jump over the wall and jump 6 birds to escape, it should be a perfect single kill. As for F6, Zhigzun had already inserted his fake eyes in advance, and the jungle spider did not squat on him there and would not hinder his retreat route. It's a good time and place, and all kinds of strong killing factors have been gathered. You reading www.yunsha.com. Thinking of this, Zhigzun saw the right time, and in order to fill the damage, he flashed his hand directly, bringing the burning effect of the corruption potion to a Aka, passive. Ignition, a set of operations is as fast as lightning. Go to hell, little Yasuo. But Su Chen has been wary of male swords for a long time. He knows the leader's live broadcast style very well. No surprises, level 3 must kill himself solo. So when he saw the male sword flashing up, he moved his finger and became weak. Up. Then quickly flashed away, and the E-pawn moved away, hiding far away. Due to weakness, the male sword has not played the most critical passive, and Yasuo's life value is less than 200 or so. This Yasuo reacted very quickly. Zhigzun failed to kill a set of skills, and he also attracted the hatred of the defensive tower. But he didn't panic at all. This wave was a 2-stroke exchange, and the problem was not big. The line of troops was also pushed to the opposite tower, no loss. Came to the wall with a 2-second slowdown, and Zhigzun planned to run over the wall to the opponent's F6, so he said goodbye. After giving Yasuo a thumbs-up expression, the male sword slowly turned on the E skill and climbed over the wall. Inevitably during this period, he was shot again by the defensive tower, and his blood volume dropped to less than half his blood. But just as he jumped over, a cocoon suddenly flew out of the shadow and stuck accurately on his face. A spider walked out of the grass under F6. It seemed to have been ambushing for a long time. With a smooth set of combos, QW transformed and then killed by Q, instantly slaying the blood mail knife for a second. First drop of blood. Zhigzun in front of the computer had no idea that the spider would squat here, and his whole person was trembling with fright, as if he was playing a horror game. Chapter 9, died in an instant. Does my faker North Nose smell? After was frightened, looking at the black and white screen, the leader burst out a series of signs in bulk English, leaning back and holding his head in disbelief. Killed the male knife. Sudzioxio's spider didn't forget to pause in place, and put up a like sign, which was very engaging. The angry leader hammered the next prop sandbag angrily, and the live broadcast effect was full. What is this? How can a jungler squat in the grass of his own wilderness? What kind of brain circuit? The key thing is that I was squatted. What is this? Perfectly predicted your escape route? Is this also in your calculations? This spider is like a ghost. The leader watched the spider go away, in an angry tone. Wait, spider, you will get athlete's foot within 3 days. Studio. Ha 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 ha. Crossing the wall and hitting a cocoon, it seems like a bad critic. The leader is too swollen, he died innocently. Squatted to death by a girl, ha ha ha. There is a saying, the position where the spider is squatting is out of NM. I went to Zioxio's live broadcast room to watch. The spider squatted here is the decision of the breeder, and his brother and sister will be sentenced to death when they are in the 1st grade. The little brother who played Yasuo was so calm, he didn't say a word after seeing the leader pounced. He flashed and ran after being weak, and his reaction speed was comparable to that of a professional player. You don't deserve to be called the first male sword. Ignored the cynicism in the barrage, as well as the sunspots who took the opportunity to bring the rhythm. After Zhigzun was resurrected, he made up his equipment and overcame the wall and rushed to the line. Died only once, and he didn't take it too seriously. Zhigzun admitted that he did underestimate the enemy just now, but now that he has a defensive heart, it is impossible to be arrested again. After all, serious play and relaxed play are completely two states. Xiao Xiao live room. When he squatted at such a weird point and successfully killed the male knife, the live broadcast room was overwhelmed with 666. Whether it is Su Chen, who made the decision early, or Su Xiao Xiao, who is not procrastinating, there are bright spots in this wave of kills. Awesome, my breeder. This judgment is really awesome. I knew that the leader wanted to run like this half a minute ago. The response of the breeder is okay, it flashes so fast. The people in the magic sect helped me tell the leader, the old man will not go back. I won't go back either. Don't go back +1. The popularity of the live broadcast room of the two brothers and sisters suddenly became a lot higher, and a wave of fairly eye-catching operations was a small fan, mostly water friends, who strolled over from the leader. Everyone, if you like, just click to subscribe. Our Xiao Xiao starts broadcasting at 9 o'clock every morning. Su Chen took the opportunity to try to keep fans. Su Xiao Xiao gave him a surprised look. I didn't expect my brother to be quite on the road, so it feels like a live broadcast so soon, it has an internal taste. So she smiled, and while manipulating the spiders to sweep the wild, she said in a sweet voice, yes, with the support of your favorite friends, the daily live broadcast content is divided into 2 parts. In the morning, you will be at the top of the canyon. In the afternoon with Brother Trumpet in double row. Followed. Is this the cooperation between my wife and my elder brother? Love. Your wife is awesome. Country O's sister. Pure passerby, already subscribed to the anchor point. Looking at these bullet screens, Su Chen smiled, it's just the basic operation. After all, Xiao Xiao and I are 2 people driving the black. It is easy to calculate the opposite side. 666. The leader is fooled. Master, I was terribly scared. The storm passed, and the 2 sides steadily reached the 6th level, during which the leader did not dare to be too aggressive. Why are you asking? After the spider caught him to death at level 3, he came to the middle and wandered twice before the 6th level. He was warned by the spider and scared him, let alone any thoughts about Yasuo. So, the male sword, who dared not step forward and continue to suppress, entered a long developmental period with Yasuo. But soon he felt the pressure. Yasuo pushed the line too fast, and wave after wave of soldiers entered the tower, so that he couldn't do what he was best at, wandering and messing up. As for the jungler, what did you do during this time? Oh, just a wave of E-Flash gank failed to get off the road, and then went back to the road to be squatted by a spider, and was swept away by someone who took the wild area. So the spider has reached level 6, and the barrel has not yet been upgraded to level 5. On the other side, the male sword also reached the 6th level. Looking at the prepared big move, the leader has an idea again. The 6th level is a turning point for the male sword. There is a big move in hand, which can both attack and defend. Even if Yasuo has a wind wall, the male sword can also cooperate with W, with a high probability of playing his own passive, and get kill. Once the big move was opened, his invisibility made it impossible for Yasuo to blow himself away. You can't connect the big without blowing, that is to say, as long as you operate it well, Yasuo is equivalent to missing a big move. And even if the spider comes, I am not afraid of it. The acceleration effect of the big move is not a display. Running so fast, avoiding a cocoon is definitely not a problem. The leader thought so confidently. Just do it. After this wave of 6 birds in his jungle as usual, he didn't care about the creeps who were about to enter the tower, but overcame the wall and ran straight towards Yasuo. The 6th level, this Yasuo dared to push the line. Okay, he is dead, everyone pay attention to my operation. The leader said coldly and sentenced Yasuo to death again. A parkour came and a big male knife came straight to him. Su Chen naturally noticed, and decisively began to retreat, and ran straight towards the wild area, without any intention to fight back. The teacher was happy when he saw it. Let's not say that running into the wild area is very helpful for him to overcome the wall. Secondly, his jungler is playing crabs in the river not far away, and he can make dumplings for this man in a few steps. Making him embarrassed, there is nowhere to escape. So, he signaled the wine barrel, and when he saw that the other party didn't fight any crabs, he felt that the wave was stable when he wrapped it slowly. If the jungler hits Yasuo, then he can take the opportunity to turn on WR and cooperate with Q to play passively, so that Yasuo will die before he can open the wind wall. That's right, the instantaneous burst of damage from the male sword is just that way outrageous. As an old male sword, the leader still has a little bit of it. The angle of view gives the jungle barrel. He writhes his chubby belly and rushes forward slowly. In fact, this keg also knows that his mid laner is the leader. He didn't do much in the early stage. He was squatted to death by a spider. He was also very embarrassed, so the leader would send him a signal, and he would just be stubborn. Come here, want to prove yourself. Coming from the intersection of the river and the wild area, the wine barrel pinpointed Yasuo's position, and without a word, a meat bomb slammed into it. But by coincidence, Yasuo didn't know what he was thinking at this time. It was a man who stepped back and stepped on the knife and started running back. So, it seemed a bit embarrassing for the meat bomb to hit the barrel that was avoided. The leader was also taken aback. What is this wine barrel doing? It can be empty. Actually, I don't blame the keg. Without precautions, Su Chen's reaction could not be so fast. You can avoid the impact of the meat bomb with the front slash. The reason why this wave ran in the opposite direction was because he saw Su Zioxio's signal. When Yasuo was found on the small map, the spider ran from the blue zone to support him. The 2-0 spiders are quite fat at the moment. They basically cocoon and die when they catch people. High outbreaks make people unable to fight back. Zhigzun hadn't realized that the spider was touching Mimi quietly. At this time, seeing Yasuo boldly stepping on himself to escape, he was also angry. Does this Yasuo dare to step on me and run away? A fell Yasuo's passivity, the male knife made up the Q, and at the same time he threw W, electrocution, and 2 layers of passivity. A small half-tube of Yasuo was beaten with blood. Face the wind. Seeing that Yasuo drove out of the wind wall to block the second stage W, Zhigzun hesitated and continued to chase without driving. There is a wind wall card moving position, and his ultimate damage can't be filled. Wine barrel E is also empty, and the two of them have come to the side of each other's tower after chasing. This wave seems to have caused Yasuo to run away. How can it be repaired? Depressed plan to go over the wall and return to the line. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com's Higzun suddenly discovered that Yasuo even dared to look back when he had 2 layers of passiveness and no wind wall on his body, and he dared to turn his head and flashed a thumbs up sign. Is it so floating? So Higzun didn't even think about it. Once he opened his big move, he operated the mail knife to go up, flatta and played passively, and a set of skills planned to forcibly kill Yasuo. Wine barrel also threw the Q skill to slow down, and drank a long sip of wine and leaned over. He died. The tone of the leader is extremely confident this time. The two broke out and instantly beat Yasuo into empty blood. As long as Pinga comes again, this Yasuo will undoubtedly die. But as soon as he appeared and was about to make up for the last piece, he only heard a flashing sound. Then a familiar cocoon flew out and hit him accurately at the extreme distance. Then there was no more. The Yasuo turned back and gave a Q jab. With the spider jumping out of the shadow, a burst of damage caused him to die instantly, and he went back to the spring to watch black and white TV again. Totally incomprehensible damage. The barrel beside him saw the spider and the triumphant Yasuo who took a bite of milk. He immediately stunned and turned away. Slipped away. Such a big mail sword disappeared in an instant, so he went up and hit it with his head? I didn't even see the series of question marks played by the leader, and fled in a hurry without turning the head of the wine barrel. What to prove himself, what to leave an impression on the leader, go to hell, he just wants to go back and brush the monsters so that he can reach the 5th level. Chapter 10, Skyrocketing. After killing the mail knife, he drove the wine barrel away. Su Xiao said with some fear, I thought you were going to die. Why did you dare to turn your head back in the situation just now? If it wasn't for me to flash over to him, now you must be gone. Su Chen sighed and said, I just wanted to sell it and wait for you to come over. Who knew he hurt so much? He almost took me a second. Su Xiao opened her mouth, hesitated and said, don't be so bold next time, I almost missed it. Just now she saw that Yasuo was about to be killed by A, and subconsciously handed over the flash E. Fortunately, the distance was well controlled and the hit was accurate. This was dangerous to cooperate with Yasuo's QA to kill the mail knife in seconds. Otherwise, Yasuo would die first, and it would be impossible for a mail sword full of blood and triumphant milk to be killed directly by her own outbreak. In the game. At the 6th level, the 0-2-0 record caused the leader's mentality to collapse. This time, he didn't even want to hammer the sandbag, and muttered angrily, Spider, your grandfather must be pointed at chess. He watched the spider and Yasuo take the dragon. The assistant Morgana who was on the road still stupidly wanted to come over and harass her, but she didn't want to be cocooned by the spider. The black shield didn't even react and opened, and she died instantly. The head is still given to the spider. Only the 6th level spider has already had a 4-0 luxury record. Slowly sent out a fallen angel signals that the enemy is gone. Morgana? What kind of damage is this? The jungler can play? I was crushed by 2 levels? After was dropped by the 2nd, the assistant Morgana even more angrily accused the jungler, rolled the keyboard, and greeted the family in the wine barrel cordially. So, I was about to catch the wine barrel on the road, it was immediately affected, the operation was severely deformed, and the tower did not catch Aowen to death, and gave Aowen a head. The leader sighed when he saw it. The jungler collapsed. The 3rd line was all inferior. The wild area resources could not be grabbed, and the teammates quarreled. This game is basically difficult to win. Finally, at 15 minutes, Kai Sa initiated a surrender, and the remaining 4 clicked to accept. Brothers, how about us in this round? Just hit him, surrender. Zhigzun hovered the mouse on the right for a long time, and finally reluctantly clicked the surrender button. It's really not his dish, but the rhythm of the wild barrels is too powerful. The spider on the opposite side can't stop anyone. There is a hanging sky, plus the middle field. Yasuo has been protected by the wind wall next to him, his own mail sword. I can't kill her even if I want to cut it. After 15 minutes, I had no time to play. The barrel was caught to 0-7-0. While spraying against Morgana, he continued to perform various deformation operations to fatten the opposite spider. After just over 10 minutes, he is super god, and he and Yasuo started the middle and wild linkages to smash the whole picture. Both the top and bottom roads are knocked off, plus the spider's cocoon. The success rate of the two people is basically the same. 100%, whoever is accused of violent death. Once their lineup is inferior, they won't be able to play, so they have no intention of resisting. Settlement page. Su Xiaoxiao did what he said, and in the score given on TGP, MVP gave the spider. The 8-0-2 data is absolutely not controversial. 666, full of bullet screens, is also an affirmation of her. Looking at the settlement page, Su Xiaoxiao became proud. How is it, am I strong? As she said, she winked at Su Chen who was next to her, and she looked so mean and awkward. Yes. Su Chen glanced at his sister and gave a reply. It was the first time he saw this jungler, but it turned out to be a good game, and it hurt the head of the opposite leader. Hey, the platinum rank is still too weak, you can quickly follow me to drill 2, we can go to the top of the canyon to kill. Su Xiaoxiao shook his head and pretended to play the second game. Why did you pretend to be? Su Chen rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and continued to line up with the little girl. It was the first time to rank for a big anchor with strength and style like Zhigzun. How should I say, Su Chen was still very excited, and after winning this round, he suddenly felt that his strength is also good, if it is true. Go down and double row with Su Xiaoxiao, hit drill 2, it is not difficult to obtain the qualification for the top of the valley. Su Xiaoxiao may also be able to take his rank to the next level. After all, this game is too difficult to score in a single row. When a person walks on a single line, and encounters the kind of conjoined baby in the middle field, there is really no battle. In the face of crazy military training, no matter how much details and consciousness are, they are pale and weak. In this case, it is not easy to think about Su Xiaoxiao being able to maintain the drill 1 by himself. Soon, in the following time, the two men scored crazy points on this platinum number, the record was green, and the rounds were all Su Xiaoxiao C. The two not only played in Nakano, but also experienced the other 5 positions. One is the sword combination, the other is the bird card, the other is the Crow Morgana, the other is the Yasuo wine barrel. Anyway, as long as it is a show routine that the two can think of, they basically walked it all over, and the whole live broadcast of the whole night made the Water Friends fans hooked. And because of the collision with the leader of the game, the subscription popularity of the live broadcast room has risen sharply. Now Su Xiaoxiao has nearly 200,000 subscriptions, and it is still rising. At the same time, when the two were sharing like drinking water, the ranking video of the leader of the other side was also used as material by the majority of fans and made videos on various websites. The brighter spiders and Yasuo in the video have also attracted much attention, so this is also a coincidence that once again attracted a lot of popularity in the live broadcast room. By the time the 2-person live broadcast was about to end, the subscription and popularity had been stabilized to around 350,000. This kind of growth rate, looking at the entire Dusha platform, is one of the best. The current live broadcast industry is so difficult to do. Many high-segment small anchors have started broadcasting for 1 or 2 years, and may only be 10,000 or 20,000 people. The situation like Su Xiaoxiao and Su Chen can be said to be unprecedented. This is the live broadcast room of technology anchor Xiao Xiao. It starts on time at 9 o'clock every morning. In the morning, the live broadcast will hit the top of the canyon. In the afternoon, I will play this double row with my brother. Su Xiaoxiao took advantage of the hot iron strike propaganda wave, and announced the release. After the live broadcast, when the computer turned off, Su Xiaoxiao let out a yell. And in Su Chen's weird eyes, excitedly jumped onto the bed and started rolling with the pillow. The subscription has reached more than 300,000 yuan in one night. The little girl was so excited. This is not over yet, it seems that he is not happy after a few laps. Su Xiaoxiao threw the pillow directly, got up, threw herself into Su Chen's arms, and hugged him hard. The soft girl entered her arms, causing Su Chen to feel strange. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. But this mood quickly faded, but this is his own sister. He didn't want to think about it. Su Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Get up, how old are you like a kid? Su Chen was full of black lines, and the girl clung to him coldly, almost spitting up blood. I'm sorry, I got excited if I was not careful. Su Xiaoxiao also reacted, and quickly let go of Su Chen, scratching her messy little hair in an embarrassing manner. Su Chen pretended to be disgusted and said, "It seems that you haven't done personal hygiene for several days? Look at you, it's stinking." Well, these words are just talking, although Su Xiaoxiao's appearance is a little messy, but when she is hugged, Su Chen can still smell a good incense. Probably this is the unique deodorant of the little fairy? Su Chen is also not clear. Where is the smell? Su Xiaoxiao's little nose sniffed his body, then turned to look at Su Chen with a smile. Hey, being held by such a cute and beautiful girl like me, you will be content. Stupid brother. I'm really sorry for being an orphan. I'm not talking to you, dumb brother. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon, remember to come live with your sister on time. This evening, it is estimated that you have also gained a lot of fans. Su Xiaoxiao was very excited, and took out the message on the phone to Su Chen. The fan group, the anchor's private message, actually half of them are asking about themselves. Su Chen was a little surprised. If it hadn't been for the thought of the world's web texts and act who are still waiting for his rescue, he would want to be a full-time anchor with Su Xiaoxiao. Chapter 11, from the author of The Great God. Some Chinese website. With the passage of time, more and more fans of Dou Po Kangqiang, the book review area is also quite harmonious. On a new day, Su Chen opens the backstage of a certain web writer and starts to update. After struggling with the code word of the book for a long time, Su Chen stretched out with satisfaction, and from the dozens of chapters in the manuscript, he uploaded 2 chapters in a daunting manner. It's not that he wants to dying readers. But because this time is the promotion period of the new book, all authors basically read twice a day with a total of 4,000 words, maintain their own rhythm, and ensure a smooth passage of the new book period. Su Chen is no exception. Now it has been over 20,000 characters in Dou Breaking the Sky in 2 days. He also plans to change to 2 updates a day and start a new book period. Save the manuscript or something, anyway, it will pop out when it is put on the shelf. However, he was stunned when he opened his book review section while he was idle. An unknown new book, even if it has the effect of being number 1 on the new book list and the app's strong push, the collection can be more than 1,000. Why is it that once you log in, this collection is almost 10,000? Background data error? Is anyone still giving out red envelopes or rewarding them? Even if it's fighting through the sky, it can't rely on the data in the first dozens of chapters to make it like this. There must be demons when things happen impermanently. Su Chen opened the page with a dazed expression, checked the book review area, and tried to find some clues. What caused it? Things have to start from yesterday. Ziying Danchen is an online essay writer on the Chinese website of some point. He is the author of a popular work starting from the egg that has been booked for 10,000 and has numerous fans. Because of his pen name, fans kindly call him Daniel. Judging from the current data of Dan Zone, he is completely one of the most important authors of a certain website. In this era when online essays are just starting, authors who can have thousands of subscriptions are all talents with precious starting points. Such authors can almost be said to be half the sky alone. After the day's work is completed, the egg always divides 10,000 words into 4 chapters, and then leaves the customary message of seeking monthly ticket in the writer's testimony at the end of the chapter. Even if you are done, you can rest. After scanning the comment area, Mr. Dan secretly opened his book friend group, ready to peek at the screen to see if there is any interesting news about this group of sand sculpture book friends. No matter what kind of author he is, he likes to peek at the screen among his book friends. Especially authors such as Dan Zone, who like to pretend to be cold, don't like to talk, just love to watch, and basically watch the screen in the group all the time. Probably just updated the latest chapter of the relationship. The fan group will be very lively. The Egg Boss. Is the Egg Boss there? Not enough to read, I can read the 4 newly released chapters in one go. Chief Egg, GKD. Don't shout, Gowden always builds a group and doesn't care about anything, and occasionally comes out to make an announcement, usually not bubbling at all, you can't see him. It's too real, I haven't seen Mr. Egg since joining the group for half a month. Maybe I'm looking at the screen. Oh? Can you guess what happened to this person in the end? Dan always froze after seeing it, but it didn't matter anyway, as long as he kept silent, the book friends in the fan group would never be sure whether he was peeping at the screen. Commonly known as Schrödinger's egg. However, the next expansion of the book friend group made the egg a little uncontrollable. Speaking of the recent book shortage, there is nothing to read except for Dan, who started with Dan. Me too, but I'm currently chasing that new fantasy book first place. You said Fights Break Sphere by Vampires. The beginning of that book is simply unfolding. I also read that one, it is very beautiful, but the current number of words is too few, a little not enough. +1. The egg peeking into the screen can't help but frown. A very confident author like him will more or less dislike his book friends discussing other books in his fan base. This is as uncomfortable as NTR in person. What are you guys saying? So the egg always typed on the penguin. To be surprised by the total egg. Wild eggs always appear. Use the master ball. Sure enough, I was peeking at the screen. Ignoring the messy watering news, Mr. Dan continued typing directly, what is the Fights Break Sphere you just mentioned? Doesn't the egg always look at Dobro? The new book list is very popular recently, and they are all ranked first. An old book friend replied. In fact, of course, Mr. Dan knows Dao Bao. Even a great writer, he occasionally scans the list, looks at the competitors that each list can beat, or observes the works of newcomers who are expected to become gods. However, as a popular writer, Dan always disdained to read those new books. At most, he just glanced at the list and looked familiar. He didn't even click in to see the introduction of Do Po Kangqiang, even if the other party was the number 1 in the new book list. Humph, he is a great god, do you understand? It's the kind that has high popularity, and countless people come to watch and cheer when you publish a book. A new book for a newcomer is not enough to catch his eyes. But it is impossible for these content eggs to burst out by themselves, and they only faintly replied in the QQ group, I have heard of it. Dan, I think the vampires fight is pretty good, you can also check it out. That vampire is said to be the trumpet of a fantasy god. Well, it's not surprising that there are such achievements. Who knows the size of a vampire? Dan, what do you think? The egg in front of the screen is always pouting. Those great gods of the fantasy category, he had all met at a certain point of the annual meeting, and they had close contacts in private. He hadn't heard any news about anyone secretly opening a new book recently. What do you think? So the head of the egg just pretended to be silly. This is the vampire. Does Dan always know which god's trumpet he is? Dan, I don't know. Originally planned to dive right here, but when he quit the chat, the book friends in the fan group started to go crazy and asked about Fights Break Sphere. Even the administrator is no exception. This makes the egg a little bit painful. Is it really okay for you to discuss Tao breaking the sky among my book friends like this? And the administrator, aren't you my fan? Why did you jump back in an instant? Dan, do you think that fighting against the sky has the potential to become a fine product and become a god? I plan to invest 100 yuan. You read www.yuyugonshu.com. Dan always sighed. I didn't expect that Fight Break Sphere was so influential that so many people in my book friend group talked and asked. So, in the face of the fans babbling, he seemed a bit unkind. Even if he pretended to be dead, he could only type helplessly, "It's very difficult to tell the truth, but I have to read the book Fights Break Sphere before I say." After watching it for 5 minutes, it is estimated that you will know the result. 5 minutes later. A book friend, Dan, what do you think? What do you think? I haven't tried poisoning the book yet. Total egg. Book friend, how is it? Mr. Dan, let me look at it for a while. I think, just reading the first 3 chapters doesn't seem to explain anything, right? Book friend, it makes sense. 10 minutes later. Book friend, are there any results, Mr. Dan? You won't be poisoned, right? Mr. Dan, let me watch it for a while, just a while. Another 20 minutes passed. Book friend, Chief Dan, are you still there? Mr. Dan, why is it so gone? Why doesn't the author have more and more? It's too good to look at enough. Book friend. So, the next unfolding is very magical. The director of Dan, who returned from reading, couldn't read the words directly, and he also said bluntly that the beginning of this Fights Break Sphere is much more subtle than his starting with eggs. Therefore, Mr. Dan did not hesitate to open the backstage of the work that started with Dan and opened a single chapter. Recommend a good book Fights Break the Sky to everyone. Zhang Tui by such a great author is undoubtedly the source of Su Chen's sudden increase in data. Chapter 12, Question, what do vampires like best? After learning the ins and outs of the whole incident from the comment area, Su Chen couldn't help feeling a little funny. I really got lucky, but for some reason, I got a Zhang Tui from a great author. Took off directly on the spot. In the afternoon, after a few hours of live broadcast with his sister as usual, Su Chen continued to devote himself to the great business of codewords. Zhang Tui from the head of the egg, after more than half a day of word-of-mouth fermentation, his collection of Fights Break Sphere has exceeded 10,000, and the recommendation votes are nearly 20,000, almost catching up with the number of words in the text. For other authors, even some old LV5 authors who have written books for several years need to look up. After all, this is only the first week, and it only has nearly 30,000 characters. And Su Shenli couldn't make 2 shifts a day, and those readers who were even more anxious screamed, and the comment area urged them all. Of course, many people are also more interested in the pie deal between vampires and Dan Zong, a new book with only more than 20,000 words. It hooks up with the great like Dan Zong, making book friends all kinds of suspicions. What is the origin of this vampire, what is the dirty relationship with the egg, and so on. Actually, Su Chen said that he didn't know any Danny at all, and hadn't heard or read his book. So, he didn't respond to the question in the comment area. Although he has always ignored the comment area. Brother, your novel seems to be very hanging. It has more than 10,000 in collection. Su Xiao, who had just been broadcast, pulled out the data of Fights Break Sphere from his mobile phone, and rushed into Su Chen's room excitedly with her bare feet and showed it to him. Girls don't use such vulgar words. Su Chen frowned. Also, remember to knock on the door before entering my room next time. Su Xiaoxiao ignored Su Chen's preaching and muttered to herself, I planned to help you publicize it in the live broadcast room in the past 2 days, but it seems unnecessary. Today I saw that there are discussions in the barrage. The sky is really shocked to me. This is just the beginning. After the follow-up recommendation, the results will be better. Su Chen said slowly, to be honest, I didn't expect that the book was so popular just a week after it was opened. Yes, you can, don't forget your sister when you get hot. Su Xiaoxiao blinked and stared at him, don't ask for anything else, wait for you to become a great god, just give us a live broadcast. It is good. Su Chen admitted that he had already heard that Su Xiaoxiao's remarks had something to do with his beard, but people, who wouldn't like to listen to compliments? So he was quite helpful right away, and promised Su Xiaoxiao that he would never forget to take you with him after he got angry. A new week is coming. This is 2 weeks after the book Fight Breaks Fear opened. Due to the strong push of the first week of classification, the popularity of the book has been popular throughout the site, and the number of collections has risen to tens of thousands. The fan list alone has no less than 10. Can be said to be terrifying. According to the normal rhythm of Huashu, after classification and push, it can already hit the 6-band and Sanjiang. But, if you dare to swipe the data, I'm sorry, there are no more pushes. This kind of fate is no less than calling her old woman in front of Zai Ma, or selling an increased insole to Levi. Is undoubtedly the groundbreaking on Tai Sui's head. Is miserable. After finishing coding as usual, Su Chen uploaded 4 chapters in one breath because it was recommended on the internet, which was a small explosion. Looking at the densely deposited manuscripts in the backstage, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, most of the saved manuscripts can really do whatever they want. After was published, Su Chen ran to the book review area and took a sneaky look at what kind of talented people have posted in the past few days. One thing worth mentioning is that there are more people now, and the comment area is not as harmonious as it was at the beginning. Fish and Dragon are mixed. Smog. Fights Break the Sphere suddenly became popular. It is impossible to say that there are no jealous guys. The group of elementary school students can take out the bones for you even in the eggs. No matter which world it is in, there will always be such a person, and he is very jealous to see that others are not good. But this does not prevent Su Chen from wandering in the book review area. After deleted the banned words, he found that there was a main problem in the book review area. Such as the problem of the book friend group. There is a post that has been artificially topped for a long time, calling on the author to create a book friend group, or the book friend wants to establish a group by himself, and he needs the consent of the vampire. Before they agreed, they might have created it, but they didn't dare to pull people, so as not to cause Su Chen's dissatisfaction. Even in order to get the top, the number of replies has reached several thousand. Because of the vampire, the author of this book, since the first chapter of Fights Breaks Fear was uploaded, he has not missed his face in the book review section. Even if he got the Zhang tweet from the chief egg, there was no interaction, it was too cold. Then I realized that there is only one person in the circle operation team of Dupokangjiang Book Circle, the author, and anyone else who wants to apply for an operation officer needs to get the consent of the circle owner Su Chen. Therefore, the book review area of Fighting the Sky has also generated many minor problems, such as various advertisements, passing by, and countless meaningless posts about books, and even affect the normal comment circle of book friends. After thinking for a while, Su Chen replied in a post opened by the leader, "Okay, open the group, you leave your QQ, we will discuss it privately." As the author's deity, responded in the comment area for the first time. This inconspicuous news quickly detonated the enthusiasm of readers. Wow, I read that right, a vampire has appeared. Guida finally bubbled up, crying. A group photo with the ghost in the front row. I thought the ghosts wouldn't read the book review section at all. Ghost. The ghost is big? Su Chen looked at this word in surprise. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com seems to be what fans call him, but it sounds inexplicably like a university. What's the matter? Fortunately, Su Chen didn't care much about this, and continued to check the poster. The host of this post is currently the first fan of Fights Break Sphere. Fans are worth 500,000 points, which is equivalent to 5,000 yuan. The ID supports vampires with salary. A veritable local tyrant. The local tyrant quickly bubbled up. Support the vampire with a salary, received, please see the private chat for the ghost. Click to open the private chat page. The account that supports vampires with salary sent him a series of numbers and told him that the fan group has been established, and there are currently only members with fans worth more than 10,000. This situation made him stunned. He didn't expect that these local tyrants were more anxious than himself, and they had already gathered together to build a group. Shook his head, and after remembering the group number, Su Chen quit the website at a certain point, opened Penguin and planned to search for group chat. But in the middle of the action, Su Chen paused and thought for a while, decided to set up a friend verification question for QQ first, so as not to keep the QQ ringing after joining the group. Question: what do vampires like best? This question is actually very confusing. According to common sense, the correct answer will definitely be blood, but in fact, this vampire is not that vampire. If the answer is, Su Chen has set self. He touched his bangs in his bag very badly. This has nothing to do with narcissism, it's mainly for not letting others guess the answer to the question easily. Right, that is it. After finishing this, Su Chen searched the group number, sent out an application for joining the group, and noted his pen name. Chapter 13, 100,000 characters. Su Chen's application to join the group was passed quickly. To his surprise, there were dozens of people in the group. It seems that the cohesion of the group owners is not bad, and it is worthy of praise to bring so many local tyrants together. In the future, it will be much easier to lick your face and beg the big guys to raise money. Su Chen thought shamelessly. After seeing Su Chen entering the group, the big bosses who were in the group filled with water all over. The whole group chat became quiet instantly. Su Chen tried to enter a funny emoticon and send it. Think about the water group but don't know what to say? Funny is over. The group chat was fried in an instant. Is this a vampire? I finally waited for you, but fortunately I didn't give up. Well, that Do Po is so good looking, Xiao Yan will give him a charge. From today, I will be a big fan of Gui Da. 10 years old fans come uninvited. Holding a ghost is a mess. Speaking of ghosts, men and women, what the is the head picture of a coffee cup? Obviously, seeing the mysterious high-cold author join the group, these big guys are very excited, and Su Chen sent a funny meaning, and there were continuous replies. A small group of dozens of people was stunned as a group of thousands of people. The news of Hula Hula made his computer screen a little stuck. The group owner, that is, the supporting vampires with salary, finally couldn't stand it anymore, and directly came to a ban of all, and then sent, "Can you please be quiet, let the ghost say a few words." Then, the group owner set Su Chen as an administrator and lifted all the bans. The enthusiasm of these big guys surprised him, so he edited the language and tried to type in the window. But suddenly he saw a red envelope with a password floating in front of him. Due to the habit of grabbing red envelopes, Su Chen clicked it subconsciously, entered the password automatically, and received the red envelope. There is a crisp sound of the gold coins flowing, and the amount inside is actually 200 yuan. Emma, really fragrant, worthy of being a local tyrant. Su Chen thought happily. What is the password for this red envelope? He exits the claim page to view. Vampire, today, we will update Fight Break Sphere with 100,000 words, and we will do what we say. This. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This group of big guys are too good at playing. In order to get themselves hooked, they really lost their money. It is better to withdraw quickly. Support vampires with salary. I'm optimistic about Brother Mo, Gaida said by himself, it's more explosive today. Author of Conscience, I love love. The ghost is fooled. Quickly take a screenshot of Ali. The vampire withdrew a message. Withdraw now? It's too late. Picture. The screenshot is proof. Su Chen is speechless, this group of friends are too good at playing. Also, all the bosses above the rudder master, what about your temperament? To use such a despicable method to induce himself is too damnable. But he didn't panic at all. Now he has saved more than 100 chapters just by saving the manuscript. Every day except live broadcast with Xiao Xiao, he has no idea what to do. If it weren't for the new book issue of Fights Break Sphere, I want to open another new hole. 100,000 words, according to a chapter of 2,000 words, it is about 50 chapters, even if it is really published, there is no pressure. In the group chat, after a while, seeing that Su Chen gradually dived into the water, the group of water friends started chatting on their own. I will drop a tortoise, the ghost will add more than 100,000 characters, really or not? This is obviously a later water friend. I just saw the screenshot and haven't figured out the situation. 200 yuan scammed 100,000 words in one go. It laughed so hard at me. I admire it. Hang, this is just a joke by the water friends, I guess there is no chapter in the result. True. Oh, the ghost is so short. The ghost is so short. Short +1. And Su Chen saw that the group began to brush her own short at this time, and she was immediately unhappy. How can a man tolerate others talking short? Is it true that the more than 100 chapters in my hand are not vegetarian? So he thought for a while, decided to come up with a cruel one, and typed directly in the group, short? I immediately exploded 100,000 words and did what I said. Bookers in the group. When I came to the writer's assistant, Su Chen opened the backstage where the manuscript was stored, snorted, clicked the mouse again and again, and uploaded 50 chapters in one go. And at the end of chapter 50, I directly signed a sentence, I see who would dare to say that labor and capital are short, the gambling appointment of the QQ group, and the 100,000 words are enough. If there is still too short, when it is troublesome to put it on the shelves for a reward, one leader will add another chapter. 1 minute later. Many book friends who broke the sky received the update prompt in the background. A certain bashing author was scanning the list in the background, and he happened to see Fights Break Sphere on the list. Is a new book, currently only 50,000 words, ranking first on the list. He clicked in with curiosity, only to find that the number of words in Dopakyong instantly became 150,000. Dizzy yourself? Hey, maybe the client is pumping again at some point. If you want to say a 10,000 character increase, he may believe it, but you brushed it in with a 100,000 character increase. What about bullshit? He doesn't believe it if it's not a bug. But when he opened the catalog, he was stunned. The number of chapters is actually dozens of chapters more. Fuck, what happened? So the author couldn't help it at once, and rushed to the group of fantasy authors, intending to discuss this strange event with everyone on the street. Instantly bursting 100,000 characters, is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Fantasy author group is still very common at this time. Several sparse water clusters fluttering on the street. Well, please ask for a chapter push, I just tried the water push, I need support urgently, and I will be on the street soon. Hurt, I was even worse. 300 collections are on the shelves. Would you like to guess a wave of my first order? It's miserable. UU reading www.uuganshu.com, you cut it. No, I have to insist on finishing writing. I believe that 1,000,000 will be God. Brother, when you said this last time, you used the last vest. Did you pay attention? Just now, Dao Baiqiang sent 100,000 words. The rushing street just now interjected. Fucking it really? Is the boss so self-willed? Speaking of which, vampires are not in the water anymore, they have become high and cold, and they will be collected in 2 weeks. It is already the existence that we look up to. I have finished reading the new chapter of Duba. The cause seems to be some gambling contract of the QQ group. NEI, I have a screenshot here picture, I have a friend in that internal group. Niu Pian, a joke is taken seriously, and a backhand burst into 100,000 words. 100,000 words? That's about 50 chapters. Is the saving of manuscripts so scary? By you, what happened? Fucking trough feathers have appeared. Has Yuda also been bombed out? Yuda 233 with a bewildered look. Chapter 14, Book Friends. Sitting at the computer desk, the editor in charge of the vampire, Bai Yu, hurriedly opened the book page of Do Breaking the Sky. In addition to the rewards from a large number of leaders, it can be seen that the original Do Breaking Sky with only 50,000 characters has quickly rushed to 150,000, and the comment area below is also embarrassed. Bai Yu saw this scene, and smiled bitterly. Vampire is so explosive, doesn't it completely disrupt your recommended steps? Like those books with good grades, the editors will tell them not to update too quickly, even if they need to be updated, 8,000 or 10,000 will be fine, so as not to disrupt the process of his recommendation. Fights Break the Sphere is a good book that is bound to catch fire, and it is the most important thing. Originally, Bai Yu arranged for him a series of 6-channel, Sanjiang, and homepage packages, but the vampire directly backhanded 100,000 words. Aren't you kidding him? Is too capricious, right? There are manuscripts saved, it's not like that. Bai Yu quickly proactively poked the vampire on the QQ. Bai Yu, why did you suddenly burst out? Vampire, I lost a bet in the group, and promised readers to burst more than 100,000 words, and do what you say. Bai Yu, Halo, you can owe it first, and then make up for it when it's on the shelf. Vampire, no, I am a principled author, and the readers say I am short, can I bear it? Bai Yu, you have a lot of words so fast, I am afraid that the list of new book recommendations before it is on the shelf will not be exhausted. Vampire, it's okay, writing books is just for dreams, these are all clouds. Bai Yu, vomiting blood. You're okay, I'm okay. Bai Yu thought with embarrassment, but he was helpless. Other authors who talked to him like this might have been given up by him long ago, but when it comes to vampires, they have to go the other way, because Do Po is bound to be a hot book, plus Bai Yu he is also considered half a fan of this book, so as the editor in charge, he must fully support it. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As usual, after broadcasting the live content with Su Xiao, Su Chen went offline and glanced at QQ by the way. The group of readers in the V group were already scared stupid at this time. Who would have thought that an author like a vampire would have received a red envelope and said that he would explode if he broke it? Sending 100,000 words was the same as playing. Is it really difficult for a gentleman to chase after a gentleman? But in this way, his saved manuscripts will be exhausted, right? All the book friends thought this way. No one in this group dared to say that vampires are short anymore. After a whole afternoon of dumbfounding, they are now all in the form of vampires Niobe, vampires, forever gods. There are also many red envelopes with passwords mixed in. After a group of local tyrants see the success of the group owner, many people are eager to catch more deposits. The password is also more ruthless than a series of red envelopes such as vampires will be more than 100 tomorrow, when you say it, vampires update 100 chapters every day, vampires wear women's clothing to dance in the pure land of bliss and so on. Fishing is hard fishing. The corner of Su Chen's mouth peeking at the screen. This time he can say nothing will be fooled. Also, what do you mean by the last MMP? Everyone wants to read books, so why do you want to watch women dancing when you come to you? Ignored the red envelopes that were making trouble, let alone bubbling in the V group, Su Chen quit QQ and went to his book review area. At this time, the comment area is probably writing the author's newbie, updating 100,000 words a day. Even some passerby readers can't help but watch the update and express shock and turn to fans. There are so many new words, and the writing is so beautiful, the two kinds of happiness are intertwined, which makes people want to stop. Vampires are awesome. 100,000 words a day, it is estimated that the author has regarded himself as a vampire, right? It's really a vampire. Speaking of the author, where is the group you mentioned in this chapter? Yes? Why secretly build a group? One person's blood book asks for the group number. If you don't have a group, you can't be rushed. Seeking the group number, from the top. There was a voice in the comment area, and Su Chen only remembered now. After joining the group, he just thought about his own length and forgot to say the group number. But that group is all above the rudder master, so it's a V group, so Su Chen created a general group of 500 people and posted it in the introduction of the work and the top post in the comment area. It didn't take long for many people to notice the news that vampires formed a group, and they flooded into the group chat of vampires. Suddenly, Su Chen's computer kept ringing, and the message prompt for joining the group was the same as the alarm bell. The first, second, third. Are you holding this report? No. Forget it, the vampire is awesome. Speaking of vampires. Is the ghost in the code word? If there is no code word, I will remind you again in 5 minutes. Dopo is so good to watch. After reading the new chapter in one go, I will be your brain fan from today. The group is extremely lively. The V group with only a few dozen people can be divided into 99 plus minutes, not to mention this group of 500 people. Only 10 minutes later, Su Chen was surprised to find that the group was full. Do these people like water so much? Not in a hurry to create a new group, Su Chen just looked at the screen while processing some ads, accounts such as Troll, free up a lot of room for group chat, and set up a book-related group chat review question. This bunch of what-buy ads, why do they get in so much? My hands are sore when I delete them. Because he is the only group leader, he is exhausted just tidying up the group members. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. Hey, he scolded the advertisements and the sunspot in his heart at this time. Posting these things will not only be kicked, but there is also the risk of title. Sometimes he really doesn't understand why these people are enthusiastic about it, and even more can't figure out that some people will be cheated by account hacking. So I deleted the ad and deleted Su Chen, who was soft, and returned to the chat page, planning to find 2 administrators to work for him and manage the group chat. At this time, the news that was being discussed in the group also attracted his attention. Is the vampire male or female? Nonsense, it must be a man who wrote this subject. Not necessarily, what if you are a soft girl with contrasting cuteness? The man was full of illusions. Soft girl? If it doesn't exist, let me break your illusion, said a user whose ID was the strongest female mid-laner. What, do you still know that vampires don't look good? The strongest female mid-laner, of course I know. Really? Send photos. There are pictures and the truth. I suspect that the author is watching the screen, brother, I persuade you to do it yourself. After seeing this strongest female mid-single reply, Su Chen also felt a little surprised. For some reason, he always felt that this person's head was a bit familiar. Su Chen clicked into the profile of the strongest female single. And many more. Isn't this Su Zioxio's QQ number? In the group chat, the strongest female mid-laner also replied again, okay, I will send it to you. Su. Shino. Shino. After confirming that this account belongs to his younger sister, Su Chen angrily got up from the computer desk and rushed to Su Xiaoxiao's room. Chapter 15, It's the Taste of Trading. Sure enough, Su Xiaoxiao was lying on the bed in his pajamas, his two snow-white little feet swinging lazily. Su Chen glanced intently, and on the tablet computer in the little girl's hand, it was his group of vampire book friends. "Brother, you are really looking at the screen." Looking at Su Chen, who rushed in like a tornado, the little girl laughed unconsciously, without any intention of concealing it. Turned her back. Su Chen stared. "If you dare to send out my photos." Before the ruthless words were spoken, Su Xiaoxiao muttered, "I'll just talk about it, my sister won't betray you. I don't dare to forgive you." Su Chen's tone pretended to be vicious, and stretched out his hand to squeeze the little girl's face. Is white and tender like a boiled egg, which seems to be able to pinch out water. His hands kept ravaging Su Xiaoxiao's face, and Su Chen felt much more comfortable when he watched the other side's hesitation in protest. Was about to stop, but Su Xiaoxiao was unhappy. The little girl stretched out her small green hand, grabbed Su Chen's earlobe, and twisted it firmly. What are you doing?" Su Chen only felt a pain in his ears and screamed subconsciously. "Who asked you to pinch my face like that?" Su Xiaoxiao didn't let Su Chen's red earlobes pass. "Okay, you dare to twist your brother's ears." Su Chen, unwilling to show weakness, leaned forward with one hand to catch Su Xiaoxiao's itchy flesh. The little girl, who was grinning, suddenly got a soft move from the waist, bowed and curled up on the bed, but the other hand never let Su Chen let go, using even more force. Caused Su Chen to be dragged directly onto the bed. So the siblings started fighting on the bed. In the end, the tablet computer kept beeping, interrupting the sweaty two. Su Chen and Su Xiaoxiao looked at each other with a smile, and stopped their movements. Rubbed the red ears, Su Chen only felt the burning pain in his ears. This little Nazai was using too much force. While rubbing his ears, Su Chen said, "The tablet's message notification tone keeps ringing, don't you look at it? Let's take a look. It's probably the people in your book friends who are waiting for me to post the photos." Su Xiaoxiao lay on the bed without raising her head. Su Chen picked up the tablet and took a look. It was really his group of book friends. In the group at this time, because Su Xiaoxiao has not released the photos, the fan group is agitated. Many group friends are in at. "Brother, where's the picture? Why didn't I post it after waiting for a long time? It won't be a sneak peek at everyone, right on the spot. Does the person upstairs really expect that person to explode a big picture of a ghost? Haha, if she has something to do with a ghost, I will show you live broadcast on the spot." The strongest female mid-laner was set by a vampire to become the group manager. 666. Sure enough, there is a deal. I remember there seems to be a live broadcast on it. Brother, just now, you are a werewolf. When that happens, remember to tell everyone the room number, and we will all join in. Yes? Why do you cheat and drink? Can the ghost explain what is going on? What is the relationship between the strongest female mid-laner and you? And Su Xiaoxiao will see that Su Chen has set himself up as an administrator, and immediately jumped for joy, grabbed the tablet, and typed and sent, "Ha ha ha, in fact, I live with the vampire." The book friends group exploded as soon as they heard it. Fuck. Slowly hit 1. Really? Isn't it possible to remind you every day? That's the ambition in front? If it's me, just put him in the small black room and lash him without giving a code. Do you think that this is my girlfriend? Looking at the news scrolling in the group, Su Chen reluctantly said to Su Xiaoxiao, "Managing you is not something that makes you forget about it. If you have time, remember to clear the sunspots and junk advertising numbers in the group. You know, brother, you can go with peace of mind." "No, it's the code word of peace of mind." She waved her hand to Su Chen. Su Xiao held the tablet, and happily teased the group across the network cable. Friend. Shook his head, returned to the room. Su Chen began to work. Before working, he came to the group chat without worry and briefly explained his relationship with the strongest female mid-laner. Probably also revealed that he was sure that he had met the strongest female mid-laner in reality. As for the brother-sister relationship, he wouldn't say it. Both of them are regarded as half-public figures, one is the popular anchor of shark fighting, and the other is the newcomer king at a certain point. They are both small and famous. Once they are discovered by water friends who take care of both, they will find out immediately their real information. After all, Su Chen shows up in the live broadcast room every day. If he really knows that the vampire is the strongest female mid-laner brother, then someone who cares will immediately guess that the keeper in the live broadcast room is the vampire himself. After explaining this, Su Chen didn't go to see the water groups and complaints of various group friends. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. He directly closed the group chat and turned on the computer to start codewords. Explosion consumes a lot of saved manuscripts, and he needs to prepare fully before they come out. Otherwise, what is the difference between an author who has no manuscript and Xianyu? The days just passed away like this. The wind and waves are calm, Fights Break Sphere has approached 300,000 characters, and it is gradually coming to the day when it will be put on shelves. The popularity of the live broadcast between Su Chen and Su Xiao has never stopped. The live broadcast effects of the two have varied, and the subscription has reached about 500,000. In just 1 month, the subscription popularity has risen from 350,000 to 500,000, which is quite rapid. A certain point here. Since the last 100,000 character update incident, Su Chen has maintained 2 updates a day and passed the new book period smoothly without any trouble. The editor in charge Bai Yu also seized the time to adjust the recommendation. First, he greeted the editor and approved the review of Sanjiang Pavilion in advance, and then he advanced the 6 frequency and other big resources in his hand and rearranged the recommendation list. In short, I rearranged everything in advance, and that period of time can be exhausting enough for him. Fortunately, when it was around 300,000 characters, the recommendation of Doe Breaking the Sky was basically finished, and now it basically depends on whether the vampire should be put on the shelves. After publishing the book for a month and a half, although the recommendation list is indeed a bit tight, you can basically see the true strength of this book, right? Bai Yu thought this way. His first estimate of Fights Break Sphere was about 3,000. On the other hand, if the vampire doesn't want to be on the shelf, just list it on the front page. If it is on the shelf, forget it. Take advantage of the trend to rank the recommendation to start with the egg, which can be regarded as maximizing resources. Chapter 16, Live Horror Games. So after a while, Bai Yu still intends to discuss with the vampire. He opens QQ and double-clicks the vampire's avatar. Bai Yu, you have a lot of words now, do you consider putting it on the shelves? Vampire, let me decide? Isn't this arranged by the editor? Seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes. Still editing the arrangement? You stinky boy broke 100,000 words when he didn't agree, and the number of words soared, and all my plans were disrupted. What else can I arrange? If it is the author of the street, it is estimated that he would have been blacklisted by the editor. But the other party is a vampire, the author with the most potential under his hand. If Bai Yubi becomes the head teacher, then the vampire is definitely the worst student in his class, but the most damning thing is that this little bunny has the first academic performance. So what else can he do? It's good if you are happy, and I will listen to you. Bai Yu, under normal circumstances, I will help other books decide, because I can judge the true strength of those books, but your book, you can only decide by yourself. Vampire, oh, let's put it on the shelves. Many people in the book friend group said that they would give me the leader, and now it's the end of the month, they can also get a wave of monthly passes. By you, in fact, those are not the key points, but they are okay. Remember to update them when they are on the shelves. The more the better, so as to increase the first order and make the subsequent data more stable. Vampire, okay, no problem, the crabs have big feathers. After finishing the conversation, Su Chen crossed the window. To be honest, he was very nervous about putting on the shelves. Although Fights Breaks Fear has always been ranked high and its momentum is like a rainbow, it actually has a collection of about 30,000. Even according to the 10-to-1 order ratio of the Great God, it is only 3,000 orders. If the subscription ratio is even worse according to the author's subscription ratio, it is very possible to subscribe 2,000 or even 1,000. However, the book Fights Break the Sphere cannot be viewed completely from the perspective of common sense. Because this book has just opened, and because of the total chapter push of the Big Egg, there has been a wave of collections. Although the increase has declined after that, the hundreds of books are still stable every day. This chapter is estimated to be one of them. The second is the burst effect. Most internet writers occasionally have a small outbreak, with 4 or 5 chapters, about 10,000 words. What's more, there are more than 10 chapters at a time, which is already quite an astonishing number, although I know that these are definitely the author's deposits, but when I really see them, I can't help but be surprised. This also greatly improves the reader's reading experience. In this parallel world where web content is lagging behind, the 10 chapters are already very impressive and eye-catching. So let alone Su Chen's operation, which is more than 100,000 words at a time. Looking at the entire online literary world, it's a well-deserved first person. Even if many readers who don't watch Fight Breaks Fear, they will take this matter as an example, and the unintentional heat can be seen. This is already a general existence similar to advertising effects. Even after that, there will be various big guys to follow suit, but the effect is definitely not as good as now because they are not the first to eat crabs. So what is the ultimate strength of the book Fight Breaking the Sky? In fact, even Su Chen himself could not estimate. We have to wait until the day when it is put on the shelf to see the result. One more day, Wednesday, one step closer to the day of the shelves. According to the shelves date of By You, it is this Friday that they will be listed. In the daytime, after Su Chen was decadent at home for a long time, he started a live broadcast with Su Xiao. The two of them have been in a row over the past few days, and they have already rushed to Diamond 4. One step closer to the second drill they are about to achieve. Su Chen's skills have also improved. All day long playing games with masters like Su Xiao, even with his own not-so-good game skills. Basically, the combination of two people in the upper, middle, or bottom lane, they all win more and lose less. And he plays the single line by himself, against those experienced diamond goalkeepers. Even without the support of Su Xiaoxio's wild mother, he can still achieve stable development and even landing advantage. Just as he was about to log into the account as usual, Su Xiao stopped him, with a mysterious face. I found a game today and it was recommended to me by many fans. Would you like to play it? What game? As a game house, Su Chen asked enthusiastically. A horror game. The little girl smiled brightly. A lot of shark fighting anchors have been playing recently, and the enthusiasm is very high. Horror game. Su Chen's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he was a little less interested when he first came up. It's not that he is afraid, but that he is really insensitive to horror games. Playing this kind of game is too tight and can't enjoy the fun of the game at all, and Su Chen can't help shaking at every high-energy moment. The mouse in your hand may suffer, it will be thrown out. Seeing Su Chen's expression, the barrage indicated that it was very interesting. The breeder is not afraid, right? My uncle is a coward. Counseling and counseling. What kind of horror game do you want to play? LOL, today is not broadcasted. I seem to guess what Xiao is going to play. Seeing the ridicule of the barrage, Su Xiao couldn't help but looked at Su Chen sarcastically. Brother, are you scared? Will I be afraid of just a game? Su Chen squinted at Su Xiao. It's you, don't you play LOL today? The main content of today is to interact with you. Fans say they want to watch us play mini games and adjust the atmosphere of the live broadcast room. It is true that handsome men and beautiful women have been playing LOL, which will inevitably make the audience feel monotonous. Okay, listen to you. Su Chen waved his hand. Hey! The little girl laughed twice. You reading www.yuuganju.com clicked on a familiar icon on the desktop. Su Chen saw this, her expression became weird. This is the horror game, she said. Accompanied by a burst of familiar soft music, the window showed the loading page. The land was slowly covered with turf until the end, a cyan human head emerged from the ground. It may be weird to say that, but if you saw the cute style of painting with your own eyes, you probably wouldn't think so. Yes, this game is impressively a well-known veteran stand-alone game, Plants vs. Zombies. Do you call this a horror game? Su Chen couldn't help looking at Su Xiao, with an expression of I'm satisfied. Zombie, brain-eating, fog mode, and special effects of severed hands and heads, and many elements. Isn't it a horror game? This. Listening to Su Xiaoxio's sophistry, Su Chen really didn't know how to refute it for a while. And the barrage has now neatly swiped up the screen full of question marks. Especially those who are full of anticipation for horror games, after seeing Su Xiao opening Plants vs. Zombies, they almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. So in your eyes, is Plants vs. Zombies a horror game? Chapter 17, Plants vs. Zombies. As everyone knows, Plants vs. Zombies is a horror game. Shen Tem a horror game. The old coward. Alas, I was expecting my wife to look nervous playing horror games. The breeder looks at you with a foolish look. My elder brother was fooled again. The barrage screamed, and the number of question marks was particularly prominent. In the live broadcast room with hundreds of thousands of people, there is no one to watch Su Xiao open Plants vs. Zombies in this group. But the most embarrassing thing is that Su Chen observed for a while and found that when Su Xiao opened the Plants vs. Zombies meeting, his popularity did not drop at all. Not only did it not decline, but it also has a faint upward trend. This is outrageous. Do these people like to watch Plants vs. Zombies? Actually, Su Chen didn't know much about this. Su Xiao chose to live broadcast Plants vs. Zombies, not without purpose. On the recent Fighting Shark platform, Plants vs. Zombies is very popular. I don't know about other channels. Anyway, the anchors of the League of Legends, such as the leader, Chuang, Teacher Ma, and the Big Quail, all seem to be agreed. Incorporating the content of Plants vs. Zombies into the live content. Especially the leader, he doesn't even play fighting landlords when he is waiting for time. The Plants vs. Zombies survival mode is open until he enters the game, and his teammates ask him to stop. Big Quail has also become fascinated by this game recently. After all the original version has been cleared, he also began to challenge the more difficult 95th and beta version, which is barely considered a senior player. This easy-to-operate game became popular, and even anchors like Su Xiao received a notice from SuperTube, and discussed with her that some mini-game content can be introduced into the live content, and Plants vs. Zombies recently Dosha is very popular and is a good choice. So even if Su Xiao agreed, and just did what he said, she picked up Su Chen to broadcast Plants vs. Zombies the next day. Does not neglect at all. Speaking of the game Plants vs. Zombies, it's actually a strategy tower defense game. It's not difficult to say, but it's not easy to say it is simple. The knowledge of endless mode is also very particular. Wait a minute. This veteran game has been developed by players with a variety of endless gameplay. Endless formations are varied. It is estimated that even the designer himself would not have thought that the game can be developed by players so thoroughly. Su Chen himself was once a loyal Plants vs. Zombies fan. Before he came into contact with League of Legends, when he was a student, the happiest thing every day is to go home and play 2 games of Plants vs. Zombies. As for his understanding of this game, it is basically more than advanced, and the level of experts is not full. The endless mode sets up a ladder with 8 shots. Basically, the timing of the shots is not missed, and it is not a problem to easily defend hundreds of waves. So when he saw Su Xiaoxiao opening the game, he was first surprised, and then missed. This classic game really carries too many memories. But now it's live broadcast, and Su Chen can't slip away, so the good memories are put away, and they start to enter the theme. How do we broadcast this stand-alone game? You play it alone and I will support you. That's right. Su Xiaoxiao entered the game menu page. Let's take turns to play, 1 player for 1 round, and whoever loses will sing a song to reward the audience. Sing. Su Chen thought for a while, but his mind didn't change his mind. This girl is a bit out of thinking, she can't keep up with her at all. The barrage is energized when I hear the singing. Agree with both hands and feet. I want to listen to my wife singing. Listen to my wife singing, tremolo. Friends, don't speak up. Actually, I would like to listen to the little brother of the breeder singing QAQ. This is obviously a female fan. It's too grassy to reward the audience. Yes, sing. The little girl shook her head and shook her head. Your sister is versatile, she is beautiful, not to mention, singing is also the sound of nature. She can rely on her face to eat, but she depends on talent. Well, although I will never lose, that's it. Shut up. Shameless old thief. Couple face. I have never seen such a brazen person. One said one, I just came to see the girl. I also have a showdown, I am Yang Kong, I came for my wife's beauty. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched. I thought I was narcissistic enough, but I didn't expect this girl to be the real narcissistic monster. But according to memory, he has also heard Su Xiaoxiao sing. The sound is accurate, the music is strong, and the voice is sweet, which definitely belongs to the category of good sounding. Also, if you don't have 2 brushes, why would you think of doing a live broadcast? Then, you or me first? Su Chen asked. Let me go first. You just need to watch behind me. Su Xiaoxiao moved the chair to make room for Su Chen to make sure that the camera can get it. After confirming the rules with Su Xiaoxiao, Su Chen also moved the chair behind the opponent and sat down, watching his sister operate. The Plants vs. Zombies downloaded by Su Xiaoxiao is a version that has already been cleared, so the level for the 2 to compete is determined by the barrage. Moreover, in order to prevent the second operator from emulating the former, the barrage will also select different levels. After clarifying the rules with the audience, Su Xiaoxiao was very experienced, and typed the current game and the rules of the 2 on the notepad. Reading www.youcanshu.com and hung at the top of the screen, allowing new audiences to see at a glance. Those people from province asked the same question rushingly, and the 2 of them were tired of answering it. Come on, everyone, do you want to see which level I play? After everything was ready, Su Xiaoxiao asked about the barrage confidently. After a moment of silence, the barrage began to discuss seriously. Brother Meng has the high play of Plants vs. Zombies, it's up to you to hear my wife singing today. The original version is nothing difficult, right? Leaving the endless mode aside, it's a bit difficult for Dr. Wang's revenge level. This is a sensible person, and he speaks out the mystery. Then the dead king is closed. This is okay, if the king of zombie has bad luck at that level, it will really overturn. It's great to play the 95th edition, I promise to scare Xiao Xiao to death when my second master comes out. At the beginning, the barrage discussed it on the public screen for a while, and quickly confirmed the tone, unanimously pointing to the level of Dr. Zombie King's revenge. The full screen of the word Zombie King made the result self-evident. After all, the original version is really nothing difficult, especially for the great like Su Xiao who is quick to get started. The fault tolerance rate of the Dead King's Pass is a bit lower. The Revenge of Dr. Zombie King? Seeing this result, Su Xiao couldn't help laughing. You need to know that she was notified by the Superman a few days ago that when she made up for this game, the one she practiced the most was the King of Zombie level. Now it happens to be used on the blade. I have to say that the barrage is really good at picking, and she picked the part that she knows best. Happily agreed to the request for the next barrage. After Su Xiao opened a quiz for this small game, he quickly entered the game. Chapter 18, Beta version of PVZ. The image at the beginning of the game is on the roof of the Dark Knight, with a pair of mechanical feet stepping on the tiles. One by one, the zombies are dropped down. Su Xiao, there is basically no pressure here. She should have figured out the game's routine in advance. Cabbage, watermelon, and corn were arranged in an orderly and stable manner in the early stage. This stiff king can't do it. This is the Dead King? Use ice mushrooms for fireballs and peppers for ice balls. Su Xiao operated very securely, laid out the layout leisurely. She even had a leisurely time to chat with the barrage, playing very relaxed and enjoyable. In the end, the King of Zombies machine fell, the plant won, and the cart was intact. I won this level easily. After, Su Xiao gently clicked the trophy on the screen with the mouse, and the corner of his mouth was squeezed. A piece of barrage wailing. Most people want to hear Su Xiao sing. At this moment, it's impossible. However, the female fans are laughing, so that you can hear Xiao's brother, who is the little brother of the breeder, singing. As a strong-looking male pornographic anchor, there are still many female fans on Dusha platform who like to watch Su Chen, but Xiao's live broadcast barrage is basically dominated by male fans, except for private messages. It's really hard to find female fans. It's really too simple. It seems you want to reward the audience, brother. Su Xiao turned her head and smiled at Su Chen with a dark belly. Do not come over, keeper. Don't speak up. The dead song is big, everyone run away. Wait for my uncle to release myself. I haven't started playing yet. Seeing the barrage floating by, Su Chen's mouth twitched. Makes myself feel like some kind of phonic fascination. Please, I am Su Xiao's brother, and he inherited a good family lineage. Even if I can't sing, I can't hear you anywhere, right? But I have won, Su Xiao blinked. Furthermore, according to the theory that speeding up the enemy is equal to slowing down, if I win, it means you lose. Su Chen. What kind of devil's logic is this? The theory of relativity is not like that. The barrage also began to flash up the question mark on the screen, and the interaction between the two made the popularity of the live broadcast room continue to rise. How about this? Su Chen saw that the barrage had been trying to listen to Xiao singing, so he thought about it and came up with an idea. I will play another game. If I lose, count me as losing and I will sing a song to the audience. If we win, we will count as a tie. How about we sing a song to the audience together? Wonderful. This is a good idea. Subscribed by Minister. Seeing that the barrage was accompanied by harmonies, Su Chen did not wait for Su Xiao to speak, and continued to hit the railroad while it was hot. Audiences who think this method is good deduct a 1 on the public screen. Suddenly, the barrage was overwhelming, and the little girl was taken aback for a while. 1111111. Ha ha ha, my wife is dumbfounded. Big brother, this is a trick. There is a high probability that you can hear the two singing in a chorus. Brothers, think about what song you want to order later. I am a female fan, I am satisfied. How about, Xiao, would you disagree? Su Chen would look at Su Xiao with a smile. The content of the live broadcast was completely out of touch when Su Xiao said that he was going to play Plants vs. Zombies, and it exceeded Su Chen's homework. Therefore, his current interaction is completely on-the-spot performance. This stinky girl wants to watch herself sing in front of hundreds of thousands of audiences, so she doesn't want to be, and she has to get along with her life and death. Hey, why don't you agree to sing a song? Su Xiaoxiao pouted her lips and said reluctantly, and it's hard to say whether you can win or not. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Tell you a secret, I have been playing Plants vs. Zombies for almost 10 years. 10 years. After Su Xiaoxiao listened, her face changed obviously. I thought my brother was a cloud player, but turned out to be an uninvited 10-year-old fan? A 10-year veteran player, that is to say, there are basically no levels to embarrass him. This means that I have decided to sing this song today? Su Xiaoxiao thinks and gets colder. At this time, Su Chen still attached to Su Xiaoxiao's ear gloomily, and whispered, "It's okay, I'm just playing just so-so. The level of the beta version of the 95th version of the beta version is not too good." Hiss. The little girl couldn't help taking a breath, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. Both the 95th and beta versions can be cleared. Is this guy a devil? Play a little game so seriously. She has also heard of these two versions. Many anchors only play 3 or 4 levels and then become autistic. The difficulty of monster spawning can be called level. It's commonplace to start with a fantasy start like the King of Dance, the Giant in the start, and the Second Master in the start. Is not for human play. And Su Chen has passed these two versions of the Adventure Week, which can only be described as inhuman. Don't look at me like this. After all, the old man is not a devil. At most, I sang a song together. What's there to worry about? Su Chen stood up and said casually, "By the way, I'll go to the bathroom first. You can let the barrage choose any level for me." After talking, Su Chen walked out of the room. Ha 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 ha. Laughing out the goose calling. Smile, I have been thanked. Breeder, after all, the old man is not a devil. Big brother is awesome. Originally I came to learn LOL technology, but it seems very interesting to watch Shino and the breeder fight wits and courage. I still have my elder brother to treat my wife. After Su Chen left, Su Xiaoxiao's mood couldn't be calm for a long time. Originally, her purpose was just to molest her brother, so that he could sing in front of the audience without saying hello, just to fix him. But who knows this way of betting, he chose the game that Su Chen is best at, and in the end he lost himself. This is something Su Xiaoxiao never expected. But then, the little girl rolled her eyes around and said to the camera, "In this case, then I will replace everyone and choose a level for my brother at will, is it okay?" Of course there is no problem, we believe in the strength of the older brother. The barrage said okay. In fact, the audience really doesn't care about the level of selection. The difficulty of this version is not high. Basically, people who have a little research can get through all the cards without losing their car. Not to mention the senior boss like Su Chen, who has been in contact with Plants vs. Zombies for many years. It is no exaggeration to say that you read www.yuyuganshu.com every level to brush how many kinds of zombies he can recite back and forth. Well, I will choose the level of Hammer Zombie. Su Xiaoxiao clicked on the level of hammering zombies in the mini-game. This level is probably like hitting a hamster. Zombies are constantly emerging from the grave. What the player has to do is to clean up all these zombies with a hammer and hold on to the 2 waves of offensive. But just when she clicked into the game page, the screen in the live broadcast room suddenly went black. What happened? I got stuck? Where is the man, where is my wife? But fortunately, this abnormal state only lasted for less than half a minute. Before the audience in the live broadcast room had time to react, the screen returned to normal. Sorry viewers, the network card just got stuck, now the live broadcast continues. Su Xiaoxiao smiled apologetically and clicked on the game of Hammer Zombie. If there is a careful audience, you can find that the main menu button in the upper right corner of the game page has become a line of small print. Beta 5.40. The version of has been switched. This is clearly the most perverted beta version of Plants vs. Zombies, the perverted monster spawning, and the extremely hard to persuade version of greatly enhanced zombies. In the black screen just now, So Xiao Xiao played a careful look and replaced the level of Hammer Zombie with the beta version. If there are students who have played this level, you will understand what it means. The beta version of the Hammer Zombie can be called the ultimate difficulty. It is difficult to explode and has first-rate persuasion ability. If you want to pass this level, you need a good mouse, not to mention, you have to be single with more than 20 years of hand speed. And the audience at this time hasn't even noticed. Chapter 19, I don't get through my handstand shampoo. I am back. Opened the door and Su Chen walked to the chair. Su Xiao Xiao had already moved to the back seat on his own initiative and exchanged positions with Su Chen. Su Chen came to the camera and glanced at the background of the game. Well, it was the Hammer Zombie level, so he glanced at the barrage again. Originally, he wanted to see how the barrage discusses the content of the game, but he didn't want to glance at it. Most of the barrage was refreshing. Xiao Xiao was scolding you just now. Xiao Xiao was talking bad about you just now. Breeder, you were chewed by Xiao Xiao. This is just a talk of Do Shat, but Su Chen didn't know it, turned his head and looked at Su Xiao Xiao earnestly. Did you talk bad about me just now? Su Xiao Xiao. Su Xiao Xiao, who had already done something bad at first, was very flustered. At this time, she was even more shocked, pretending to be calm and said, who is saying bad things about you? The barrage is talking nonsense, so, you should start the game quickly. Right. Well, forgive you for not dare. After reacting for a moment, and after figuring out that it was the barrage feature in the live broadcast room, Su Chen turned his head and was about to start the game. And when Su Xiao Xiao saw this, he sighed and laughed secretly in his heart. This is the beta version of the level, it's not just a level that can be cleared with experience. Especially the level of Hammer Zombies, the beta version does not only brush iron barrels, roadblocks and ordinary zombies, but randomly brush out all zombies. Like giants, ice carts, dance kings, and high nut zombies, they can all be spawned from the tombstone, and they move at a very fast speed. A little slower may lead to GG. So it's absolutely impossible for me to pass the level. Showed a smile with plans. In order to prevent Su Chen from going back, the little girl quickly confirmed, brother, is it right? If you lose this level, you will sing in the live broadcast alone. Yes, of course there is no problem, but if I win, we will sing together. Su Chen didn't realize the seriousness of the problem and answered casually. No one noticed even the barrage in the live broadcast room, and they were still cheering on Su Chen. What's more, even the rockets were released. As usual, thanks to a wave of gifts from local tyrants from all walks of life, Su Chen opened a wave of quiz and prepared to start the game. It is worth mentioning here that most people don't know that Su Xiao Xiao secretly changed to a more difficult version. Basically 90% of the people bet that Su Chen will win and not lose a car. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao's little face was tangled, and she planned to make Su Chen cancel this quiz, because the audience was innocent, so that the whole person is equivalent to even those audiences are fooled. It will definitely be the end of the dog gambling, and it will be horrible. But after hesitating for a moment, Su Xiaoxiao hesitated to speak, and decided that since he wanted to punish him, he would punish to the end, and walk to the end. As for those viewers, she can only say sorry in her heart. It will be a pity to send some red envelopes in the live broadcast room after a while. On the other side, Su Chen didn't notice the rich micro-expressions of the little girl. He has now concentrated on starting the game. From his point of view, the Hammer Zombie level is not difficult. With his hand speed and responsiveness, Su Chen is confident that he can easily pass the level. Officially entered the game. The brisk music sounded, and several tombstones quickly appeared on the lawn in the dark night. These are the sources of zombies. Su Chen is ready to hammer. Next, according to his estimation, a few ordinary zombies will be spawned from the beginning, and they are still the slow ones. However, a catapult quickly appeared in the tombstone. Su Chen. Then there is a dance king with a spotlight on and a ghost walking. Su Chen. After hammering the first two to death, immediately afterwards, a fast-running ice car and a red-eyed giant came out together. Su Chen. He will not react for a while. When will these unreasonable zombies appear in the tombstone? Shouldn't it be only the three Tong Lupu brothers? But fortunately, Su Chen's hand speed was not slow, and the mouse quickly clicked to bring down the ice truck and the giant. The barrage saw this, and it was also full of question marks. Even viewers who have never been in contact with Plants vs. Zombies have noticed something wrong at this time. WTF? How can there be giants in the tombstone? What is the ice cart? Is this really Plants vs. Zombies? Who can tell me what's going on? Did the zombie who drove the accelerator stomp to death? How can people play at such a fast speed? I am dizzy. This is the beta version, right? Soon some experienced players noticed the details of the game. Really, the breeder looks at the upper right corner. Beta version? That particularly difficult version of dismissal? One thing to say, I did persuade me to retreat. I uninstalled the game after I played the poll. Su Chen was wondering, he only noticed the barrage after he hammered a few messy zombies to death. He quickly glanced at the upper right corner of the screen. Beta 5.40. Su Chen yelled and fucked. I said why it's so difficult, it turned out to be the beta version for me. When did I change it? Why didn't I pay attention to it in the live broadcast room? Isn't there a black screen for a while? Grass? A plant? Day? A kind of celestial body? Gan? Mystery substance? The audience finally realized the seriousness of the problem. How can this elder brother win? Cheating, cheating. Sino Shino comes here and gets beaten. You lied to me, fishball stone hammer. When you say that, I seem to have quizzed on you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. While watching the various barrage in the live broadcast room, while performing the abnormal version of the hammer zombie, Su Chen said without looking up, Xiao Xiao, did you switch to the beta version for me? Hey Su Xiao Xiao laughed non-committal, and did not answer the question directly. Brother, if you concede defeat, take advantage of it now. Su Chen had a good time after listening. In fact, he really doesn't care what version this is. Was surprised at first, and now he has adapted to the game. Long before the crossing, he had cleared beta's hammer zombie and did not issue any cheating commands. The beta version is difficult, but this hammer zombie does not require any strategy, just completely eats hand speed. As long as the hand speed is abnormal enough, you can pass the level. It just so happens that hand speed and reflexes are what Su Chen is best at, and he can notice it as early as the LOL match to the leader. It's just that the protagonist of that game is Su Xiao Xiao. Even if Su Chen's performance is very eye-catching, he is just a foil for his sister. In addition, the main perspective of the live broadcast is spiders, and most of the audience's attention is on Su Xiao Xiao. So now, my stupid sister, it's time for you to see the real hand speed of your brother. Orderly planted a tombstone devourer during the intermission of the game, and Su Chen moved his mouse again and again, hammering one zombie one after another. It's okay, it doesn't matter what version is, let me say in advance, you don't have to worry that I will lose this game. If I lose, I will perform handstand shampoo for everyone, and I will do it. Su Chen said astonishingly. Chapter 20, All Rise. Handstand shampoo, cattle batch. Forget it, the money lost in the quiz is just to see the breeder wash his hair upside down, no loss. The anchor is really ruthless. The bullet screens expressed their admiration, and at the same time, almost no one thought that Su Chen would pass the customs. Don't look at Su Chen's ability to deal with it now, but soon, the speed of zombies in this level will be faster and faster, so fast that those handicapped parties can't match it. The full screen of zombies makes ordinary players unable to cope. But Su Chen is an ordinary player? Obviously not. There is no ordinary traveler. In Su Zioxio's unbelievable gaze, Su Chen's hand holding the mouse reached a speed that broke through common sense. His fingers crackled and clicked on the buttons of the mouse. The crisp sound was like a cannon, and the little hammer quickly moved away. The zombies that come faster are hammered to death. The time for the level has come halfway, but no zombie can walk to the lawn after 5 blocks. Some crispy zombies were chopped to death before they even got out of the grave. The audience who heard the sound through the screen all felt a trace of heart palpitations. What hand speed is this, Nima, or is it a human? 666. This hand speed, at least 20 years single. Really, too fast, I can't keep up with the hammer. Speak the truth, I can't do it for me. My roommate asked me why I was kneeling and watching the live broadcast. Too strong, the breeder's hand speed. I recorded the anchor, and will post it on major video sites later. The barrage exploded. Even Su Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that her brother was a pervert. Well, of course it refers to the perversion at the level of the game. Brother, have you taken medicine? So Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head and asked tentatively. Speaking of it, the little girl recently felt that Su Chen had somehow changed her personality. She suddenly began to write novels and became a big hit. Even now playing games with herself has greatly increased her strength. Is too ridiculous. It's just basic operation. Su Chen, the wind is light and the clouds are light. I am very good at this level. I can only say that you chose very well. Although what he said is the truth, there is indeed a compelling element in it. Su Xiaoxiao. The little girl didn't know what to say, so she could only watch Su Chen completing the level one by one. Beta version hammer zombies in the second half of this level. It is simply not for people to play. A steady stream of zombies emerge, and the moving speed of each zombie is extremely fast. A little careless, it is possible to GG. The constant brushing of the king of dancers, catapults, giants, tall nuts, and iron buckets made audiences who only played the original Plants vs. Zombies stunned their tongues. Is this really the Plants vs. Zombies you are familiar with? What you might play is a fake. Is it definitely fake? The barrage thought so many times. And Su Chen has now entered a state of absolute concentration. The zombies that are brushed out of abnormal speed in the game, even if it is him, have to pay 200% attention, not to mention interacting with the barrage. He doesn't even have the ability to speak now. Regarding this point, players who have tried this level in person should have a deep understanding. Su Xiaoxiao watched her breathlessly. This kind of hand speed is completely a super boss. Even if it is a game genius like her, it is an existence that needs to be looked up to. The breeder is this angry? My god, cold and handsome, this barrage is probably either a pervert or a female fan. This hand speed, isn't it possible? How do I feel like it's hanging? Agree with the previous, I also feel it is a mouse clicker. Said it is G, can't you hear the loud sound of the mouse? Hehe, the mouse sound can be pressed to that extent, just try to imitate it. Don't bring the rhythm, okay, the breeder will explain the wave. Width, just hard width. Even the discussion direction of the barrage has changed from worship to suspicion, and it is faintly developing in the direction of tearing the battle. There is no way, because this man is so fast. Is almost inhuman. Playing games is like this. When the value of a certain item reaches its peak, the audience will feel abnormal and suspect that you are playing on behalf of the script. Su Chen is in this situation now. However, he devoted himself to the hammer zombie level without paying attention to the discussion of the barrage at all. But fortunately, Su Xiaoxiao noticed. As an audience with the best perspective, Su Xiaoxiao has completely seen Su Chen's performance in her eyes. The super high hand speed is simply the existence she wants to look up and admire. This will see the rhythm of the barrage. Going off track is naturally intolerable. Although I really hope that my brother will lose. But I think there are a lot of barrage with random rhythm, let's show you guys. Su Xiao approached the screen unhurriedly and adjusted the angle of the camera so that the camera could not only capture Su Chen's face, but also clearly show the hand holding the mouse. His hand with well-knotted joints grasped the mouse, moving fast, and his fingers seemed to be cramped. At a very unbelievable speed, he madly tapped the left mouse button. After corresponding this picture to the game on the screen, the barrage was in an uproar. Those questioning voices just now disappeared instantly. 666666. My God, hand control expresses satisfaction. This seems to be the person who was suspected to be a female fan just now, and there are many female fans in the live broadcast room who specifically come to see Yan. Fuck, I'm kneeling this time. Is it really not connected? The hand of ghost animal. Mom, it's too fast. Gimukama, is that you? Breeder, you are not a man. This hand speed, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com Niobe, 666, I really can't think of any adjectives to express my feelings. I will give you 82 points for this wave of hand speed, and I will send you the other 18 points in the form of 3 SIXS. Amidst a barrage of worship, Su Chen quickly completed the game. Hammered the last dumb sled car zombie. Looking at the trophy that jumped out, Su Chen took a deep breath and leaned in relief on the back of the chair. Did not lose a car, like a game metamorphosis, passed this level perfectly. Glanced at the bullet screen, which has now all become 66666. New batch. All rise. The corner of Su Chen's mouth raised, and after a stretch, settled the quiz. Suddenly, those spectators who had some grievances in their hearts, who participated in the quiz, would no longer have any emotions in their hearts. They just want to raise their hands and shout the breeder cattle batch. After a while, after shook his slightly sour right hand, Su Chen turned his head and looked at Su Xiao who was fidgeting aside. How about, I won without losing a car, should someone keep their promise now? The barrage also began to booze. Chorus. Brothers are cute, click on the song. My requirements are not high, I just want to watch the breeder put on a 6 cm high heel, and dance with Xiao in the pure land of bliss and sing majestic style. Subscribed by Minister. Wonderful, wonderful. Are you all perverts? But this can indeed have. Su Chen. Chapter 21, Super 2 Browns. Is this him a suffering in the world? He finally survived, but he still wants to please the audience with women's clothing and suffer persecution? Su Chen felt that some changes had taken place in his mentality. He is a dignified 7-foot man, self-improvement, such things as women's clothing? Non-existent. But fortunately, the barrage also gave a cheer, probably they also knew that Su Chen could not really go to women's clothing. So soon, the tone began to change. If you sing together, I want to hear little dimples. The chorus is just a bit more normal, right? Whatever, I really want to hear my wife sing anyway. Sing a song, I also recognize the wolf. Wild wolf? Pull it down, Xiao Xiaolei is afraid it's not a milk wolf. In front, isn't milk wolf fragrant? Or you can have a love river, the most popular song recently. Mom, Mensen just came in and saw the barrage talking about the Lord of Shadows, did he make such a big flavor as soon as he came in? The bullet screen didn't have any good ideas for a while. And Su Xiao was almost amused by the barrage when she saw it. These people still want to hear the wolf? If she really sang it, she would have to go to Grandma's house. Well, to describe it as a milk wolf, there seems to be nothing wrong. There are also those who love the river, there is no Lord of the Shadow Stream, and there is no instant hell shadow killing array. If there is, it is also in the game. Ahem, since there is such a strong request for my brother and me to sing, then I might as well let my brother tell him what to rap. Su Xiao let out a dry cough, and at the same time kicked the ball back to Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen thought about it for a while, and quickly remembered a song. Xiao Xiao, can you sing Out of the Mountain? He remembered this song. Before crossing, he often played it in loop on the way home from work or after get off work. It was very familiar. As for this world, Su Chen has already checked the information, and there are exactly the same songs coming out, but the author and arranger are different, so the problem is not big. Out of the Mountain? Isn't that a song from 18 years? Su Xiao tilted her head, not much, but if you follow along, there should be no problem. The little girl said okay. So the two began to prepare. Is probably to review the lyrics, adjust the equipment, and greet the audience. It takes about 3 minutes. The barrage began to talk again during this time. Out of the Mountain, it seems to be a popular song some time ago. Never heard of it. For a while, I can see it every day on the hot search of Penguin Music. It's a song released in September of 2018, it's pretty good, and you can experience a wave after you haven't heard it before. I think it will be nice to sing Xiao Xiao. Actually, I look forward to the Keeper Singing Skills 2333. Just when the two are about to sing, a line of small characters is displayed on the scrolling screen in the live broadcast room. Fight Shark and Hat enter the live broadcast room. Hat is the Shark super administrator who is mainly responsible for the game division. The usual main job is to check the rooms of the major anchors to check whether there is any illegal content, or to see what the gang of anchors are doing. In short, it has a similar relationship with the editor in charge of a certain point and the author. It happens that this Hat is also the Superman who has contacted Su Xiao. The number of fans in Su Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room has skyrocketed recently, which aroused his idea. After repeatedly confirming that the other party did not check the data, he took the time to come to Su Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room to check the room and find out. The number of subscriptions has more than doubled in a few days, and the data has not been updated yet. Even the official Dusha platform has to do something. So the Hat came to rounds, a large part of it was because the superiors gave orders. Hey? Is this going to sing? And it's 2 people. The Hat that entered the live broadcast room noticed that Su Chen and Su Xiao were fiddling with the equipment, and he could tell in an instant that he was experienced. And what makes him more concerned is that the other party also pulled a man live together. If nothing else, Su Xiaoxiao's recent rise in popularity is mainly due to the man in front of him. This is not too strange for him, because many anchors will use this method to add fresh blood to the live broadcast room, thereby attracting a wave of new fans. While he analyzed this way, the senior barrage in the live broadcast room quickly noticed the silent diving Hat. Yaya Shao, Super Tube is coming to rounds. Super Tube, where is it? This is obviously a cute new user of shark fighting, and I don't know the way. The Hat above, I also saw it. My wife, come on. Super Tube diving in your live room. It's just right, it's so big, you can hear the wonderful singing from the breeder and Xiao Xiao right away. In front of the screen, the Hat saw a few bullet screens brushing himself, smiled faintly, did not reply, and just dived silently. He belongs to the kind of high-cold Super Tube that doesn't like interaction. He only likes to peek at the screen and doesn't like to talk. It is good that the audience and the anchor can't find him. So this time, I just watched the live broadcast room quietly. The turmoil in the barrage also passed quickly. Seeing that the Hat did not bubbling, most of the water friends thought that the other party had retreated. Not even Su Xiao and Su Chen noticed. The brothers and sisters have everything ready now. It took a while to find the accompaniment on the computer. The brisk music sounded, and the two of them were beating in their hearts www.readaloud.com waiting for the prelude. The audience in the live broadcast room calmed down and planned to enjoy the sibling version. Hat also pricked his ears and listened to the music intensively. He thinks he also needs to see how the anchor Xiao Xiao's singing skills are, and the guy next to him who looks good temperament. Listening to the barrage, he seems to call him the breeder and the older brother. In other words, this person is the brother of the anchor Xiao Xiao. Since he is the older brother, maybe he has the potential to be signed by the platform as a contract anchor. Hat thought this way. Although he is not in his charge of signing the contract, he can only help the superior, the director of Dusha, and so on to find an individual. How can I make a good impression on the leader? So, the hats left in the live broadcast room soon heard the singing of the two. I have never dared to look back when I cross the sky bridge in the middle of the night. In the daytime, there is a lot of traffic, and now the foot is Wang Chuan. I walked alone halfway through the mountainside with wild dogs for companionship. The forests are dyed with hundreds of rivers and the autumn wind blows through the Gaiman Pass. When the first sentence popped out, everyone's eyes lit up. Even the hat is the same. In his opinion, Su Chen's voice is brisk and full of emotion. Although it is not very pleasant to talk about, it obviously has greatly exceeded his expectations. The live broadcast room also boiled a little, showing enough enthusiasm. Surprised, is the breeder singing so good? Road to Fan. As everyone knows, this is the live room of the game category. The barrage is very surprised, but it's not over yet, because soon they will be able to hear the climax of the song Des Han. Chapter 22, Absolutely. Some people don't repent, they confuse black and white in the mist. In the feelings of the city, others dare not to show through. The climax part is sung by Su Xiao Xiao. The singing skills of the little girl are very good, the voice is delicate and beautiful, like a lark. Even she used her own singing habits to slightly change her accent, so she faintly has a posture that surpasses the original singing. In the live broadcast room, the audience who heard Su Xiaoxiao's singing for the first time, it will be particularly vigorous to brush up the barrage. As expected of my wife, this singing ability is so powerful. This drama, I love it. Mama, I am in love. I love this live room to death. The barrage is all over the screen, like a tide. Singing continues. The lead singer by Su Chen actually received a lot of popularity, but it was far behind Su Xiao Xiao. There is a slight smell to complement the green leaves. But the eyes of the barrage are sharp, and Su Xiao Xiao is not the only one. Breeder cattle batch. Awesome, my breeder. Does the breeder own a live broadcast room? I'm a fan of the breeders say. I really want a brother. Envy Xioxio. And the hat hidden among the many listeners, seeing these barrage, I also feel that this breeder who is live broadcast with Su Xiao Xiao is very messy. Has a lot of fan base, it will be wasted if it doesn't develop into a single contract anchor. Of course, this still needs to be investigated. Just from the evaluation of a song, nothing can be seen. 2 minutes later. At the end of, amidst the dense barrage 666, the hat silently exited, and began a detailed investigation of Su Xiaoxiao's live broadcast record, trying to find more Su Chen figures and conduct inspections. Checking the history, the first thing he saw was Su Chen's feat of clearing the zombies. Recently, the content of Plants vs. Zombies is very popular in the League of Legends. As a super administrator, hats are more or less familiar. So, he clicked on the record with a casual look. Then he kneeled. The video is a super abnormal version of the Hammer Zombie level. It was nothing at first, but after seeing Su Chen banging the mouse and clearing the level without injury, even he had to sacrifice his knees. Especially in the second half, the camera in the live broadcast room was given to Su Chen's palm. Compared with the full screen of zombies on the screen, the impact is really not high. What kind of abnormal hand speed, 10 combos per second? Is this the so-called master in the folk? Couldn't help but spit out, label Su Chen as a hand speed game boss, and the hat couldn't help but become more determined in his heart, and he wanted to sign Su Chen. After watching the historical video of Su Chen's clearance of the hammer zombie, he glanced at the previous live record. Those records are relatively ordinary. They are basically live broadcasts playing LOL. They don't seem to be any bright spots, but the eyes are like a hat, and he can already see that Su Chen has a lot of them. Showed good quality in the first live broadcast. The leader of the main broadcaster was in danger when he crashed into the car. While the live broadcast effect was full, he also knew how to keep fans. The doubled subscription was increased at that time, and the hat can be seen clearly. Even if there is a lot of credit for Su Xiao, it is not difficult to see that Su Chen is a talent with a high affinity for live broadcasting, and also has a fan base, which has a natural advantage over other newcomers. In addition, the other party's better temperament, appearance, language interaction ability, music, game talent, etc. Hat only considered for a moment, and decided to contact the supervisor immediately. He edited a message in the chat software, briefly explained the situation to the supervisor, and also sent the room number of Su Xiaoxiu's live broadcast room. Actually, it's not impossible to explain the situation directly to Su Xiaoxiu, so I can directly ask Su Chen's information. But this hat feels a little bit heartless. So say hello to the supervisor in advance, and after getting consent, you can directly stabilize things. Why not do it? This is the same as a web author who chooses to submit a manuscript to the editor in charge before posting, so he can be steady, otherwise he will feel empty in his heart when posting directly, inexplicably lacking confidence. On the other side, the supervisor in the office who was worried and checked the platform data, he also noticed the private message of his supermanager. Hey! The number of subscriptions in the live broadcast room doubled to 500,000 within a week, because of this anchor's brother. The supervisor simply browsed the message sent by the hat. What a mess! His first reaction was ridiculous. Maybe it was also linked to the expressive ability of the hat. He deliberately recommended a person who was not related to the platform to the supervisor. It was too unreliable to think about it. Shook his head, the supervisor only thought that the hat was too eager to do things and didn't take it seriously. And he rationally believes that the reason for the increase in popularity of this live broadcast room is related to the platform Davos Higzun. But, considering that a lot of data on the current platform has reached a peak, he thought about it carefully, and decided to go to Su Xiaoxiu's live broadcast room to take a look. Look at what is going on. It can be considered serious and responsible, and even the super tube can come here to recommend it. Some reasons are worth studying. The host's ID is Xiao Xiao, the room name. With the mentality of just looking at it, the supervisor came to Su Xiaoxiu's live broadcast room. He didn't know how similar his thoughts were to Superman half an hour ago. However, it is a pity that Su Xiaoxiu and Su Chen's meeting has already been broadcast. Only sporadic barrage of the guard room scrolled on the screen, making the supervisor emptied. Helpless, he can only open the recording and broadcasting records in the live broadcast room to make a symbolic inspection and judgment. So, after 5 minutes, he couldn't stop. It all starts with watching his brother and sister sing. Singing, hammering zombies, LOL content and excellent interaction, he found that kind of eagerness to become a fan-chasing anchor. It's not that Su Chen and Su Xiaoxiu's live broadcasts are so good. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is just their every move, they are not pretentious. Whether it is interaction or live broadcast effects, it is very natural and allows the audience it's quite comfortable to see. Is the ideal and popular anchor image in the manager's mind. An anchor like this must be dug up to dosha in pairs, and a lot of resources must be devoted to cultivation. Especially this breeder, who is so suitable to be an anchor, it would be a pity not to sign a contract with Shark. Right, sign a contract. The supervisor just remembered when he patted his forehead, what he did when he first came to the live broadcast room. it was a sin to be completely immersed in the live broadcast playback. Clicked on the private message of the message, and then he replied to the hat. First praised the other party for a good job, and then said that he is also more optimistic about this matter, so he can handle it by himself, including contacting Su Chen in a series of tasks. On the other side, the trembling hat thought that he was too impatient when he saw that the supervisor had been slow to reply. Also, this kind of thing that the technical department should review, it is not a turn for a little Superman to intervene. But when he saw the reply from the supervisor, he couldn't help being surprised and delighted. The supervisor actually replied to himself? And you still agree with your point of view? The hat feels in a fluttering mood. The originally gloomy mood was wiped out. It's like a student standing up in class and expressing his opinion, and then this opinion happens to be what the principal sitting behind him thinks, and the student was praised by the principal afterwards. Is in 4 words. Absolutely. Chapter 23, Dusha Platform Signing Invitation. The next day, it was early in the morning. This day is Thursday, and it is one day before the release date agreed with the editor by you. Generally speaking, the end of the month, the beginning of the month, or every Friday will be chosen for the date when the work is put on the shelves, which is an unwritten rule in the industry. Su Chen chose Friday. This day is also infinitely close to the end of the month, the best of both worlds. He has already made an announcement in the Book Friends group, and relayed the news to the majority of book friends. Vampire, Fight Break Sphere will be released tomorrow, I hope everyone will support it. Well, it's a very ordinary speech. I didn't sell cute for the first order, didn't roll around asking for votes, and didn't do anything to lose san value. But just like this, the book friends in the group became excited. Guida will be on the shelves tomorrow. Suddenly. Ah, I can finally vote for Ghosts. This may be a loyal fan. Monthly ticket? What is that? I only know that it will be next time. This is obviously a wicked white prostitution party, and the ending is funny, very arrogant. When he finished saying these words, all the words must be next time appeared below. Su Chen's face changed when he saw it, holding the mouse's hand, shaking slightly. Is terrible. I did not expect that there are so many white prostitution emperors in the group. Is it necessary for me to clean up the wave? No author would like the emperor by whore, and Su Chen is no exception. He is actually very greedy for those, the first booking, the monthly pass. Fortunately, the next certain formation did not last long, and soon there were book friends discussing business. Speaking of which, what are the rules for adding more ghosts? I want to read a few more chapters. Same question, I am a student party, and I am very greedy to save the manuscript. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but enjoy. On the day it was released, he planned to update dozens of chapters. Anyway, there are too many manuscripts, so it is understandable to take out a part of the first order. So he directly typed in the group and said, "Don't worry, everyone, the guarantee broke out on the day of release." Fuck? Are you coming again? Appeared 100,000 more bursts. Menson just asks if he doesn't understand it, the author, are you serious about this? Vampire, please tell me the truth, how many articles are there? Spit them all out. Ignoring the fast news, Su Chen thought for a while and added another one. Vampire, regarding the addition of rules, since the author will update many chapters on the shelves, it will be higher. Readers, I would like to hear the details. Vampire, 1 liter adds 1 watch. If Bai Yunmen gets a discount, it will burst for 15 changes. This is too high, right? Above, this rule is actually what Guida said in the previous chapter. I wanted to add a few more chapters, but seeing this rule, I think my wallet is wailing. Excuse me to say goodbye. At this time, a student party who likes to read passed by and left the back of a spicy chicken. Seeing the news in the group, Su Chen was not disappointed. He hadn't planned to change this, the rules were so outrageous, it just made the book friends give up. Yes, anyway, just subscribe to have a lot of small money, so what do you care about that point of reward? But, Bai Yunmen is still a little interested. After all, this thing can greatly increase the flow of the book, and the benefits it brings are no less than a chapter tweet by the author of The Great God. But, looking at it now, I guess Bai Yunmen is a bit irritating in essence, he is just a rookie author now. Although he is a rookie king, his fan profile is still a bit different from those of old authors. Brother. The supervisor of Dusha platform sent me a message. Just as he was thinking about it, Su Xiao held the tablet and rushed into her room. Turning off the chat group page, Su Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. Xiao, I have told you how many times, I must knock on the door when I enter my room. If it catches up with myself changing clothes or something, I still have to die in embarrassment? But forget it, Su Chen and Su Xiao have lived for so long, and they have long been accustomed to this sister's various personalities. Sometimes it is a little bit less cute, but the essence is not bad. So he sighed. Then, Do Sha's supervisor contacted you. What are you coming to do with me? Are you here to report the good news to me? No. The little girl excitedly took the tablet to Su Chen. Brother, look at this. Su Chen glanced at the news on the tablet. Anchor Xiao, hello, in view of the recent performance of your live broadcast room, after some inspection, we decided to discuss the contract with the breeder in your live broadcast room. Please reply when you receive it. Contact information, XXXXXXXX. Technical Operation Department of Dusha Platform. After reading, Su Chen's first reaction was, what is the logic? Xioxio's live studio performed well. What does it have to do with my breeder? Are all live broadcast platforms in this world so short of people? So, after serious consideration, he looked at the news back and forth and began to doubt. Xiao, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com? This news is fake? How could the platform sign a contract with an unrelated person like me? There are too many online scammers, and there are still people who want to pretend to be the technical department of Dusha platform. It's true that the forest is big and there are any birds. But don't tell me, this information is really similar, with a little official meaning. After product for a long time, I was about to give Su Xiao a good advice so that she should not be deceived by this kind of low-level scam. When Su Chen looked up, she saw Su Xiao looking at herself strangely. Why are you looking at me like this? Actually, bro, this news is true. What? I thought it was a scam at first, and it didn't take care of it, but then, the supervisor sent me a message saying that you were taken by the supervisor. Su Xiao took the tablet, operated with his fingers, and showed Su Chen the chat history between her and SuperTube. Su Chen finally understood what happened. It turned out that when he was broadcasting live with Su Xiao yesterday, the SuperTube hat was mixed into the live broadcast room, and to Su Chen, well, it was almost the feeling of love at first sight, and I saw it right away. After, he boldly recommended it to the supervisor. Is almost the same as the plot of those online novels. Generally speaking, the farce should end here. There is a supervisor who is busy looking at the data all day, and the auditing and technical department is too busy. How could there be time to deal with a Superman? But he didn't expect that this supervisor was really idle. He came to the live broadcast room and inspected it in person, and like the previous SuperTube, he also successfully fell in love with himself. That's why I have this news at this meeting. Chapter 24, Crowdfunding. But to be honest, Su Chen did not intend to sign a contract. He even wants to work hard in the online literature industry and the comics industry. If it is broadcast live, he feels that he has no natural advantages. Was about to contact that number to refuse the visa, but Su Zioxio's eyes glazed and caught him. Great brother, you must sign a contract, so that we can interact more conveniently in the future. The little girl is very interested and supports Su Chen's signing. Moreover, some fans have sent me private messages recently. Do you have the room number of the independent live studio or something? Actually, I want to refuse my visa. Hey? Old brother Su Xiao was stunned after hearing this, and then immediately disagreed. She hugged Su Chen's waist and began to stick to him. Don't refuse your visa, you are so tall. Popularity, if you continue to live with your sister, you can definitely become a first-line anchor. Su Chen tried to break away from Su Xiaoxiu's bear hug attack, but found that the girl did not know where the strange power came from, and locked him tightly. Can you not hug so tightly? Say you are a koala. Then you promise me to sign the contract first. Xiao Xiao has this one request in her life. The little girl even cried out, not knowing whether she was really crying or her acting skills. Su Chen was speechless. Girl, your request in this life is too cheap, right? Whether to sign or not, what should be said or not is not that my brother doesn't want to promise you, but that I really don't have time. During the recent period of time, code words have been saved every day. Su Chen spent some time and waited for the book to stabilize. He also planned to buy a set of drawing tools and enter the comics industry based on the memories before the journey. Otherwise, every time I click on the comics software, I see some unintelligible works on it. It is really uncomfortable. Su Chen, who has no comics, feels that it is necessary to promote the development of the comic industry in this world. So let him be the anchor now. What should he say? So he said frankly, I don't have time now. I need to write novels every day and take care of you. I can't spare so much time for live broadcasting. That's right, like now, it is still possible to free up 3 hours a day to cooperate with Su Xiaoxiu's live broadcast, but if you let him be a contract anchor and be certified by Shark, then you can live broadcast more than 3 hours a day. According to the urinary nature of the live broadcast platform he knows, it is impossible to draw up a contract if he does not agree to broadcast for dozens of hours a week. Then you can sign a normal contract. Su Xiaoxia rolled her eyes and explained unwillingly, improperly certified anchors, live broadcast time is relatively free, but the platform will not have so much promotion. After finished the proposal, the little girl looked at Su Chen eagerly. She just wanted Su Chen to have an independent live broadcast room. It didn't matter what the contract was. Anyway, the popularity of her own live broadcast room was already high enough, even with Su Chen, so she didn't worry about whether Su Chen started broadcasting. People watch. Ordinary signing, it's not bad. Su Chen thought for a while, this kind of freedom clause is more suitable for him, it is completely interested in live broadcast. Is that right? So. The little girl hurriedly fanned the flames. Hey, are you an undercover agent sent by Do Sha? I served you. Su Chen squeezed Su Xiaoxiu's face helplessly. I sign, can't I sign it? So, can you let go of my waist? Well hey. That little girl satisfied smile, let go of tightly wrapped around Su Chen's hand. So, under Su Xiaoxiu's stocking, Su Chen finally contacted the supervisor, drafted a contract, and became an ordinary signing anchor on the shark fighting platform. But the supervisor was a little disappointed. A talent he was optimistic about, actually just signed an ordinary contract, the kind with high degree of freedom, the platform can't restrain or take care of him at all. This makes him feel very uncomfortable. Is exactly that. The scout found a talent with particularly good acting skills and asked him if he wanted to get hot, but the other party only told him indifferently that acting was just his own interest. Is very uncomfortable. Of course, Su Chen would naturally not care so much. After contacting the supervisor and drawing up the contract, the platform will simply change his status. In fact, not much has changed. His current plan is to still live with Xiao Xiao for 3 hours every day, but this time he will start a live broadcast in his own live broadcast room. can be regarded as satisfying the audience who want to watch Su Chen's first-person perspective game. After all these messy things were done, it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Xiaoxiao washed and cleaned up, and began to prepare for the first half of the live broadcast, while Su Chen uploaded 2 saved manuscripts as usual, and then clicked on the book review area as usual. Let me Kong, what's the fun comment? When I came to the book review area, Su Chen wanted to read the various sand sculpture reviews, but didn't want to, accidentally saw a new artificial top floor in the review area. The title is probably Vampire's Explosive Crowdfunding House. Click into the post, the content is probably what I said in the morning. 1 liter plus 1 watch, by Yunmen's direct 15th watch screenshot, the time is clearly visible. The host is an ID that Su Chen has never seen before, but the QQ page is very familiar, probably just an ordinary book friend who often chats in groups. His purpose is to crowdfunding in the book review area www.readaloud.com, and he also created a crowdfunding group for Fighting and Breaking Sky, to retain all the fans who have not squeezed into the Vampire Book Friend group. The reply in the building was also very enthusiastic. I'm going, the 15th change of the silver watch. You have a heartbeat. The original poster is not a liar, the one who runs away with money. No, this person is very active in the book friend group, he wanted to crowdfund a long time ago. The student party can contribute $10, and I look forward to it. Join the group and join the group, wait until tomorrow the crowdfunding is successful and scare the ghost to death. Only one morning, the number of replies reached nearly 1,000, which is amazing. Is this the rhythm of crowdfunding silver and cute? And so many people like and like. Su Chen was secretly surprised. Then he went to the Penguin page again, searched the crowdfunding group built by the book friend, and found that there were already more than 1,500 people in it. Was created at 5 o'clock this morning. What is the growth rate? Do these people live in the book review area? In the morning's post, more than 1,000 people gathered in just a few hours. Horrible, really horrible. But the comment section said to scare my book friends to death. Do you think I am really afraid? That's right, Su Chen has already saved countless manuscripts now, and he has coded nearly 200 chapters. Even if it is 100,000 words, plus the Silver Alliance they crowdfunded, there are only more than 60 chapters in total. Su Chen didn't care at all, that is, his little hand shook, and there was a wave of saving the manuscript. But what he never expected was that the scene in the crowdfunding group at this time was more complicated than he thought. Chapter 25, Work Issues. In the crowdfunding group, if Su Chen were there at this time, he would find that many book friends of his V group were also in this group. Dupo is so good looking, I caught up to the shelf without knowing it. How about the statistics, are they cute enough? This group of about 1,000 people participated in the crowdfunding, and now the second group is also full, and the statistics have not yet come out. There are still 2 groups, are you so hungry? Create another 3 groups. Hey, there are so many people, it's probably going to scare you to death tomorrow. Demeng should be there, it's amazing, Guida said 100,000 words, plus 15 chapters, you can see more than 60 chapters when you put it on the shelf. In front, who told you that our crowdfunding is Silver Meng? We are going to get it this time, but it's so cute. Fuck. Devil. Rookie, you only saw the 2nd layer, in fact we are the 5th layer. Let the ghost save all the manuscripts and spit it out. Spit it all out. At a certain point of the website, a silver guy needs 1 million points, which is 10,000 yuan. While gold is so cute, it needs 10 million coins, which is a full 100,000 yuan when converted into renminbi. Basically, at a certain point, I haven't seen it once for a long time, unless it is some big guys who are scoring the rankings, or if there is a singular presence, I can be lucky enough to see it. Su Chen hasn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. He probably wouldn't even dream of thinking that a book friend is actually crowdfunding him for one, which can scare people to death. He didn't think about the book now, but was worried about one thing, that is, before passing through the day before, the job resume he submitted was just passed, and he also called over to inform him to go to the trial job the day after tomorrow. It is a casual pastry shop that mainly includes bread, cakes, soft spots, coffee drinks, etc. It mainly recruits apprentices for decorating and baking, as well as service staff at the front desk. It has basically zero threshold, but it is the same as Su Chen's professional choice for school. Can't fight. In fact, he doesn't need to go to the pastry shop at all. He is not only a contract anchor of Dusha platform, but also has a very popular serial book at a certain point. Every day small money is rushing in. Basically there is no need to worry about work. But the problem is that, by coincidence, the manager of that store was an old classmate of his parents and accepted his job resume. This is also a large part of this reason. And this store manager spreads news as fast as anything else. He just hung up the contact number from the store, and within 3 seconds of putting down the phone, the international long-distance call from his parents came over. Is probably telling myself to work hard, anyway. First go to the store opened by my old classmates to try it, it is not right to hang around at home all day long. Before Su Chen wanted to explain anything, he hung up the phone there. He wanted to call back again, but no one answered. My parents are very busy at work, so I rarely have time to contact myself and my sister. Dad called you? What do you say? Su Xiaoxiao poked out a small head from the room. I heard that her father opened the phone, so she couldn't even pay attention to the live broadcast. Probably it was for me to go to work. I submitted my resume some time ago, and the store manager happened to be an old classmate of our parents. Su Chen rubbed his temples. It's the casual pastry shop you mentioned last time. The little girl recalled. What should I do you go or not? Didn't tell my dad that you wrote a book at a certain point. He hung up very quickly, I didn't have time to say it. And this kind of thing is an acquaintance, or I took the initiative to submit a resume, now I can't say it, it seems a bit bad. So too. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. So anyway, go and see the day after tomorrow. Su Chen reluctantly made a plan. As a traverser, he still has to go to work hard. This is no one. And Su Xiaoxiao briefly explained. Su Chen returned to his room, and the little girl continued to live broadcast. At noon. After eating, Su Chen came to Su Xiaoxiao's room on time. Today is the first day he registered for the live broadcast room, and Su Xiaoxiao immediately shared the news with the audience. Everyone, let me tell you the good news. My brother now has his own live broadcast room. If you want to watch his first view games, you can go to his live broadcast room to support a wave and order a subscription or something. After saying that, Su Xiaoxiao put the room number on the public screen to make sure that all the audience could see it. The bullet screen was immediately excited. The breeder finally has a live broadcast room. I want to brush gifts for my uncle. Let's go, brothers, go to the door. Pop around. Because they have their own live broadcast room and can separate the cameras, Su Chen and Su Xiaoxiao now choose to use the cameras to point them at themselves, and like Dongzhu and Kaij, they put one on the side. Su Chen has just adjusted the equipment and turned on the live broadcast, and found that a lot of viewers poured into his live broadcast room. The number of online users continued to rise, and soon exceeded 1,000, and is still increasing steadily. The deserted live broadcast room also began to have some barrage, basically all came from the Xiaoxiao live broadcast room. Yu reading www.yuuganchu.com. The first. Congratulations to my uncle for successfully separating the family and be on my own. Driving in the air. The one from Xiaoxiao's here, come and drop in. I am coming. Awaited. Pure passerby, why is the popularity of this live broadcast room rising so fast? The barrage refresh rate in the live broadcast room has become more frequent, the number of people has risen sharply, and soon broke the 10,000 mark, and the subscription has also reached more than 7,000. Su Chen smiled, and started the round with Su Xiao Xiao. The two now cooperate tacitly, and the game is very strong. The diamond game of Dianye can basically do whatever they want. After winning a few rounds, both of them came to drill 2. You can apply for an account for the top of the canyon. In the last round, the two used the bottom lane combination. Su Xiao Xiao played Jinx, Su Chen played Lulu assisted. Jinx 10-0-1. Lulu 1-0-19. Jinx was the highest rated in the entire game, while Lulu was not bad, with excellent protection ability. Because Su Chen reacted too quickly, the timing of each shield release was just right, causing the opponent to complain. It can also be seen from this that the use of Jinx Jialulu's mediocre combination can make carry score the whole game, which also shows that the strength of the two is much higher than this rank. After applying for a wave of accounts and waiting for review, Su Chen discovered that Barrage was discussing a very interesting issue at this time, and there was a vague sign that there was no quarrel. By the way, who is better, the breeder or Xiao Xiao? This is probably just an unintentional question from the audience. There is no meaning to bring rhythm, but it successfully pulled the overall direction of the barrage. Chapter 26, Sudden Solo. Then I need to ask, it must be Xiao Xiao, the breeder is just a tool man. Xiaoxiao is stronger, after all, a regular visitor of Grandmaster Canyon. I just ask, no one really thinks the breeder is very good, right? Xiao Xiao who doesn't have the cooperation of the breeder, it is impossible to be so happy in this section C. The old audience is very responsible to tell you that the operation of the breeder is more powerful than that of Xiao Xiao. Did you watch yesterday's live broadcast? The breeder is also fast, the anger of being single for 20 years. What can the hammer zombie yesterday show? Can League of Legends and stand-alone games be the same? Do I doubt it directly? Can you stop using these? Can't watch the live broadcast well? Xiao Xiao, why don't you solo with the breeder? This is the proposal of the housekeeper, and the colorful barrage quickly attracted Su Xiaoxiao's attention. Xiao looked through the barrage records, and after understanding the ins and outs of the matter, she was not angry, but became excited. Generally speaking, solo is actually more interesting than normal gameplay. Especially when one party thinks that he can win the other party, he is even more interested. So Su Xiao Xiao is in this situation now. The little girl turned her head and looked at Su Chen. Brother, the barrage wants to see us come to solo, come on. Su Chen. Why should I watch solo? The barrage is discussing the question of who is stronger between us, so let's fight. Brother. For the live broadcast effect, the little girl screamed, and Su Chen was shocked. So Su Chen was pulled into the room somehow. I had been thinking about the issue of getting on the job for a few days and I was a little absent-minded, which would be even more straightforward. Glanced at the bullet screen, he only understood a little bit. Turned out to be because of the question of who is stronger between himself and Chino, which slowly evolved into a battle. If you say this, Xiaoxiao's approach is correct, he will decide the outcome directly with himself, and solve the problem from the root cause. Su Chen analyzed it with reason and evidence. But wait, what's the matter with her inexplicably excited little expression? Do you think it will kill me? Full of confidence, want to kill me? Hey, don't underestimate the enemy like this, anyway, you have some strength. And solo, strictly speaking, has little to do with rank. There are some big guns in bronze and silver segments, but they are still operating strange. Is the early alignment stable? In the final analysis, the gap between high and low ranks, that is, in the sense of the game, a king knows what time to do in 20 minutes, and in bronze, it is time to go around in 20 minutes. Operating this thing, in fact, a hero has been playing for a long time, and the upper limit is almost the same. And he, Su Chen, is also a zone diamond at any rate, not too high, but definitely not low. Su Chen couldn't help but glanced at Su Xiaoxiao again. The little girl's fingers fluttered like elves on the keyboard. After setting the room name and guessing, the game started directly. Okay, this game is a solo game between me and my old brother. We started a small quiz. If you want to win the beans, I will all bet. Su Xiaoxiao patted his chest confidently. The two enter the hero selection page. I broke my family and crushed my wife. I am more optimistic about the breeder. Are there any special rules? The last one is exactly what Su Chen wanted to ask. With the rules, 1 blood, 1 tower, and 100 knives. Even if you win one of them, the summoner skills can only be ignited with a flash, and you cannot enter the wilderness area. Su Xiaoxiao thought for a while and typed the content on the notebook. And hung in the upper left corner of the live broadcast room. After watching, Su Chen nodded, the rules are fair. So he thought about it, and on the hero selection page, a green steel shadow appeared. The hero of Qing Gang Ying is a warrior hero with relatively balanced values. It has damage, control, displacement, shields, and wired consumption methods. Su Chen usually plays more, even if this version is not too strong. He also played a lot of games. Was about to lock down, but he suddenly felt a line of sight coming. Glanced at the bullet screen, it was brushing. Don T. Lock the breeder, Xiao Xiao is watching the screen. Look to your left. You were spied on. Dangerous. Su Chen quickly turned his head. I saw that Su Xiaoxiao's small head was about to be stretched on his computer screen, and she looked openly at the screen. Glanced at her computer, Wushuanjianji was shown on the page, and it was also unlocked. Su Chen's face is full of black lines. This is clearly Kang's choice. He deliberately chooses a sword girl over his own, which can bully himself. Can you stop peeking at the screen? I didn't look at the screen. Su Xiaoxiao retracted her head. Then what did you do just now? And I also specially selected Conti mine. I just believed you didn't see the ghost on the screen. Hey, the computer screen is so close, it's not what I want to see, the little girl hummed deliberately. Su Chen's eyelids twitched, and then he replaced Qing Ganjing with a crocodile. This hero line is very fierce, not very afraid of Jianji, but it also depends on the skill and the psychological game, at least it can be a little better. But just after the change, Su Chen discovered that Su Xiaoxiao had replaced Jianji with the captain. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly replaced the crocodile with a vampire. Su Xiaoxiao changed to Qing Gang Ying again, and his early E-skills were in hand, which basically made the vampire line dare not eat it. Directly gave up the vampire, and Su Chen chose the Iron Man. Su Xiaoxiao showed Olaf, and he was able to kill Iron Man even at the first level with an axe. Giving up on Iron Man, Su Chen considered it and chose Akali. Su Xiaoxiao took out the sword demon who could beat Akali. Give up Akali, Su Chen. Su Chen directly patted the table and stood up. I said, what on earth do you want to choose? Back and forth www.readaloud.com, just stare at me, then can't me. Su Xiaoxiao was surprised for a while. If you don't look at my screen, how do you know that I am staring at you? What am I? Su Chen was speechless. Then he directly chose to quit the game. Ha 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 ha, laughed at me. This wave is looking at each other's screen. The anger of the breeder. Table HP 1. The scared brother beats fear on the public screen. This wave of hero selection game at least 10,000 layers. Can you still be solo? 23333. As we all know, the selling point of League of Legends is attribute mutual restraint. After a while, Su Chen pulled the chair and sat down slowly. I think so, solo is unfair, the audience who agrees will be deducted 1, and the audience who specifically agrees will be deducted 2. The barrage immediately swept over 1 and 2. As for the few who made trouble with 3, he didn't think he had seen it. So Su Xiao could only give up under pressure, adjusted her sitting posture, and waved her hand with a serious face. Well, this time we will come to a serious game and make a poisonous oath. When choosing a hero, who will watch and who will, there is no seasoning package for instant noodles. Su Chen. Well, it is indeed very poisonous to some extent. The two opened the second round. Fortunately, Su Xiao didn't mess up this time. The two tilted the computer slightly and entered the hero selection session. In order to prevent water friends from peeping on the screen or whispering, when choosing a hero, the two directly coincided with each other and adjusted the live assistant to block the League of Legends window. Chapter 27, Comet Scorching Steel Shadow. Enter the game reading page. In an absolutely fair situation, Su Chen finally chose the Qing Gang Ying from the beginning, while Su Xiao chose the promised hand. This made him a little unexpected. Originally, the reason why he chose Qing Ganjing was because on the one hand, he was good at playing, and on the other hand, because he was the hero Conti. Yes, Su Chen knows that Su Xiao likes to play long-range mage heroes, and it happens that Qing Ganjing, a highly mobile fighter with a super long displacement, is very restrained from those long-range mage. Kicked up on the line, passively brushed it out, and the blood exchange was harmless and unreasonable. But for fighters like Promises, basically, with the same technology, Qing Ganjing doesn't take any advantage. The two sides are completely testing the time to release their skills, and there is a battle in the heart. Su Chen couldn't help but glanced at Su Xiao. Why did you suddenly choose a Promise? I haven't seen you play before. Of course solo can't play cards in a normal way, otherwise how to win? The little girl wiped her little nose triumphantly, confident in her decision-making. Then, after seeing the talents chosen by both sides in the reading page, she couldn't help but vomit. But speaking of your talents, why did you bring an arcane comet? That's right, in order to strengthen the suppression of the remote mage on the line, Su Chen's Qing Ganjing deliberately did not bring precision or indestructible grip, but chose the arcane comet that consumes flow to add scorching. The high deceleration of tactical sweep can ensure that the opponent will almost take the damage of the comet, and the consumption ability is first class. But for Xian Yuashao, then the belt can only be poke. I thought you would play traditional mages, so I just tried a little bit. Su Chen spread his hands and told the truth. The barrage in the live broadcast room also booed, and the comet was a green steel shadow. It was fine when it first came out, but it is basically extinct now. It is not very powerful, and few people know how to use it. So seeing this, most people think that Xiao will win. Su Xiao also raised her eyebrows. He was a good hero and brought an unreasonable talent for showing off. It seemed that he was determined to win. Read the bar and enter the game. Considering that Comet King Ganjing's consumption power is very fierce, Su Xiao manipulated knock and chose the corruption potion to go out. No matter what, you have to be steady first. Solo is a two-person contest that tests the details of the alignment, and the opponent is the old brother, and you can't take it lightly. Potion knock? I really saw you for the first time. This costume. Why don't you three mung beans? Xiao ah. Ignoring the cynicism of the barrage, Su Xiao came to the middle route and carefully observed Su Chen's outfit. Qing Ganjing chose Dolan sword and red medicine, which is a very ordinary outfit. Well, it seems that he is only on the first floor. When the landing started, Su Xiao chose to learn the skill Q, considering the lack of precision in Qing Ganjing, but learning W is basically impossible, but at least there is a chance to touch Qing Ganjing, which consumes a lot of blood. So, the first wave of small soldiers began to fight. During the period, the two sides were in a tacit understanding, and no one came forward to take the soldiers. They all stood far away, waiting for the natural death of the small soldiers. Pinched the bloodline, Nua Xiao chose to use Q to close the 3 front row creeps, and Qing Gangying also did the same. At the first level, he learned the W tactics and swept the front row steadily. Is very stable, no one touched anyone. After, the back row soldiers also fought together. Nua Xiao did not go forward to A, but instead planned to control the line of soldiers like this, and by the way seduce Qing Gangying to replenish the soldiers. As long as the opponent comes to replenish the soldiers, he can steal a flat or scrape the outer ring to complete the blood consumption. Su Xiao calculated like this. Ate the tail knife steadily with a steady A, during which Qing Gangying could only stand in the distance, silently looking at Nok, swaying and not daring to move forward. But after waiting for a while, he couldn't hold back anymore. The second wave of soldiers was coming soon. If these little soldiers with residual blood were left alone, it would be easy to be snatched by the promised hand first. So, after thinking about it, Su Chen directly made a bold choice, which was to walk straight towards Nua Xiao. Su Zioxio's eyes lit up when she saw that she planned to go forward and steal a distance while taking advantage of the gap between Qing Gangying's attack. I have to say that Su Zioxio's details are quite good. At any rate, he is a player of the Grand Canyon Diamond Grandmaster stage. Even if he is not the main player, he will definitely not be too bad. However, Qing Gangying did not honestly go to the army as Su Xiao thought, but just walked to Nok's face, raised his leg blade, and kicked it fiercely. Passively brushed it out, and at the same time it had the effect of a shield slam, which made the flatta of her pinned hand hurt a lot. The ping A, which promised to start, was sturdily hit on Qing Gangying's passive shield. Su Xiao was a little surprised. I didn't expect that my brother's operation was so fascinating. He came here straight for a self? What the hell? Suddenly silver possession? After Qing Gangying, who had some upper hand, ran away without looking back, trying to get a distance. Su Xiao suddenly became unhappy. Everyone is old-fashioned pie, how can you let you go so easily? So the little girl manipulated Nok, charged up a Q skill, and walked forward, intending to continue entanglement with Qing Gangying. But at this time, Qing Gangying seemed to have anticipated it in advance, turned back and walked into Nok's arms, and gave Nok one again. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com. Although he brought a comet with him, it still hurts when Dolanjian went out to kick people, let alone Nuk who didn't show much blue shield. Immediately, Kong Q's Nok blood volume dropped by a small amount. Whoa, what position is this? Su Xiao exclaimed, and quickly moved back away. Lost the only Q skill at level 1, without sprinting, it is impossible to beat a anger after chasing A, and can only retreat. But Qing Gangying is like a cowhide candy, clinging to the promise hand, and seeing the promise hand walking back, he boldly stepped forward and started a tactical sweep. Perfect control distance, hitting the outer circle. The effects of Olympus Comet and Scorching are simply double tortures for Nua Xiao. Helpless, Nua Xiao could only take a medicine, and his recovery dropped to almost half of the bloodline. I don't know if it was a calculation or a coincidence. This tactic swept through, and even let Qing Gangying take all the remaining ranged soldiers into the bag. This wave of exchanges promises a huge loss. It's disgusting, Comet and Angzai. Why are you such a dog? It's a man who came and confronted me. Su Xiao wrinkled her nose and yelled in dissatisfaction. In the game, due to the pressure of blood volume, she can only honestly maintain the distance from Qing Gangying, and be careful not to be consumed. I'm not a fool, a green steel shadow stands with you Nok. Su Chen squinted at Su Xiao who was next to him, and sneered. The second wave of soldiers quickly fought together. The two closed their mouths, and they fought together. Whether it is a normal game or solo, it is very important to get to the second level of the line. Especially heroes like Nok and Qing Gangying, who are very heroes. A small advantage may change the position of each other on the line. Chapter 28, Single Kill. Manipulated Nyo's hand, and wanted to use the Q skill to grab wave experience to the second level, but didn't want to be hit by a super painful tactical sweep of Qing Ganjing again. The comet is anxious, and the outer ring is decelerated by a large amount, which adds triple torture to the promise. Su Xiaoxiao feels that the hero of Knock is simply a super dumb. Hasn't reached the second level yet, just like this, half a tube of blood has been knocked out by Qing Ganjing. Uncomfortable batch. So Su Xiaoxiao can only possess the Sea Emperor, come with a humiliating 3-minute tower knife, and tactically admit counsel. Because her bloodline is too low, even if she can touch Qing Ganjing now, she can't change her blood at all. Level 2, Qing Ganjing has pushed the line of soldiers under the tower, and put AW for a while, very arrogant. Su Xiaoxiao has asked Nua Xiao to drink 2 layers of potions, and at the same time, she is also looking for opportunities, and she has deliberately learned E-skills at the second level. But it's a pity that Su Chen's position and the sense of distance are so good that Su Xiaoxiao can't take advantage of it. At level 3, I found the opportunity to start a wave of E-skills, but it was still empty. An angry Su Xiaoxiao almost hit the keyboard. The barrage is even more ridiculous. This promise is too stupid. Kongyi looks like a silly batch. I can go on and I can also. Xiao Xiao, you are really not suitable for playing promises. This tower knife won the true biography of Emperor C. Be stronger, Xiao Xiao, I have all my beans in it for you. No one really thinks the breeder is a good cook, right? The other party brought me a comet and anxious dog, what can I do? The cynicism of Barrage made her mentality a little broken by pointing and pointing. Sometimes this is true. The anchor's continuous deformation operation is inseparable from the great gods of the Barrage. This group of people stood from the standpoint of the bystander, beeping and beeping constantly, and they felt like standing and talking can't hurt your back. In the wave of level 6, Su Xiaoxiao finally couldn't help it, flashed a hand, and fought with Qing Ganjing recklessly. The flashing golden light frightened Su Chen, but he still reacted very quickly. He immediately turned his head and kicked Nua Xiao Yi, brushing out the passive, blocking the damage of W. Nyo saw this, without retreat, directly against the Qing Ganjing, and walked forward A. The meaning of is very clear, high deceleration sticks you to hit, if you pay E, you will be ruthless with the iron hand braking, the purpose is to use flash to hardly change your flash. Aren't you very good at moving? Come, keep walking. In the case of flashing the face, it depends on how you move. Su Xiaoxiao stared, and started to operate attentively. The war is about to start. The Barrage friends in the live broadcast room also closed their mouths. A game developed to level 6, and finally started fighting, entering the most important and exciting part of solo. Su Chen manipulated Qing Ganjing to play an AQ, and at the same time used acceleration to start pulling backwards. Nua Xiao did not release his skills, chasing Qing Ganjing A. As long as he can fight blood anger, then facing a Qing Ganjing who is not strong in close combat ability, the face of victory will be great. On the other side, there was no rush to flash. Su Chen drank a bottle of red medicine, and at the same time began to pull towards the wall. That's right, he hasn't used the first level bottle of red medicine, and he happened to be drinking and drinking. As for why he had to pull to the wall, it was simply because he wanted to pretend to escape and then fight back. Sticking to the wall and putting E at 0 distance will probably make Nook unable to react, otherwise, at the speed of normal people's reaction, Qing Gang Shadow's E is bound to be broken by the ruthless iron hand. As he expected, he sticks to the wall and releases the E skills in seconds, and he successfully kicks the promise hand, but the current promise hand has already played 3 layers passively. And because of the Qing Gang Shadow Belt Comet, the level 6 confrontation damage is far inferior to the promise. So the bloodlines of the two have come to the same amount, probably about 2/3 of the remaining. Even so, Su Chen did not flash, but planned to continue playing. AN 2-stage Q real damage, suppressing Nock's blood volume to half blood. Nock is not to be outdone, and also surrendered the ruthless iron hand, made up for the flat A, and at the same time pulled out a Q skill in order to stack 5 layers of blood anger. What surprised Su Xiaoxiao was that Su Chen hadn't flashed it now. If he didn't flash it anymore, he would be bleeding and conqueror, but he would not be able to take advantage of it. 1. Seeing that the Q skill is about to hit, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but scream. At the same time, she put her finger on the RGN, ready to go. As long as Q scrapes the blood and anger, then jumps up instantly, and ignites it, even if it can't be killed, the damage can still kill Qing Gang Ying. The little girl made Su Chen's arrangements clearly in her heart, and the script was written perfectly. However, things are not satisfactory. Just when the quartet of promises big kill was about to hit, Qing Gang Ying roared and jumped high, becoming unavailable for selection. Drink. A polygonal crystal wall trapped promise. Hex ultimatum. Qing Gang Ying made a big move, evading the most critical Q skill of the promise hand. After landing, he took advantage of the attack speed of the E skill bonus, and quickly kicked the promise. With the magical damage of the ultimate move, the bloodline of the promise hand is in danger in an instant. Looking at the promise again, the Q skill was interrupted by the unselectable, and it swayed in place. The operation was stiff, and it looked like a nasty critic. This is also because Su Xiaoxiao has too few hands-on games. Many are not very familiar. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. This Q actually missed. The little girl started to panic, and the operation became extremely deformed. Leaped high and gave Qing Gang Ying a big move, and then set it on to ignite, and Nock began to run backwards, trying to survive. But the damage is unexpectedly high, and if it is combined with a flat A, it might actually be possible to kill Qing Gang Ying. Su Xiaoxiao herself was stunned. I didn't expect to be able to play with so many skills. So she turned her head back and raised her axe, trying to make up for a fatal flat A. Even Su Chen was amused by this girl's fascinating operation, and she went shopping when she was fighting. Did she forget that she still had a flash? Charge AW, pull it backwards, flash to adjust the position at the last moment, and the outer ring hits Nock at the limit. Familiar comet, familiar anxiousness. Su Chen shook his small hand, and while pulling away, he steadily hung a light on the Nua Xiao hand. So Nua Xiao was burned to death on the way. Su Xiaoxiao grew up with her mouth. First blood. Perfectly kills the promised hand. The blood-sucking effect of W keeps Qing Gang Ying's blood volume at about 100 blood, which is undoubtedly a single kill. 1. Su Chen left the keyboard with both hands, tactically leaned back, turned his head and looked at Su Xiaoxiao jokingly. The barrage also did not expect that the fight reversed at the last moment. 66666. Ah! Breeder cattle batch. Too fine. This operation is too fine. Sure enough, the breeder is stronger. Settlement quiz. Chapter 29, Disgrace. The outcome is determined. After the quiz is settled, Su Xiaoxiao still keeps her mouth flat and her face is not convinced. Now you know who is stronger. Su Chen said deliberately. He just wanted to get angry with this stinky girl. Solo looked pretentious, as if he couldn't figure out the situation. Doesn't she even understand this eternal truth? In the double row team, the tool man must be far better than the one from Carry. Why do you want to say? Isn't this taken for granted? Because the reason is too strong, I became a tool man. Just like the auxiliary heroes of the League of Legends, the skills are too strong to support. Otherwise, help to get serious, put out an output device, violent killing flow, but will drop ADC every minute. Su Xiaoxiao grunted, you bring that kind of horrible talent. The first level consumes half of my blood. How can I play with a promise? It is said that it is wrong, and your conqueror is so brainless, is it weaker than the comet? Hey, it doesn't count if you bring it wrong. If you have the ability, I will have another round. I will fight you seriously this time. So, one more game. In the end, they couldn't compete with Su Xiao Xiao, and the two started a new solo round. It's the same as the last game, betting on who can win. As far as the result is concerned, the odds are about 5 to 5. Su Chen's brilliant performance in the last game caused many people to transfer to the breeder, but still many people still choose to insist on betting on Xiao Xiao. Maybe this is true love fan. Entered the hero selection page according to the old rules. This time Su Xiao Xiao learned to the top, resolutely not to touch those naive warrior heroes, and immediately locked Lu Xian in seconds without hesitation. That's right, Lu Xian is a very strong landing shooter hero, and his flexible skill mechanism allows him to swing in 3 lanes, taking top, middle, and bottom. This hero, Su Xiao Xiao, is also very proficiency and understanding, far surpassing her promise. If Su Chen chooses Qing Gang Ying again, she is 100% sure that she will win. After half a minute, enter the reading bar. Su Xiao Xiao was also able to see Su Chen's choice. Is a crocodile. A single warrior hero. Su Xiao Xiao couldn't help being happy. She was confident that she would fight with such a melee hero. Even if the crocodile is one of the strongest top laners, as long as you can control the distance and use Lucian to beat the crocodile, you basically have a hand. This is probably, AD is on the road station, parents, cough cough, of course, the two are walking in the middle here. So the little girl immediately twisted her neck triumphantly, wait for you to die, you must be killed before the 6th level. Su Chen squinted at her without speaking. Indeed, it is very difficult for the crocodile to beat Lucian as a shooter. Basically, he can't make up the knife in the whole process. If he rushes up with the 2 E-skills rashly, he will get a little bit of distance away by the opponent's slide. It's hard to play anyway, and there are almost no chances. The game begins and enters the landing phase. Just as Su Chen had expected, the little girl's Lu Xian was quite arrogant, and the first level directly pushed his crocodile out of the experience zone. So this time, the person who was the son of the tower was replaced by him. Maneuvering the crocodile, Su Chen's fight was quite awkward, and he would rather lose the soldiers than rubbing against Lucian, and would not leave the defense tower farther for half a step. After reaching the 3rd level, the little girl played more fiercely, wowed a little bit by bit, shifted a little bit, and consumed Su Chen crazily, and he didn't bother to fight. But fortunately, the crocodile went out with 4 reds in cloth armor. He took a few more bottles of medicine and could barely survive. Soon, the 2 sides reached the 6th level. During without exception, Su Chen stayed under the tower all the time, completely losing the line right, and even taking the tower knife, there was a little risk of being Lucian. After drinking all the 4 bottles of medicine, the crocodile's blood volume barely remained at half blood, which is very miserable because Lucian is still full of blood. But one thing that is very detailed is that Su Chen almost kept his anger at 80. Yes, he is always looking for an opportunity that can determine the outcome. The gentleman takes revenge, it is not too late for the 6th grade. Many heroes reach the 6th level as a big watershed. In the landing phase, the 6th level is also a time period when life is likely to erupt. Su Xiao Xiao also knows this. But from her point of view, she should have killed the crocodile if it broke out. Lucian's repressive power is so strong, coupled with learning the big move, it can be said to be even more powerful. It's level 6, I have the opportunity to eat alone, as long as I continue to order. Before she finished speaking, the crocodile under the tower suddenly flashed up. Before she could react, she froze and stunned, hitting her, and immediately took her to a second. That's right, it's just a second. A set of skill damage is completely incomprehensible. Finally, the Lucian turned on the E-skill and the ultimate counterattack, but was burned to death. Su Xiao Xiao was stupid. What's the situation? Full of blood is second. Where is Lucian who is my age? How hot is a long blood bar? Su Chen smiled, smiling vigorously. Left the keyboard with both hands, tactically leaned back, and cast a familiar and playful look at Su Xiaoxiao again. He has calculated the combo here a long time ago. Flashed and stunned, and with the big move, he could play 2 red rage skills. The damage was very terrifying, and even he himself was shocked. Flashes W dizzy, shakes Ika again after the big move is cancelled, and finally uses the E skill to rampage. The damage is full. Even if there is no output device, it can lose a crispy skin in a second. The barrage slowly played out question marks. Has full blood for a second? What's the situation? Does any boss talk about the next trick? MD is too fast to see clearly. 666666. Guess wrong script series. Sino Xiao Xiao is so good, I died before I could fight back. My beans are gone. The breeder's true beef batch, solo emperor. The combo just now is really amazing. While the damage is full, the visual effects are also full. A half-blood crocodile flashes an enemy that becomes full of blood in a second. In the words of the designer, oh! This mechanism is too cool. This round is over, and a wave of quizzes is settled. It is almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the time for the broadcast. But Su Xiao Xiao had a temper. No, another round. I'm not convinced. www.readaloud.com. It's 3 o'clock now. Su Chen hinted frantically. One more game, hurry up. I really don't believe it. The little girl ignored Su Chen, clenched her small fist, opened the room again on her own, and issued an invitation. Awesome, the breeder asked Xiao Xiao to work overtime. Furious to work overtime. Forgive me for smiling unkindly. Tens of thousands of people are still watching the barrage, and Su Chen is not easy to refuse, so he can only accept the invitation again and continue to solo. So, only 2 minutes later. First drop of blood. Su Chen manipulated Olaf at the first level, picking up the axe in embarrassment. In fact, he deliberately wanted to fight first level, playing a wave of making Su Xiao Xiao happy, and deliberately threw a crooked outrageous Q. Su Xiaoxiao's Quinn actually flashed and received the axe, and Su Chen successfully connected the axe to the first level, and hacked Quinn to death after chasing after him. In front of the black and white screen, the little girl leaned against the chair with a face full of doubts about life. Seeing this, he is also a little speechless. This really can't blame him. The opponent was killed by him because of his ability, not because of his skill, really. Battered to autistic.jpg. It died at the first level, which I did not expect. Flashing to connect Q to NM outrageous, then Q spicy dance possession? Shame downcast. Love my wife for a second. This operation, I laughed out the goose barking. Amidst the barrage of ridicule, Su Xiao Xiao did not ask for trouble to continue with solo. 3 consecutive losses have caused some slight changes in her mentality. Instead, I chose to broadcast the shame. Chapter 30, Mr. Dan, what are you doing, Mr. Dan? The next day. This day is Friday, the day when Fights Breaks Fear is put on the shelves. In the morning, he discussed with Su Xiao Xiao and dropped today's live broadcast for the pigeon. Although the girl is still in a semi-autistic state, she is still very concerned about Su Chen's writing. So I gave it right, and by the way, she said she would also appease the fans today. Well, although it's not good to ask for leave the next day just after opening the live broadcast room, but there is no way to choose it to be available on Friday. The general VIP permission is opened at 12 noon, which is very conflicting with the time of Su Chen live broadcast. He is a man with a guarantee of more than 100,000 yuan. Even if he keeps posting the archive, he still has to click for a long time. Naturally, there is no time for live broadcast. What? You ask, why not set the timing? Sorry, Su Chen never had this habit. And he felt that setting the timing is more troublesome than publishing directly. When I opened the writer's assistant, Su Chen was very nervous and uneasy. But this kind of anxiety is not because it will be on shelves today. It's because I will go to the Lashiza pastry leisure shop for a trial job tomorrow. Having been in this world for so many days, he has long been accustomed to the easy life of a scribbling man in the dead house every day. When he thinks of going to work, and it is basically a pure part-time job, he can't motivate himself. Slumped softly on the chair, turned on the tablet, and the dripping news rang. Is the group leader of the Dupo group, which is currently Su Chen's first place. In 8, he told Su Chen that he had just rewarded a silver alliance for Fights Breaks Fear in his own name. Su Chen raised his brows, simply edited a message reply, and then opened the starting point. The announcement above floats. Support vampires with salary to reward 1 million points in Fight Breaks Fear, becoming the book's Silver League. 666666. Awesome. Atmospheric atmosphere. Since the rewards for the Silver League or above will be announced on the whole platform and the treasure chest can be opened, so this will be very fast, and it will gather a lot of popularity underneath to make a call for the big guys. Of course, there are also a lot of tweets, as well as the barrage of sand sculpture confession. Su Chen was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that this local tyrant would really reward him with a silver cute. He thought it would be nice to be able to crowdfund one. The Silver League was handed in, and Su Chen was obviously in a much better mood. He opened the backstage and prepared to upload the 65 chapters in one go, which was even more enjoyable. At the same time, a certain group of fantasy authors. Hey, it's on the shelves today, I don't know if the first order can exceed 100. Come on. I put it on the shelves last Friday, and the first order is 60. Millions of gods are deceptive. It's okay, if you write for 10 or 8 years, there will always be a book that will take off. Woohoo, fee-fei. MD, is there a fan here too? After chatting and blowing water for a while, the crowd rushed to the street and brought the topic to Dupa Sky. The recent new book in the fantasy zone has become one of the most popular in fighting and breaking the sky. Do you know? Dopo Kangqiang is also on shelves today. Damn, am I on the same day as the vampire boss? Dupo has a collection of tens of thousands, and it is estimated that it will be a direct product on the shelf. Dupo has a silver cute just now, and the vampire said at least 100,000 words will be updated today. Yes, and a silver cute plus 15 chapters. No, I'm just wondering, how do you know how clearly? Because I'm in the Book Friends group of ghosts, Li Zheis Huang.jpg. I'm also in that group, brother. What a coincidence, I am here. +1. Plus 10,086. The author of the question was speechless. I lost, this certain fantasy author group, I am afraid that it has been captured by Dupo Kangqi a long time ago, right? The group was discussing the matter of Dao breaking sky and vampires. Coincidentally, at a certain point, Mr. Dan, the great author of God, will just finish the code, and open the group of fantasy authors, intending to take a look at the screen, and see if there is any important news by the way. At this point, I can see the main points. What? Dobro Kangsheng is on shelves today? And a silver cute plus 15 more? Guru. The egg in front of the computer swallows, closes the author group, and opens a certain website. As long as a silver cute, 15 chapters are added, which is too tempting for him. Since he saw the beginning of Dopo last time, he has fallen in love with this book directly, and the various plot designs made him feel unstoppable. But he is not an impatient person. He licks his face every day and chases books. Compared to chasing books, Dan always prefers to slaughter every other time and read enough at a time. After all, he is also an author himself, he needs to spare his energy to code words every day, and he doesn't have much time to read. He clicked on the fight to break through the sky, and found that the number of words had been raised to more than 200,000 by him unknowingly. Well, it's time to slaughter. So the egg always prepared the potato chip cookie happy water, clicked the bucket to break the sky, and began to read. 5 minutes later. Dan always let out a long sigh of relief. Is so good looking, should I do something, such as a reward? But he still held back. 10 minutes later. Wonderful, wonderful. Dan can't help but pat his thigh to praise. He put his finger on the reward page, hesitating. Then he held it back. 20 minutes later. Has reached the end of the chapter again. Seeing the word reward underneath, Mr. Dan can't hold back again. The thumb of his right hand was hooked. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com just one click, and he flew out with 10,000 yuan. Silver is so cute, and then you can read 15 more chapters. Sparacy. However, after gritting his teeth, the egg never pressed down. It's not that he is short of 10,000 yuan. As a great god-level author, 10,000 yuan is really not a lot to him, probably at the level of a pair of new shoes for an ordinary family. As for why he hesitated, the main reason is that Mr. Dan has a high self-esteem and does not want to be looked down upon by book friends. Last time I gave Dupo a chapter tweet. The author vampire didn't even put a fart, let alone tweet it back. It made him very embarrassed, and his book friends also kept teasing him. So this time he won't give the other party any rewards. Thinking of this, Dan always looked resolute. Is like a second-class soldier going to the battlefield to die. Just, after an hour. Zhang Danshan rewards 1 million points in fight breaking the sphere, becoming the book's silver league. It's so fragrant. After rewarded, the egg in front of the screen always recovered, with an annoyed look on his face. I really can't blame himself for this. After reading all the more than 100,000 unread chapters, his right hand unknowingly pressed it to reward him. Right hand, what are you doing? Right hand. Why can't I stop? Sighed, Dan always felt that his play seemed a little too much, shook his sour right hand, switched the page, and opened his own book friends group. The popularity of a great author is quite high. Sure enough, just 30 seconds after the reward, the book friends group started to fry, and the discussion kept going, and at the same time, a large number of book friends were in ATA. Chapter 31, Surprises and Surprises on the Shelves. I'm going, I just saw that egg always rewarded Dupo Sky with Silver Ming. Really? Is the egg broken like this? Fucking trough, I just came back from a certain point, and the egg president really rewarded him. Didn't it mean that there is no deal? Is this hookup again? Above, you seem to be right. This is not a deal, at most it is a total unrequited love. Vampires don't have him, shirking. Is this the world of the strong? Poor egg boss, distressed for a second. Can the author come out and explain it at? The egg in front of the screen always hesitated for a moment, typed and deleted the words in the chat box, and finally decided to tell the truth. Dan, he said that a silver cute plus 15 chapters is really tempting. Oh hoo, the egg always appears. 8 summoning is a big success. So there is no deal anymore? The egg always wants to watch plus updates? No promise. Unexpectedly, Mr. Egg was really broken. There is one thing to say, Dupa is really good looking, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully the young and poor. This meeting egg always doesn't mind the book friends discussing the topic of Dupo Sky. He has to ask why, because he himself is also a fan of Dupo. Exited the QQ group and opened a certain website with expectation. Dan always found that the vampire was still the same as he thought. After receiving his silver cute, he said nothing. The thief is cold. But now it's mostly rushing for manuscripts. After all, it will be necessary to update 80 chapters continuously. It is impossible for normal authors to have so many manuscripts. Did not reply in the first time, and this is a high probability. Is also the author, and Dan always expresses his understanding. However, if Su Chen knew what Dan was thinking, he would definitely smile contemptuously. There are more than 200 chapters in his backstage manuscript, and only 80 chapters have been updated. Isn't it easy to come by? So, in the horrified gaze of Mr. Dan, after 12 o'clock, the new chapter of the VIP chapter of Fighting and Breaking the Sky is rising like no money. After 5 minutes, it gradually stopped. Opened a certain point curiously. Unread chapters of Fights Break the Sphere, Chapter 80. Dan is messed up. Who is this? Chapter 80 was published so soon. The other party's deposit is so easy? I'm afraid it will take nearly a month to replace it with myself. Thinking of this, Dan always feels a sense of frustration pressed on him. Fight Breaks the Sky book review area. What's the situation? 80 chapters have been changed on the shelves. Is the author a tentacle monster? Can you code so many words? You are really an honest person in front of you, don't you know how to save the manuscript? Chapter 80 has been sent out in one go. The vampire must have hidden a lot of manuscripts. Silver's cute newcomer, when I came in and saw the updated Chapter 80, I looked stupid. NB, this is the most up-to-date author I have ever seen. I have ordered all of them. Author of Conscience, updated Kwangmo, all ordered. I don't know if you have noticed that one of the silver cuties was rewarded by the egg. The book review area is extremely hot. Compared to before it was launched, there are many new readers attracted by the Silver Alliance. Moreover, even the people who eat melons, those who are not interested in fantasy at all, will see 2 consecutive silver cuties, all of which are the same book, and they all clicked in curiously, and the fragrance fell into the pit. So it has just been put on the shelves now, and it stands to reason that Su Chen's collection will definitely drop a lot, because after it is put on the shelves, many readers will turn to piracy, delete the collection and leave. This phenomenon can be said to be present in every book. Regardless of whether you are a big or a small or you are on the street, as long as you are on the shelves, you will definitely lose a part of the prostitute readers. But in fact, Battle Break Sphere is not the case. Due to the traffic brought by the 2 Silver Alliances just now, Su Chen's current collection has not been declining, but there is still a faint upward trend. This still surprised him a little bit. The effect of Bai Yunmen is so good, I never expected it. Is it really money that can make ghosts push? When he opened the writer's backstage, he had seen it a long time ago, and one of the silver leagues came from Mr. Dan. The great author who gave him a chapter in the new book is very angry now, and directly gave him a silver, like a rich and generous local author. If he didn't know the gender of the egg, he would think that the other party was interested in him. So, Su Chen felt he had to do something. First opened the chapter editor, specially opened a chapter to send a testimonial on the shelf. By the way, at the end, he made a formal thanks to Mr. Dan. Then he searched the starting from the egg of the total egg laying, and gave a reward to the leader, which was regarded as a thank you. Everyone is the author of the fantasy category. Even though he himself is still a writer-level account, it is far from the level of the supernatural power of Dan's own. But in terms of Fights Break the Sphere alone, it is no worse than the egg, starting from the egg, and it has entered the ranks of the top 5 in some fantasy. As for why not first? Can only say that the strong dragon can't hold the earth snake. Even in the early days of online writing, especially in the fantasy channel that can be played most at a certain point, it is still a little difficult to confine a book to gods. The background that a great possesses is not as simple as you think. Su Chen's current book of Fights Breaking the Sky is good, but just one book is not enough. How to say, the second book and the third book must be able to guarantee the current level before it is possible to be at a certain point. In short, you shouldn't be anxious, and you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, Su Chen also knows well. Moreover, the most important thing is www.readaloud.com. The first order of this book is not yet known. It has just been put on the shelves for a few minutes, but Su Chen is overwhelming the excitement in his heart and did not look at the subscription volume. He intends to see the result in the evening, or 24 hours later. Just as he was gearing up to think about it, there were people in his group of vampire book friends who were constantly at him. At the same time, suddenly I didn't know what was going on, and the private chat on QQ also exploded. The dense red dots made him have a headache. Frowned and opened a few private chat windows with book friends, all talking about things he didn't understand. What kind of hurry up, surprise or surprise, go to a certain point and have a look and so on. Made him inexplicable. What kind of explosion? What surprise? What to look at? Su Chen asked 3 questions in a daze. Didn't you have already issued 80 chapters in one breath? It stands to reason, shouldn't they just brush up 666 all at once? Why is it so mysterious now? Do you have silver again? No way? Is really confusing. Su Chen held the black question mark on his head and clicked on the backstage again. After loading the page for a short while, after seeing the reward column clearly, Su Chen held his breath. Hiss. Tactical inhale. That is actually a golden alliance. The dense number of zeros behind the 1 made him count several times. Special account for crowdfunding of vampires to reward 10 million points for Fight Breaks Sphere. 10 million points. A full 100,000 yuan. Su Chen was so shocked that he almost threw the mouse. Turtle, this is no longer a surprise, but a fright. Chapter 32, I am the prettiest boy. At a certain point, Su Chen felt that the whole person was a little airy. Up and down the whole body, it seems to be able to fly lightly. Almost did not hold the mouse, and performed a laser dance on the spot. There is no other reason, but that is 100,000 yuan. Even if an ordinary contract is half drawn at a certain point, you can get 50,000 yuan. It's not that Su Chen has never seen money. On the contrary, after crossing, his family still belongs to the kind of wealthy family. The living expenses are more than 10,000 a month, and living with his sister does not worry about food and clothing. But through writing books, you can earn tens of thousands of dollars just by rewards, which is quite shocking. Then, look at the account, this ID couldn't be more obvious, it was crowd-funded by readers. He couldn't help but click into his book friends group. This is also being discussed in. Those who participated in crowdfunding and those who did not participate in crowdfunding are the same. Niu Pian, you guys have really come up with a big cuteness, still golden. What this book friend wants to say is exactly what Su Chen is thinking now, he never expected that he would have a big cuteness. Mensin first met Jin Mo. There are too many people. The crowdfunding group has created a group of 2,000 people. I don't know if Guida will see it. It shouldn't be, otherwise he would have come to the book friends group to bubble up. The ghost may also be scared to death and dare not speak. This will hide in the small black room and desperately rush to the draft. Okay? Hurry up! What do you mean? Peeping at the screen, Su Chen saw this and was stunned, without an immediate reaction. After all, he published 80 chapters today, which is already an extremely terrifying number. Subconsciously, he didn't even think about the code word. Take a sip of happy water and continue to peek at the screen. Haha, 2, I owe 150 chapters. No matter how many manuscripts are saved, I should be anxious now. Don't the Golden League give a discount and just make it 200 more? It makes sense, so who is going to bargain with ghosts? Funny. Stop. You are trying to kill that vampire. Hurt, do you think Guida can't live so many words today? Impossible, but that is 150 chapters. He sent out 80 chapters and he estimated that he would use up all the manuscripts. Watching the discussion of book friends. At this time, Su Chen finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Yes, a silver cute says to add 15 chapters, and then, a golden cute is equivalent to 10 silver cuties, that is to say. Does he need another 150 chapters? WDNMD. The joy of being cute just now disappeared in an instant. Hiss. Without his eyes, he threw the mouse cursor away, and Su Chen inhaled again tactically. 150 chapters, that's nearly 300,000 words. It's not that he is a copyist who completely carries memory, and this will also feel pressure. But fortunately, there is something called save. After taking a few deep breaths back and forth, Su Chen tremblingly opened the writer's backstage and counted the remaining manuscripts. Please, you must stand up to the bacteria. Su Chen's eyelids jumped and counted the manuscripts. At the beginning, the manuscript has more than 200 chapters. 80 chapters were published before, and there will be 130 chapters left. Glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer, 1:30 in the afternoon. This means that you still need 20 chapters in the afternoon and evening. With this touching result, Su Chen almost died on the spot. Even at the speed of other texts, it takes 2 chapters an hour, and it takes 10 hours to code 20 chapters. So if you want to publish 150 chapters, you will have to sit in front of your computer and close the codeword for the rest of the day to succeed. So Su Chen made up his mind, locked the bedroom door, and started typing intensively. At the same time, the book review area of Fights Break the Sky. Nima's book has 2 silver cute and 1 golden cute. What is the author's background? Mom asked the Kneeling series. Gold is coming, and I found out that this book is updated with chapter 80 today? What the hell? Something short-circuited again. What's this? According to the author's rules for adding and updating, he still owes 150 chapters. 666 is so awesome, I would like to give a reward of 10 yuan to express my feelings. To add together, more than 200 chapters will be published. If the author can finish the publication today, I will be a leader on the spot to add a full order. There are so many posts, people who automatically subscribe are scared to death. Impossible, it is estimated that like other authors, it will be owed to the old. 233 is always replaced by the egg next door, he can't finish more than 200 chapters in a month. True. Simply glanced at the book review area, Su Chen thought about it, and opened a top-quality post in the book review area. Vampire, about the big cute plus more. Fuck it. Capture. Successful capture. Come out the vampire. Use the explosion. The ghost is big, I know, there must be no manuscript saved, come to ask for more, right? This message was followed by a sinister little expression, which was particularly vivid. Su Chen saw this with a little heartbeat. The word owing more made him itch. However, he had already made up his mind and stood firm. Today, he is bound to show the remaining 20 chapters, so there is no such thing as what the news says. Vampire, there is still 150 chapters short. The author will send out 100 chapters later, and the remaining chapters will be broadcast before 12 o'clock in the evening. Please order your support first. Book friends. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell, more than 200 chapters are really posted in a day. You are the angel among the devil, right? Next, before the book friends read the comments, they saw that the number of chapters in the Battle Broke the Sky began to rise wildly. Unread chapters, 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 3 chapters, 10 chapters, 20 chapters, 50 chapters. Almost every 2 seconds, a new chapter can be refreshed. Is really reaching a new height of update posting faster than readers can see. Information is like Planck's gunpowder keg, which is transmitted one after another in a series of explosions. So, soon, all the circles related to the internet have exploded, discussing the abnormal explosion of Fights Break Sphere. Post it, Long Kong, major penguin authors, book friends, and even many netizens who don't read online articles, all know about FANFIC sphere. Regarding these changes, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Su-chen didn't know it at all. After posting the post, he planned to explain this to Su Xiao. Taking advantage of the time between the opponents' games, he called out the little girl who was broadcasting. Xiao, discuss something with you. What's the matter, brother? Seeing Su-chen's lack of a good-looking face, Su Xiao couldn't help tilting her head, the look of the hapless second-class soldier who was ordered by the fool chief to rush into the minefield. Sorry, for today's dinner, you can just order a takeaway. Have you finally stayed at home to be lazy to cook? No, I need to rush the draft, there are still 20 chapters to add. Su-chen raised his forehead. So much, is it better to owe it? Although Su Xiao doesn't know much about the doors and ways of web texts, she still understands one of the major essences of human beings, gu. No. Your brother is a gentleman and author who can do what he says, and he will never do things like ku. Su-chen rejected it. Believe in words, he is the most beautiful boy at a certain point. Su Xiao. Then come on, I'll take care of it myself for dinner. Chapter 33, regarding the issue of the editorial department competing for resources at a certain po. From the afternoon to the evening, most of the time was spent on codewords, and finally, at almost 12 o'clock in the night, Su-chen had enough code for 20 chapters. Quickly uploaded the chapter. Looking at the time at 23:59 in the lower right corner of the computer, Su-chen breathed a sigh of relief. He shook the creaking neck joints and leaned on the chair in relief. Limit card points. Tomorrow is 1 minute away. Starting at 1:30 in the afternoon, he continued to use high-intensity codewords until midnight. At this time, he felt that his fingers were about to be broken, and he was very sore. Now he doesn't even have the desire to open the background to take a look at the data. He stands up and stretches comfortably. Then, I opened the bedroom door, and the living room was already dark. Su Xiao's door was closed tightly, and there was a vaguely even breathing sound inside, and he should have fallen asleep. Su-chen rubbed his temples. Because of the code word, he didn't have time to eat. Now he plans to simply take a bite of instant noodles or the whole steamed bread and mustard. But when he came to the living room, he found another takeaway bag on the dining table. Took a closer look, and inside was an unopened ravioli. I ordered a wonton for you for dinner, will you have a trial job tomorrow? Take care. Su Xiao. After noticing this little note, Su-chen couldn't help feeling warm. This is a model sister. Although she is usually eccentric, she knows that she cares about her brother at the critical moment. She is essentially a good boy. Then, I opened the soup and seasoning package that had been kept in the thermal insulation bag. Su-chen Mimi prepared it, and after enjoying the wontons, I went back to the room to sleep. Tomorrow's working time is 9 o'clock in the morning. He needs to get there a little bit in advance to get familiar with the environment in the store, and listen to the manager's instructions and explanations of precautions by the way. The next day. Madu, a certain company building. Instructed editor Bai Yu to come to his fantasy district office with a humming tune, pull the chair away, and put it on the desk earlier, as if he was stepping on the cloud, as if his life had reached the peak. In such a good mood. The colleague next to him put down the fritters in his mouth and cast a surprised look. Let me guess, the FANFIC sphere you signed is on the shelves. Bai Yu nodded. Updated 230 chapters on the day it was launched, and 2 silver men and 1 gold men and women were extremely popular, and the data rose fiercely. As the editor of the Vampire, it was hard for him to be happy or not. How do you say the first order? The colleague smiled and continued to ask. Bai Yu turned on the computer and said, last night, the average order was 5,000, and the higher order was 7,000. As for now, I haven't read it yet, I guess it's only high or low. Let me see. My colleague clicked on the data, and found the Dupa Sky. As Bai Yu had expected, the current results of Do Bro Kangqiang have far surpassed the number he just said. The collection is 90,000, and the order is more than 7,000, and the high order is nearly 10,000. My God, it is a genius on the internet, you are a sign in the future. It's more than that, you look at the word count updated 24 hours a day. Bai Yu continued to remind colleagues. Hiss. The colleague glanced, took a breath, tactically leaned back, and the fritters in his hand almost fell to the ground. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Yesterday, more than 400,000 words were updated in one day. This colleague is just a newcomer. Where did he sign such a perverted author? He was very surprised at the time. Vampires have been updated too much, so this book will not be dropped for a period of time. Bai Yu's tone gradually became confident. Because the vampire's performance on the shelves far exceeded his estimates, the performance for a long time to come will not be worried. The editor-in-chief will recommend him the resources for the placement if he has nothing to do, and now Bai Yu can be said to be a good source of water in the fantasy zone. Up. I didn't walk into the office sideways every day. Bai Yu. A majestic voice came, saying that CAO and Lin Junja would be here, and the editor would come to the office and stopped Bai Yu. There is a meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning about the recommendation of the homepage of a certain point, and come to meeting room 6 on time. Bai Yu responded with a surprise in his heart. Because he can guess that the 8 achievements of the meeting content is to discuss this homepage recommendation, which book should be given. This recommendation can be said to be the most powerful recommendation for a certain point. The most conspicuous position of a certain point, whether it is a website or mobile phone software, can be seen at a glance when it is opened. Then, almost all of the time, this recommendation will be downed by the editor-in-chief of my own. The fantasy channel is a leading channel at a certain point, and it occupies the excellent resource of the homepage all the year round. More words are not helpful. Time flies. 10 o'clock in the morning, meeting room 6. A long conference table is full of men and women who are not in their 20s or 30s. They are the editors-in-chief and editor-in-charge of some major categories. Bai Yu and his editor-in-chief of the fantasy category are among them. When this kind of meeting was held for the first time, he was quite cautious. Like elementary school students in class, sitting upright. But it's different now. After becoming a veteran who has been in the industry for several years, now he even has the heart to glance at the phone secretly during meetings. Oily is not good. The editor-in-chief of a certain website sat at the front of the conference table, swept his eyes around, and said, "Ahem, everyone has almost prepared the books for the next round of arrangements. Have you found any outstanding works?" Upon hearing the words, the editor-in-chief of Xianhuan was ready to speak. In order to take care of the overall situation, he is planning to submit 2 books this time. One is Fights Break the Sky and the other is Starting with Eggs. The final result is for the editor-in-chief to consider. Also used this to demonstrate the terrifying strength of the fantasy zone. It also tells the editors of those other channels that fantasy is the most popular zone at a certain point. Your elder brother is still your elder brother. Don't even think about grabbing resources with your elder brother www.readaloud.com, but he hasn't spoken yet. The editor-in-chief of the fantasy editorial team said, "I found a very good serial work here. The new book Food Hunter by platinum writer Sanson is updated and stable. It can be recommended on the homepage." Oh! When the editor-in-chief heard that he was a platinum writer, his eyes lit up. How about the data and the amount of updates? The editor-in-chief of fantasy sends the data at hand to the editor-in-chief. Their fantasy channel was originally cool, but recently, more than 2 months ago, a popular platinum writer, under the pen name Sanson, came to the fantasy division and opened a book. With the help of this huge popularity, he also has excellent writing skills, and he has topped various charts in the fantasy division in one fell swoop. This one updated 10,000 characters on the 3rd and 3rd currently, he has ordered 12,000, high order 13,000, collection of 120,000, and it is still steadily climbing. So the editor-in-chief is a bit swollen. After preparing a copy of the copy and data, at today's meeting, he intends to strike hard, just in front of the fantasy division. Has been under the pressure of fantasy for too long, and finally got a good book with impressive achievements. How can you not seize such a good opportunity? The editor-in-chief glanced at the data roughly. Sanson's performance is much better than that of ordinary platinum writers, and the fan base is also very large. Generally speaking, it is in line with the standard of the homepage layout this time. Chapter 35, The Manager's Blend Coffee. Data network is impossible to make mistakes. So, when I saw the huge data 70,000 characters updated daily on the big screen, the entire conference room was in an uproar. Especially the editor-in-chief. It is necessary to check the data thoroughly, and he also took it along, taking a look at the specific results of the last few days. Then he was even more surprised. Because he saw that Do Po Kangsheng actually updated about 460,000 words in one day yesterday. Is folded into chapters to make 230 chapters. Really means that the average update volume is increased in one day. And the number of words is a bit too scary. There are so many updates on the day it was launched. To be honest, it is the first time that even the editor-in-chief of RI Li Wanji has been seen. The data can be determined to be true, so now, can the editor-in-chief reconsider the issue of layout? The editor-in-chief of Fantasy is like Mu Chunfeng, and at the same time he smiled at the editor-in-chief of the Fantasy division. After all, the other party was still taunting 1 second, and the embarrassing character who was slapped in the face the next second. So what can it be like this? The Fantasy editor-in-chief looked ugly, but soon spoke again. As far as the data is concerned, whether it is starting from the egg or Fights Break sphere, it is not as good as Sanson's Food Hunter has excellent grades. This is also true. Among the 3 books, Sanson's Food Hunter is the highest. However, the other party seems to have overlooked a little. Fights Break the Sphere is a new book that has just hit the shelves one day, and the book is still on the rise and has not stabilized. Starting from the egg is only 1,000 different from Food Hunter. As far as the performance is concerned, it is not worthy to compete. The editor-in-chief of Xianhuan retorted in an orderly manner. The editor-in-chief of Fantasy turned green and white. Yes, the actual strength of the 2 books is not worse than that of Food Hunter, especially Fights Break Sphere, which has just been released on the first day, and has exploded so many chapters. Now the data is still going up. This dispute can last for 10 minutes. In the end, the editor-in-chief decided to give the 3 books to the editor-in-chief of all editorial departments for cross-checking, and he would read it himself to understand the specific content of the book. Because these 3 books are all recent work on the web, standing at the top of the pyramid, it seems that the persuasiveness is not enough based on the results. Therefore, the content of the review is also very important and is an indispensable part of the program. After these contents are finished, the meeting adjourns. Before leaving, the Fantasy editor gave the Fantasy editor a fierce look. The final result was decided by all the editors' votes in a week, so he made up his mind to grasp this opportunity. The editor-in-chief of Xianhuan sneered unwillingly, and glared back at the other party. The 2 editors rubbed their eyes with each other, and then turned around, leaving each other with a handsome back. The smell of gunpowder is very strong. That, editor-in-chief. The editor by your side was a little flustered. What's the situation? The 2 editors seem to be in conflict because of the recommendation issue just now. This thing makes myself a little cute and uncomfortable. New cute shivering. It's okay, you can talk to the authors of the 2 books, Vampire and Xiangdan Chen. This week is very important. The competitor is a platinum. If possible, it is best to let them both strengthen publicity or increase the amount of updates. The editor-in-chief of Xianhuan said this with a firm face, as if he were a cold army non-commissioned officer. Bai Yu nodded consensually, remembering the incident to his heart. The editorial department has temporarily come to an end. The same morning in the morning, Su Chen came to the West Point leisure shop to report early this morning. In the morning, there were no people in the shop, only a middle-aged shop manager, dressed in a neat and tidy formal dress, wiping cups at the bar. This person is probably the old classmate mentioned by his father. Su Chen glanced at the store manager, then looked around. The decoration of the whole shop is quite high-grade, clean, and tidy, with a combination of Chinese and Western styles. In addition to a few exquisite small tables, there are also 2 large glass cabinets in which various pastries and bread are placed. You can smell the freshly baked fragrance. Should be made on the day. In short, the environment of the whole shop is quite good, clean, and hygienic, much better than Su Chen expected. The manager of the bar also noticed Su Chen at this time and raised his brow. "Welcome, what can I order?" The middle-aged store manager walked out of the bar and received Su Chen politely. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand. "No, I am Su Chen who came to try my job today." "Are you Manager Su?" "It's me, you are Su Vafan's son. When you look closer, it really looks a bit like your father." Store manager Su pulled Su Chen to the table with a smile, and motioned him to sit and talk, quite enthusiastic. "I haven't seen him in a few years, and I don't know how he is now. Father is abroad now. This way, it's no wonder that the contact with me has decreased. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Su Wenchang, the manager of this store." "Su Chen, you can call me the Manager Su." "Manager Su?" Su Chen nodded. "Well, I will show you around the store later, but before that," Manager Su stood up with a smile on his face, "I would like you to have a cup of coffee first." "Coffee?" Su Chen was taken aback. After Mr. Su walked to the bar on his own, he started by selecting coffee beans and preparing the coffee skillfully. Su Wenchang's family is not short of money. To open a small shop of this kind, reading www.yuyukanshu.com is just for the dream of his childhood. The beautiful and exquisite mousse cake, the hot cheese tycoon, a cup of fragrant caramel macchiato, how fascinating! Watching customers take a quiet nap in the store and enjoying these snacks, his mood will become more relaxed and happy. "Actually, I am quite confident about blended coffee." After processing the coffee beans, Manager Su took the towel again and gently wiped the coffee machine. He felt that, no matter what, this was the guy introduced by the old classmates. He must be good at coffee and pastry. He was very proficient in relevant knowledge. Therefore, Manager Su took Su Chen as his own friend of course, and directly planned to make a cup of the best blended coffee to let the other party see his own strength. "In order to take into account the aroma, I used 5 kinds of coffee beans, and the selection of the origin is also quite strict." Listening to Mr. Su's nagging words, Su Chen was a little embarrassed. How did this style change suddenly become a coffee appreciation conference? He knows a little about coffee, but he is limited to coffee beans, garland, and such superficial knowledge. So he didn't know anything about what shop manager Su said later. But as a person who took the initiative to try out, Su Chen was too embarrassed to say that he didn't understand, that would be too embarrassing. Moreover, the most important thing is that he was too embarrassed to interrupt and say something else with the expectant and serious eyes of Shang Su. So he just sat on the chair and listened pretendingly. About a few minutes later, Manager Su gently wiped his hands with a handkerchief, and then brought the brewed coffee to Su Chen. Chapter 36, Host My Sister. In the pure white cup, the coffee is steaming hot. Young people generally like to drink sweeter ones. Muttering to himself in a low voice, Mr. Su brought a delicate colander from nowhere, and carefully added a piece of sugar to the coffee. The square sugar gradually melted and collapsed in the coffee, and the various lines on his face stretched out, revealing a pleasant chuckle. "Come on, try it." After stirring gently with a colander, Manager Su pushed the coffee in front of Su Chen. Su Chen picked up the small cup, and the mellow smell puffed his nose. He subconsciously praised, "The smell of coffee is very fragrant." "Thank you." Brought the cup to his mouth, and Su Chen took a sip. "Yes, bitter but sweet, delicious." Su Chen commented on her dress. Actually, he didn't drink anything at all. In his opinion, no matter what kind of coffee it is, how many coffee beans are mixed, it tastes the same. Is a bit like a bitter batch of Chinese medicine. This kind of sweetened one is better, but it's not too sweet. As far as Su Chen himself, except for the instant coffee sold in the supermarket, he doesn't drink authentic coffee at all. The expensive batch tastes bitter at the same time. If it is not to relieve work pressure, normal people drink that kind of food, don't they suffer? Thought this in his heart, but Su Chen's superficial skills were still quite sufficient. Pretended to be very graceful and admired, and took several sips of coffee. This also makes Manager Su very useful. Was also quite satisfied with Su Chen's reaction. In his opinion, this kind of expression is exactly that kind of expression. After knowing his own strength, he is willing to bow to the wind. Well, this can't be helped. Store Manager Su thought confidently, because he was still very confident about his coffee knowledge. Is not up to the level of a first-class barista, but it is definitely not far behind. Just watching Su Chen sip the coffee one by one, the Manager Su cleaned the cup skillfully, and then dried it for disinfection. "I will take you to familiarize yourself with the environment in the store, and there are other employees." "There are other employees in this store?" Su Chen was a little surprised. He originally thought that only the store Manager Su in front of him was operating. "Of course there are others, or where did the pastries and bread in the counter come from?" Manager Su smiled. Just followed the Manager Su around the store. What surprised Su Chen was that the back work area in the store had a cave. A workshop for making pastry decorations, a fresh baking workshop for baking bread, and a rest area for the staff. The combined space is actually larger than the space in the front hall. This is not over yet. Walking up the stairs in the rest area, there is actually the second floor as a warehouse. Originally thought it was a tight shop, but the total area was almost as big as a hot pot restaurant. These are actually all owned by the manager. How can it be repaired? It is really evil capitalism. Take so much money to run a shop that does not make money but only pursues dreams. Sure enough, you can do whatever you want with money. After getting acquainted with all the facilities in the store, Su Chen contacted the other employees again. Under the introduction of Store Manager Su, they were acquainted with each other. Said it was other employees, but in fact there were only two people. A teacher in charge of decorating flowers and a teacher in charge of fresh baking were all about the same age as the Store Manager Su. From the outside, they all look rich. I don't know whether it is a master craftsman, or just like the Manager Su, who came to chase dreams and experience life. After about half an hour, Su Chen finally understood his job. The content is very simple: receiving customers, cashing in and shipping from the window of the workshop. To put it bluntly, there is actually no work. Most of the time I sit on the bar. Smile when a customer comes. Is free and easy. Well, the general situation is like this. Store Manager Su needs to devote himself to his own business, and can't enjoy life in the store all day. He just wants someone to visit the store. I received a batch of resumes from graduates and people from the public. I happened to find in these resumes the son of an old classmate, Su Chen, so I contacted him and gave him a rather leisurely job. Can be regarded as a favor to an old classmate. Time comes to the afternoon. In order for Su Chen to adapt to work, the shop manager Su has not left the shop, and carefully teaches him cash register and coffee making. For most of the day, there were only a handful of customers who came to the store, that is, the store manager Su, like this philanthropist, changed other people, and the store simply could not be opened. Su Chen sat on the bar chatting in every possible way. Knowing that it would be so free long ago, he brought a tablet or a notebook over, not to mention surfing the internet, he could code a few words when he had time. Saves those readers who know the reminder all the time, and next time or something. Really. Makes him love and hate. According to the store manager Su, there will be more customers in the afternoon, but looking at the pedestrians in 2s and 3s on the street www.readaloud.com, there must be no more customers. This store is not on the main street. There is less traffic. The usual source of customers is basically students from nearby schools and teachers. No, just thinking about that, another customer pushed in. Su Chen raised his eyelids. Welcome. A familiar petite figure appeared in the store. Wearing a carefree off-the-shoulder t-shirt, Su Xiao threw the small bag on the seat, humming a little song, and sat down by the window in the store. This time it is a customer who wants to order in the store, please come and receive it. After noticing Su Xiao who was a guest, Manager Su raised his hand and gestured to Su Chen with a smile. The store manager didn't know Su Xiao, and thought he was just an ordinary customer. Looking at Su Xiao's direction, Su Chen's eyelids twitched. Why does this stinky girl appear here? Usually, she is a little house girl who doesn't take a half step out of her house. Today, after knowing where she tried her job, she came immediately, and what was she making? Seeing that fascinating smile on his face, it's no problem to blame. It's really weird to receive my sister on the first day of the job test. Holding the list in the store, Su Chen came to Su Xiao reluctantly, and whispered to her, I said, why did you come here? Don't you usually go out? Nothing. The little girl put her chin in one hand and thought seriously, just thinking that I can call you here, I went out very happily. Su Chen. Chapter 37. Just as Su Chen was thinking about where to make complaints, Manager Su's voice came from behind. It turned out to be Su Chen's acquaintance. Brother and sister to be precise. Su Xiao added. That's it, shop manager Su raised his brows and said with a smile, since it's my younger sister, I'll buy you a drink. It's a special offer for you in the store. Manager Su is very enthusiastic and generous. Also, this shop basically doesn't make money, and it costs a lot of money to operate. Like this kind of one more drink and one less drink, he probably didn't care about it for a long time. However, when Su Xiao heard this, her eyes rolled, and her spirit came, really? It's free? Anything will do. Please order. Manager Su nodded. In that case, the little girl sat down and thought, just have a drink in the most expensive bar in this shop. Manager Su wiped his sweat after listening. Order a wine at a Western restaurant? If it wasn't for this little girl to be Su Chen's younger sister, he would have thought it was a boring person who came to look for trouble. Su Chen was also quite speechless. Do you know what shop this is? There is no wine here. Su Xiao stuck out her tongue and said nothing. Su Chen saw her like this and continued, speaking of which, have you ever drunk? Can you drink? Then, he rolled his eyes and threw Su Xiao a menu. Gave her a look at the same time, signaling her to be more serious in front of outsiders. Actually, the little girl came this time not for coffee at all. She is very simple, just want to torture Su Chen, just like she just said. In fact, I am not too interested in drinks. I usually drink happy water at home. Is still the kind of wolfberry, crossed out. But there is definitely no such thing in this kind of store. So Su Xiao took the menu and after looking at it seriously for a while, she said casually, then have a cup of mixed coffee. She doesn't know what the blend coffee tastes like, but it is at the top of the menu, indicating that it is a popular signature in the store, and it is not bad if you want to come. Mixed coffee, right? The manager's eyes lit up. After listening to Su Chen, his expression became strange. Suddenly, he seemed to feel the electricity flowing through the body of the store manager beside him, his voice changed, and the whole person became self-confident. He quickly glanced at the store manager beside him. I don't know if it's an illusion. I saw the shop manager's overall momentum changed drastically. He heard the words mixed coffee. He straightened his collar, and slowly began to chant like a white-bearded magician proficient in magic. Actually, I am quite confident about blended coffee. In order to balance the taste and aroma, I used 5 kinds of coffee beans. Holding out a hand, Manager Su started chattering happily. When it comes to blending coffee, he gets excited. In order to flexibly match their flavors, I have spent a lot of effort on the blending, and the coffee beans are naturally selected from the country of origin. That, Mr. Su, these babbles are almost enough. Su Chen grinned reluctantly, and interrupted the singing. I can understand your passion for coffee, but customers order a coffee and listen to the manager's lecture or something. Is simply unprecedented. This may be one of the reasons why there are no people in the store. Store manager Su just had a meal, I think it is necessary to explain it temporarily. Su Chen. So just like that, the brothers and sisters listened to the coffee lecture room for about 5 minutes, and then the enthusiastic store manager Su remembered that he wanted to make coffee. Su Xiaoxiao had a bewildered expression all the time. She just wandered over to take a break, and by the way, she wanted to take care of Su Chen. Why should she inexplicably listen to the coffee class like a student? Whispered a few words. A few minutes later, the manager skillfully prepared a cup of mixed coffee, humming a little song and wiping the coffee machine. Su Chen brought the coffee over. Okay, here comes the blended coffee. Hey! The little girl looked disgusted. Hey! What's wrong? You should say, guest, this is your blended coffee, please enjoy, right? Su Chen's eyelids jumped wildly. Why do I have to speak honorifics to my sister? Because I'm a customer in the store, and receiving customers is your job, right? Su Xiaoxiao looked at it for granted, the customer is God. So, say it again, this time it must be respectful. This. Su Chen really didn't know how to refute it after half a while. This is your mixed coffee, please use it slowly. So he had no choice but to temporarily admit it, and organized the language to repeat 8 times, and then settle accounts with this girl when he returned home. Soundway, fan. However, Su Xiaoxiao deliberately found fault with a black belly, do it again. Su Chen's hand holding the plate trembled slightly. This stinky girl is deceiving too much. But because the manager was still behind, he could only take a deep breath and said again, this is your mixed coffee for the guest. Speaking too fast. Su Xiaoxiao interrupted before finishing speaking, are you talking hot? Do it again. This is your guest. The words are not clear. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com do it again. This is a guest. The sincerity of the tone is not enough, do it again. This is. Do it again. I probably said that there can be no less than 10 times, and the quarrel like a repeater is over. Fortunately, there are no other people in the store, otherwise Su Xiaoxiao would not be so proficient. You can barely count you as qualified, Su Xiaoxiao hooked up a gleeful smile, okay, the waiter, now help me get sugar and milk. God is he, waiter brother. Su Chen's face at this meeting was completely darkened to the bottom of the pot. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, Su Xiaoxiao, are you special? Remember me? Hey? I seem to have heard some taboo vocabulary just now. Is it my illusion? It's nothing, guest, this is your sugar and milk. Su Chen quickly squeezed out a smiling face. He doesn't want to be trained by this girl anymore. Is it too terrifying? Seeing Su Chen changed his mouth, Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, added moderate sugar and milk, and was ready to enjoy coffee. At the bar not far away, Manager Su had a panoramic view of the situation of the two of them just now. The quarrel between brothers and sisters, in his opinion, is a game for young people, and he didn't take it to heart. Now that he saw Su Xiao preparing to drink coffee, he lifted his spirits. How to evaluate the best blended coffee is what he cares most about. But before drinking, Su Chen and Su Xiao turned to the topic of coffee, which attracted the attention of the store manager. Chapter 38, What kind of comics do you want to draw? The store manager started to eavesdrop. By the way, why did you suddenly remember drinking coffee? Like to drink? Su Chen. I didn't want to drink coffee that much. Su Xiao curled her lips and said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Manager Su only felt a sharp arrow through his chest. I made coffee blends so seriously that this little girl didn't take it seriously at all? This is too disappointing, too chilling. But this is not the end. Su Xiao's next words were almost 10,000 points of critical damage to Manager Su's heart. Whatever the coffee is, I just want to see how you serve me. Su Chen. He glanced at the store manager secretly, wondering if it was an illusion. He now felt that the store manager was several years old, and his body was trembling behind the bar. It was probably the topic of coffee that disappointed him, Su Chen thought. After all, he probably knew what the store manager was like during the whole morning. Basically, I can't stop talking about coffee and other topics. However, Su Xiao obviously didn't notice. She continued enthusiastically, so drinking coffee is just the reason I'm looking for. It's just a piggyback, just a piggyback. The little girl also emphasized this point in particular. The store manager almost vomited a mouthful of old blood. Is my own coffee just like this? He felt he had to do something. Otherwise, listening to Su Xiao's words all the time, his bones will not be able to hold it. Su Chen, it's almost time to let her taste coffee. Store manager Su couldn't help but uttered from behind the bar, and smiled reluctantly at the brothers and sisters. Oh! Su Chen replied, and then gave Su Xiao a wink, motioning her to say something nice after drinking. But the little girl obviously didn't understand Su Chen's meaning, picked up the coffee cup, and took a sip in silence. The expression was plain. Store manager Su couldn't help asking, how does it taste? Su Xiao put down the cup and laughed, smiling very brightly. Actually, I don't understand it very well. Store manager Su. In the time after, due to this episode of mixed coffee, Mr. Su was probably in a semi-autistic state. Su Xiao soaked in the store for a while. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen got off work and the two went home. Before leaving, Su Chen and store manager Su discussed how to schedule shifts. Actually, store manager Su doesn't care much about these things. Except for when he is busy, he needs Su Chen to come to see the store. The rest of the time, to put it bluntly, he can go or not. Wrote a few chapters in the bedroom for dough breaking the sky as a deposit, and opened QQ at night. He noticed his responsible editor Bai Yu, and left a message to himself. Bai Yu, next week, you try to promote your Fights Break sphere. Our fantasy editorial department is currently competing for recommendations for you. You'd better stabilize the amount of updates. Hit the keyboard, and replied with a OK. Su Chen didn't care much, or said he didn't even care about it. Because he had just seen that he had booked his average order, which was close to 10,000, and the ordering ratio of nearly 10:1 was already far beyond his estimate. 3 cuties, plus this number of subscriptions, the monthly contribution income can exceed 150,000. 1 month later, you can reach the level of a 5th level author. Yes, it can be considered stable. The monthly income is upwards of 100,000. Anyway, for the salted fish like Su Chen, there is no regret. Next, Su Chen will consider the comic industry in this world. I originally thought that after work, I would lack time to continue my literary work, but I went to the store for a day and felt the situation, and there was no pressure at all. He even plans to code words directly in the store. So the time is huge, and he plans to learn more about the various comics in this world now. After all, there is no good-looking cartoon to watch, and there is no fan to follow. At present, Su Chen's entertainment method is nothing except playing League of Legends and other games. This is not the life he wants. Exit and edit the chat page. Open the web page. In this parallel world, China's largest comics website is Penguin Comics. Because Penguin Comics and a certain point are both the same company, in this world, the operation mode and recharge mode adopted by the two websites are exactly the same. Recommended tickets and monthly tickets are also available. If you recharge, it is the Rudder Master, the Hall Master, the leader. On the other hand, because the Neon Autonomous Region is part of China, many Japanese-style comics are also serialized on Penguin Comics. It's just that they are all works that Su Chen doesn't recognize. Click to open the hot list. The top 5 names are all unfamiliar names. Glanced at the top of the list, is a work called The Return of the Holy Immortal. The author of is called Orange Peel and has hundreds of thousands of fans. Clicked in and glanced, the influence is about the same as the top platinum writer at a certain point. Is the kind of popularity that when a new book is opened, there will be countless readers and visitors, and before you read it, you will first give a lot of tips and recommendations. Su Chen opened the book Return of the Holy Fairy and turned a few pages. The color and painting skills are all right www.readaloud.com, but this plot is completely the same as the plot of Long Aotian on a certain point. Same. As a dead house that has passed through to read countless films, just read a few words and can't stand it. Without him, it is simply too old-fashioned. The basic content is that the protagonist wakes up after a nap, and is transformed into a saint body by aliens, and then starts all kinds of pretense in schools and cities. The plot is brainless and the character is pale. Put in Su Chen's original world, he would rush to the American Chinese street. But it is this kind of work, which is also very puzzling. It ranks first on the site, and the comment area is harmonious, and the praise is all. Is it ridiculous? Teacher Orange Peel's painter is amazing. It's so cool, my backhand is a reward after watching it. Orange Peel, GKD. Okay, Su Chen really has nothing to say. Just wandering around the comment area without any spirit, Su Chen also downloaded the backstage of a cartoonist and tried to create a pseudonym. Wanted to be the same as a certain point and took the pseudonym as a vampire, but he unexpectedly discovered that the pseudonym had been taken. Who is so unethical to seize the ID? It's troublesome to change the name. So Su Chen could only use a new pen name Moxue Wang. The specific meaning is that there is, or that there is no and there is no. Blood is related to vampires, and blood is related to blood. Su Chen first thought of Mao Suang. So it's so straightforward. This ID passed the review smoothly. Seeing this, Su Chen found out the drawing tools such as the tablet at home, and began to wonder what kind of comics he wanted to draw. Chapter 39, Fairy Painting Technique. He has a lot of comics about the big fires in his previous life waiting to be carried. Hokage, pirates, Conan and other veteran migrant workers don't talk about them, such as giants, ghosts, jajas, punches, ghouls, sisters shaking dragons, and the spirit of explosions Lu Xiu who lifted the floor, Xiao Xiao's diary, are also very good cartoons. Even if there are a lot of comic plots, the style of painting is mediocre, but compared with this world, it is simply a mess. Draw a book casually, and Su Chen might be able to brighten the eyes of those natives. After thinking for a while, he picked up the digital tablet on the table, and Su Chen decided. He decided to draw a manga in everyday style. Sister Kyunwoo, Little Buried. If you want to ask why, as the first work, I painted the kind of slow-moving, plot-oriented, and too many works, and the tension was not enough. It is like some excellent daily comics. Basically, it will give people a bright feeling from the beginning, which can fully reflect the author's painterly, and it is easier to get angry. Especially for people like Su Chen, the painter basically crushes everything, starting from the daily comics, the effect is outstanding. Turn around and talk about Xiao Bui again. The work Ganume Ziobi was created by the teacher of the triangle head, and it was very popular. It was later adapted into an animation work, and it has been broadcasted over 100 million on Station B. The heroine Ziobi's cute selling point, widely loved by the house. Of course, whether it is the comic version or the animation version, Su Chen's mind is like a network disk resource, imprinted to death. He just needs to follow the feeling in his mind and restore it bit by bit. Is no different from Lin Yi. So, with the blessing of this extremely high-level plug-in, at 3 o'clock in the morning, he had already painted the first episode. This kind of abnormal speed makes ordinary cartoonists only amazed. Then, Su Chen rubbed his eyes, created the name of the work, and uploaded the content of the first episode to the website. After completing these quickly, he couldn't help being sleepy anymore and went to sleep. Same as the web post, then wait for the review and contact the editor after signing. Early the next morning, Su Chen was still asleep. In the office area of the company building of Penguin Comics, the comic editors have already started their work. One after another, they began to review the new works in the background. They are reviewing editors who are responsible for reading new works one by one in the background. But this kind of review work, generally speaking, is not to let them discover some magical works, contracted works or the like. Usually review to see if there is any illegal content in the comics, or whether the content is formal. Is similar to the work of the Anti-Pornographic Brigade, FOG. If these implicit rules are met, and the content is not sensitive, it can basically pass the review. This group of people in the editorial department can be said to go to work to read comics, pay at the end of the month, and the company pays 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Is simply the dream life that most otaku dreams of. According to reason, it must be the kind of happy work that is too cool, right? Actually it is not. For example, now, at 9:30 in the morning, I have just started to work, and for half an hour after entering the working state, the review editor has already felt a little tired. Aesthetic fatigue and everything are minor problems, mainly because the styles of various cartoonists can't get out of each other, and some of the painting skills are not like painters, which are really spicy eyes. Various lines and colors are messed up. Do you think you are an abstract master if you don't know? After watching this way for a long time, he will feel a kind of mental pollution. The countless review editors who have read the film really don't understand why it is painted like this bird to publish it. Even if there is no illegal content and it passes the review, it will definitely not be read by readers, right? Sighed, the review editor rubbed his temples, relieving his eyes is one aspect, on the other hand, he also wants to relax his brain. Little Joe, hurry up to review this batch of manuscripts, and then review the Return of the Holy Fairy. Today is the day when Teacher Orange Peel publishes the manuscript. Say hello to the technical department, and you can start animation this week. The editor-in-chief didn't know when he appeared behind him. Got it, the reviewing editor answered feebly. He is thinking, after reviewing the manuscript in the morning, should he ask the editor-in-chief for a leave or something, or else, now he has 2 days off a week, it is no longer possible to replenish the brain's resistance. Sooner or later, he was poisoned to death in front of the computer by this group of cartoonists who did not resemble the style. Closed the page numbly and opened the next work, he was mentally prepared. However, that ugly picture did not appear in front of my eyes. The cover of a cute little girl waiting for her head comes into view. The eyelids of the review editor twitched fiercely. It was a daily style comic called Gang Wu Mei, Ziobi, the author Mao Suong. From the cover, it is cute style, coloring, lines and other factors are all expressing the author's drawing skills very high. Are you cute daily settings? It's quite rare. The review editor whispered, and then looked at the introduction in a ghostly manner. Usually, in order to speed up work and liberate himself as soon as possible, he doesn't bother to read most of the introductions of comics. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. As long as the cover and content are normal, it means that there is basically no problem. He doesn't want to waste time to read the rest of the introduction. I'm just reviewing manuscripts, your plot profile has a half-cent relationship with me. But this time it's different. After reviewing the beautiful design on the cover, the review editor couldn't help but want to click into the introduction to see what story it was about to tell. My sister Xiao Bui is beautiful. Both civil and military. The perfect female high school student that anyone would envy. And this beautiful girl sister has an unknown secret. Whenever she enters the house, she will roll here and roll there and roll. Live, eat, sleep, and play the life of a girl. Tracking the ecology of the temperamental beauty little buried at home, playing willful outside. The introduction is a bit brighter. But to be honest, a bunch of text. I can't see anything. We need to look at the content specifically. Drawing comics, drawing skills are king. If you can't even paint skills, then don't think about the plot and setting. Because the readers are ugly rejected. Click to open the comics, and the reviewing editor, with the mentality of objective review, intends to read it carefully. Then only read the first page, he was immediately shocked. My goodness! What kind of immortal boss is showing his painting skills? Isn't it so good? The review editor's throat surged and he was shaking with excitement. He felt that he had found a treasure. That's right, Su Chen has almost abnormal drawing skills, as well as all kinds of comics in his mind. This cute style of head and body painting is basically 10 times ahead of the world. So just as he predicted, he blinded the review editor. Chapter 40, Sister Kyun Yu Mei Ziobi God made reservation. 2 minutes later. This is gone. The review editor looked back and forth at the content of the first chapter with unfinished thoughts, and Xiao Mu's cute head body form lingered in his mind, which was simply a salvation to his soul. This is called a comic. What are the things that I saw before? Isn't the 4 like a big integration? Thinking of the comparison between the comics reviewed before and Xiao Bui, the reviewing editor really wanted to stand up and shout. But he finally held back. After thinking about it, while the editor-in-chief was still in the office and did not have to go to a messy meeting, he decided to directly report this work to the editor-in-chief. Anyway, from the perspective of painting skills, Sister Kyun Yu, Little Buried will be popular sooner or later. This is not an unfounded statement, but a fact he stated objectively as an editor who read countless films. Especially in this era where 80% of the comics are invincible and brainless, like this daily cute and relaxed style, it is almost like triggering a new craze, and it will definitely open up new ideas for everyone. The gate of the world. Therefore, the review editor saved the drawing, then extracted it to the USB flash drive, and brought the USB flash drive to the editor-in-chief. After the editor-in-chief noticed, he raised his head. What's wrong with Xiaozhou? The manuscript has been reviewed? Just report it to the technical department. Editor-in-chief, I have reviewed a comic with very high potential here. I hope you can take a look. Xiaozhou, the reviewing editor, handed the saved drawing to the editor-in-chief. At the same time, in his heart, he secretly said to the author Mao Suong, I can only help you here, brother. The potential is very high? I didn't say it. After reviewing this kind of comics, just hand it over to the backstage of the editor in charge? Don't trouble me. The editor waved his hand very impatiently, but after glancing at the beautiful cover of Xiao Bui, suddenly stunned. A glimpse. What kind of fairy line and color is this? It looks like it is really a kind of work with 2 brushes. So, just a cover attracted the editor-in-chief. I'm sorry, the editor-in-chief, I was abrupt. Xiaozhou sighed and didn't notice the slight change in expression behind the editor-in-chief. Also, I am a small review editor, where can I get the qualifications for the editor-in-chief Amway Comics? Go back and follow the procedure honestly. So Xiaozhou stepped forward and planned to unplug the USB flash drive. However, at this moment, the editor stretched out a big hand to stop Xiaozhou. And many more. The abrupt voice scared Xiaozhou to jump. The decibel is really big. Like a blockbuster in a calm deep sea, the review editors of the entire office looked over. Cough cough. The editor-in-chief also realized that he had lost his temper, and coughed a little awkwardly. Then he straightened his face and motioned to those who watched the excitement what to do. I think it is necessary to take a look at works with very high potential before drawing conclusions. The editor-in-chief can only say so. What else? Give your subordinate Xiaozhou a really good show on the spot? Sorry, a middle-aged man like him who wants a face is really unable to do it. The other side. Although Xiaozhou felt very inexplicable, as a trembling review editor, he was still honest and stood aside to let the editor-in-chief personally review this Qunyu Xiaobi. Like himself, the editor first glanced at the introduction and then clicked on the content. The cover is so exquisite, and the first chapter is not colored? This author is too lazy, right? Seeing the first words in black and white, the editor-in-chief couldn't help frowning and complaining. I glanced at the author ID, Mao Suang. I haven't heard of it before. I guess he's a newcomer. In this parallel world, although the overall level of comics is not good, one thing is remarkable: no matter newcomers or great gods, all comics are colorful comics. Black and white comics basically do not exist in this world. These editors considered it to be an expression of negligence. I can't pass the visa, let alone want to be famous. So over time, full-color comics became an unwritten rule in the circle. This is also the reason that Su Chen didn't understand the hidden rules of these doors and ways, so he uploaded the first words in a hasty way. I didn't even want to see the works of other cartoonists. Fortunately, his sister Qunyu, Little Buried, is too strong. Even if there is no coloring, the editor-in-chief is instantly amazed by the painting skills. My God! What is this? The editor's eyes widened in shock. The hand holding the mouse began to jitter a little. It's not that he is exaggerating, but that the drawing skills shown in this cartoon are just like the gods. This painting should only be in the sky. If you insist, it seems to be drawn by a cartoonist from the future. Because this painting skill is ahead of the current level for more than 10 years anyway. After reading the first episode, the editor-in-chief even wanted to slap himself. Such a comic book predetermined by God, he actually showed a very impatient attitude at the beginning. It is really a sin, a sin. Xiaozhou smirked silently in his heart. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The editor's expression changed, basically the same as he just now. This shows that my vision is correct, and it has witnessed the rise of a future masterpiece. After a while, the editor-in-chief recovered from this shocking emotion. This work, Sister Qunyu Xiaobi, is definitely a work with great potential, but I think it's a pity for this issue of coloring. The editor-in-chief looked back and forth at the short content of the first chapter, with unfinished comments. Well, Xiaozhou, don't pass the review of this comic first. Go to the backstage to contact the teacher Mao Suang and ask if the person can color the work, and then cast it again. Xiao Zhuyi froze. No, editor-in-chief, my morning review work has not been completed yet. The editor-in-chief waved his hand indifferently. Oh, whatever you are doing, just let Xiao Li or Xiao Lu take care of it, and you can share it for you. The most important thing is to contact Mao Suang as soon as possible. After listening to Xiaozhou, he was so happy. It was an unexpected gain. I came to report a comic to the editor-in-chief, and I didn't even have to do all morning work. It's so cool. In response to the editor's arrangement happily, Xiao Zhou Pidian Padian relayed the good news to Xiao Li and Xiao Lu, and then he went to find the website user information and added Su Chen's QQ. Xiao Lu. Xiao Li. These two people are the most daunting in the whole thing. People sit in the room and live from the sky. Just when the editorial department of Penguin Comics was busy looking up Su Chen's various contact information and trying to contact him, Su Chen was still asleep at this time. Chapter 41, I'll send you something nice, smile. No way, yesterday's stay up late comics was really exhausting. I went to bed at 3 in the morning, and Su Chen Xiao said that he had to get up at 11 o'clock. As for work, after thinking about it for a long time yesterday, he decided to ask for leave. Although it's not good to not see people on the second day of work, but the store manager doesn't seem to be very busy these days, it doesn't matter if he goes or not. What's more, aside from the codeword work of the web text, he is now unable to schedule the live broadcast time and drawing time every day, and there is really no time to go to the store. Rubbed his sleepy eyes, Su Chen rolled over and glanced at the alarm clock beside the bed. Well, around 11:45, I can still sleep for a while, just to get up at 12 noon. But when he was about to regain consciousness again, Su Chen felt his body heavy, as if he was being pressed by some heavy object. I wanted to tell you to cook lunch, but I found that you were still sleeping. Su Xiao sighed. Then, she directly pressed her whole body directly on Su Chen through the quilt, and rolled over it drastically. Alive like a little sheep rolling on the lawn. It's just that Su Chen is the one acting as the lawn. It's already noon. Old brother, scornful, get up. Good wait. Su Chen couldn't help sighing, he now felt that his small body was about to be vomited blood by this girl, and instantly he was completely drowsy. What the is this way to wake up? By the way, shouldn't you be live broadcast right now? Grabbed his hair, sat up reluctantly from the bed and complained. Su Chen rubbed his eyes and looked at Su Xiao. The image of a messy pajamas, with his hair all over his head like a little fried hedgehog, the little girl looked like himself, not long after getting up. It's so real. She was definitely surreptitiously cultivating immortals secretly when she was drawing comics yesterday. Su Xiao walked away from the narrow single bed with a smile, and explained, I changed the live broadcast time to 5 o'clock in the evening, otherwise you go to work, we can't double row together during the day. My God, please spare me. Su Chen only then remembered the great cause of live broadcast yesterday, which seemed to have been another day. After opening the room, it only broadcasted for 1 day and then even pigeons for 2 days. There is no such a wayward anchor himself. Drove the messy hair away, Su Chen got up, washed, and then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Of course, as far as time is concerned, it's okay to say it's lunch. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon after eating with Su Xiao. After opening the writer's backstage proficiently and uploading the deposits of 2 chapters of Fights Break the Sphere, Su Chen logged into the Penguin Comics account that was registered online yesterday to see how his sister Qin Yume was going. Then he was very depressed to discover that most of the day has passed, and the work has not even been reviewed. This surprised Su Chen a little bit. Is the efficiency of comic editing in this world so poor? But he was not too anxious. He could wait until the review was done. If it didn't work, he would post to other websites. The gold always shines. The open life doesn't need to be explained, and the submission is the same. Finally, I habitually boarded QQ and took a look. As a result, when I went online, I found that the account had countless verification messages. You don't have to think about it. This densely packed friend application is definitely a bunch of enthusiastic book friends. Every day, a large group of people tirelessly harass him. Has become like this since the establishment of a book friend group. Is also fortunate that there is a verification problem blocking, otherwise Su Chen's QQ would have exploded long ago. He doesn't want to add friends at all. The main reason is the last time Su Chen accepted a friend's application from a fan for the first time. As a result, the first sentence that the fan added to the friend was, "Where is your home address? I will send you something good, smile." He was a little dazed and realized that something was wrong, but out of courtesy, he asked the other party patiently what he wanted to send. As a result, the other party responded with a rope and blade in seconds, followed by a death smiley face. Su Chen was frightened at the time, and immediately deleted the person from his friends. WDNMD, this is also scary. Being a web writer is actually still a high-risk profession. Ropes and blades, just thinking about it is horrible, it will definitely not make people think of any good things. So this time he deleted everything without going to the application list. Anyway, they are all weird book friends. For your own safety, it is better not to add them casually. Su Chen planned like this. But this made Xiao Zhou from the Penguin editorial department bitter. I started adding teacher Mao Shuang's QQ at around 9 in the morning, but now the lunch break is almost over, and there is no news at all. Is this QQ a real QQ? The avatar of a coffee cup is not an uncommon trumpet, is it? Then, when he thought of this, Xiao Zhou went to the cartoonist's profile to find the phone number of teacher Mao Shuang, but who would have thought that this strange thing only left a QQ number in the profile, and other contact methods were one. Not even a little bit. It's clean, like the money bags of the beggars, nothing. So now Xiao Zhou is particularly embarrassed waiting for Su Chen's reply, and he has been tirelessly sending past friend applications again and again. And not only that, there is a strange verification problem in the QQ of teacher Mao Shuang. www.readaloud.com. What do vampires like? Is this too individual? Blood? Hairy blood? Sucking blood? These tentative answers Xiao Zhou tried all the time, but unfortunately they were all wrong. Is also a review editor after suffering Xiao Zhou, contacts Su Chen and play a guessing game. After, he tried to enter a note in the answer column, emphasizing that he was the editor of Penguin Comics. But this is useless, and I still cannot add the friend of teacher Mao Shuang. Xiao Zhou estimates that the other party either does not use this QQ or does not look at the friend application at all. So I dragged it back and forth, unknowingly, it was past 1 in the afternoon. Xiao Zhou was almost crying. This situation was completely unbreakable. In desperation, he could only find the editor-in-chief and stated this fact. What, you said you can't contact Mao Shuang teacher? What a joke, every registered user, don't you have QQ? The editor-in-chief shot the table, faintly displeased. Xiao Zhou cried and said, that's right, but my friend application has been sent no less than 50 times, but it still can't be passed yet. Is there such a thing? The editor was stunned. So, editor-in-chief, I think I will review it with Mao Shuang first. When the contract is signed, can I add it naturally? No. The editor-in-chief objected at that time, it's so strange that it's black and white comics after review. You must contact him and remind him to color. Xiao Zhou was shocked by the editor-in-chief not to say anything. Paused for a moment, and the editor-in-chief thought again, well, Xiao Zhou, you give me teacher Mao Shuang's QQ, and let me take care of this matter. Chapter 42, however, I refuse. Su Chen, as always, coded a few chapters of the novel and saved the manuscripts, took time to draw the comics, and then at 10 in the evening, together with Su Xiao, live broadcast for more than 3 hours. The work row is full after the day. After the live broadcast ended, he walked to the bed with his whole body, like a salted fish. Held the penguin cartoon on the tablet and glanced at it. The whole day has passed, and his own sister Qunyu Buying has not yet been reviewed. What's the matter? Is it so slow to pass the trial? Su Chen couldn't help being a little irritable. Isn't this group of people in the editorial department optimistic about the daily comics like the little girl? Then you won't be able to pass the review, right? This is amazing, it's even more amazing than neutering cats. Sat up. Rubbed his temples. Move your neck. Su Chen felt that he had waited long enough, and he was considering whether to change to another website to try. But, if you insist, he is still a little bit reluctant to say this. After all, in this world, Penguin Comics is the largest comic platform in China. The sales and traffic of other websites are the same as a certain point in the online literature world. If you are an author who is confident of your own strength, you will definitely choose the first platform in the industry. So Su Chen is still a bit unwilling. But he didn't know much about the specific situation of the world, so he boarded QQ, planned to water groups, and by the way, discussed this matter with those sand sculpture netizens and book friends. Maybe there will be a solution. After all, sometimes I hold myself back, so I might as well discuss it with others. Boarded QQ, the first thing Su Chen noticed was that the eye-catching friend applied. There are dozens of people who say less every day. Today seems to be more, which is 99 plus. Was about to delete it. Su Chen glanced at the top friend application and found that ID was not the sand sculpture book friend he had imagined. Penguin Comic Review Editor Xiao Zhou requested to add you as a friend. What the is this? Real or fake? If the comic review editor does not review his own little burial well, why do he come here to add his own friends? Su Chen curiously opened the friend application list and prepared to pass the request, but found that all the ids at the beginning of the Penguin animation list were densely packed. The editor-in-chief of the first editorial team of Penguin Animation requested to add you as a friend. Penguin Animation. Surprised, Su Chen quickly added Xiao Zhou, the first review editor, as a friend. As for why the editor-in-chief is not added. The editor-in-chief sounds like the editor-in-chief, and he is definitely not easy to talk about, so I should add this review editor myself. The distance is not so far away. Actually, Su Chen didn't know this day, the Penguin Comics side had already split, and I couldn't contact the teacher Mao Suong all day. The editor almost mobilized the entire editorial team to add friends together. But fortunately, there is news now. On the other side, Xiao Zhou, who was about to go to bed, noticed the news from QQ, his eyelids twitched fiercely. Mr. Mao Suong, you have become friends. My god, after adding for a whole day, I finally added this fairy. Teacher Mao Suong finally finished his work. Did you think of watching QQ? Xiao Zhou burst into tears with excitement, crying with joy, and at the same time quickly contacted his editor-in-chief. Although it's not good to disturb the boss at so late, the question about Mr. Mao Suong is a special case, and even the editor-in-chief himself is very concerned. What? Xiao Zhou, you said you added a friend of Mao Suong's teacher. Well, yes, just now. He hasn't added my friend yet, so you can negotiate with him first. Remember to lower your posture. The QQ level is so low. Maybe the other party is the trumpet of a well-known cartoonist. The editor instructed repeatedly on the phone. Okay. Took a deep breath, Xiao Zhou hung up the phone and opened the chat box with Su Chen at the same time. Hello, Teacher Mao Suong, excuse me, I am Xiao Zhou, the review editor of Penguin Comics. He hesitated for a long time before editing in the window. Mao Suong, what can you do with me? Why can't my sister Qian Mei pass the trial? Su Chen is most concerned about audit issues. Xiao Zhou, well, the content is okay, and our editorial team has cross-examined your work, and agreed that your work has great potential, but it is a black and white comic, which is the only flaw in the beauty. Mao Suong. Mao Suong, what's wrong with the black and white man? Su Chen was wondering, the original Japanese-style comics didn't need to be colored at all, right? This is not to blame him. As a traverser, Su Chen doesn't know much about the parallel world. The specific reason is that because Neon has become a Huaxia administrative region in this world, Japanese comics and other things must be completely zero development, so it has evolved to this day. As long as it is a comic, it must be colored. Concept. Xiaozhou. As a native, he smiled bitterly in his heart. What did the teacher Mao Shuang say about the slow black and white? Is this really cute or pretending to be cute? But there is no way. Xiaozhou is not good at it. Your drawing skills are amazing and everything you say is right. All he can do is to persuade him as much as possible. Xiaozhou, well, Mr. Mao Shuang, you read the current comics www.readaloud.com. There is no black and white manga at all. Your drawing skills are so good, I believe it will be more popular if you color it. What sales and results will be mentioned? Xiaozhou still did not forget to continue drawing cakes for Su Chen. A comic editor, just like a salesman, cheated Su Chen. So, Mr. Mao Shuang, you have to work hard, withdraw the comic, color it and repost it. We will definitely arrange the signing and recommendation related matters for you. Xiaozhou said a lot. Su Chen on the other side of the screen was directly speechless. What coloring does this mean? Except for the national manga, aren't many of them all black and white manga? And, the most important thing is that Xiao Bui's original work is not painted. Now you let Su Chen carry them to color it. How could this be possible? Even if according to the impression of anime, the color can be produced by taking pictures of cats and tigers, but Su Chen is too lazy to do that kind of trouble. So he refused directly on QQ. Mao Shuang, however, I refuse. Xiaozhou, ah? Why? Teacher Mao Shuang. Mao Shuang, my favorite thing, Mr. Mao Shuang, is to say no to those self-righteous editors. Xiaozhou. Mao Shuang, it's too troublesome to paint, and I didn't plan to paint it at all. Xiaozhou, this. Xiaozhou couldn't help sighing. A cartoonist who didn't plan to paint, this is too maddening. Mao Shuang, so, that's it. If you can't accept black and white comics, I don't mind transferring to Zionkai Comics or Thunderstrike Comics. Chapter 43, Sister Editor. Xiaozhou, here, Mr. Mao Shuang. I can't use it. He suddenly became frightened. If the editor-in-chief knows that he and Mr. Mao Shuang talked about other websites, then the editor-in-chief would definitely tear himself up angrily the next day. There is no doubt about this. This Sister Kunyu, Little Buried is definitely a masterpiece of future masterpieces, a supernatural kind of masterpiece. If it is intercepted by other websites, the loss to this website will definitely be huge. Mao Shuang, then, after all that, can you review it for me? Xiaozhou sighed when he saw it. It seems that the other party resolutely refused to paint. But the good news is that at least the other party did not directly switch to another station without saying a word. So he thought about it, and decided to ask the editor's opinion. It just so happened that the editor-in-chief also contacted him at this time. Editor-in-chief, Xiaozhou, how is the contact with teacher Mao Shuang? Xiaozhou, he said he refused to paint. If he doesn't agree, he will vote for another station. What? The editor-in-chief was a little bit dumbfounded. This Mao Shuang teacher is really very personal. Xiaozhou, what should I do, editor-in-chief? What else can I do? Just follow what he said, otherwise people will run away, and I can't afford the loss. The editor replied helplessly. Then, the coloring problem. The editor-in-chief groaned and replied, oh, there is no way. I have just signed the audit question directly. Even if this book is not colored, the strength is still there. Okay. Xiaozhou wiped his sweat. Can make the editor-in-chief into such a cartoonist, to be honest, it is the first time he has met. This teacher Mao Shuang is really superb. So after that, Xiaozhou and Su Chen discussed some related matters, and then they can go through the review and sign the question tomorrow. The mode of drawing comics is similar to writing online articles. The first few pages are free, and the latter requires money to subscribe. The author's income comes from readers' rewards and subscriptions. After the platform's half-sharing and tax deduction, the rest is the contribution income. The next day, Su Chen, who did not wake up early without Xiu Xian, found that his comic had been reviewed. Su Chen's mood became happy all at once. After picking up the paintbrush and tracing the content of the second chapter on 2 pages, he hurried to the store. Well, there is no one in the store anyway, so you can code or draw pictures. Moreover, he moved it directly, so he didn't have to worry about being interrupted, which is a common problem. Store manager Su was quietly wiping the cups behind the bar at this time, and he didn't raise his head until Su Chen opened the store door. Morning. Good morning, the manager. Su Chen yawned, went to the back work area to change his work clothes, then took the big bag and sat down behind the bar. The bag contains a laptop, charger, and earphones. Glanced at the store manager next to him, Su Chen took out these things naturally without hesitation. With a click, he inserted the plug into the socket next to the coffee machine, acting skillfully, just like at home. Store manager Su. The middle-aged man in neat work clothes was a little confused. Black question mark face. What happened? What is this situation? Anyway, it's also working time now, right? Boy, what the are you taking out the computer directly? But considering that this is a child from an old classmate's family, and that it is the kind that has a particularly good relationship, manager Su hesitated, did not scold him, but weakly reminded. That, Su Chen. Oh, the cash register you taught me the day before yesterday still has the operation of ordering goods. I have learned it, and I know the goods in the store. Su Chen didn't look up, opened the Word document, and focused on the starting code word. No, I didn't mean to say this. Oh, then I have basically mastered the American coffee method you taught me at the beginning. It is okay to prepare it for customers completely, so don't worry. Store manager Su. That's right, Su Chen's learning ability is terrifying, and he has been familiar with the work in the store for almost a day. I'm worried about a mallet. Are you the store manager or me? Do you think you can do whatever you want if you learn quickly? After adjusting the disordered breathing, manager Su asked directly, No, you did a very good job, I know, but I just want to ask, what are you doing with your computer? Oh, this. Su Chen paused for a moment and thought about it, casually panicking, I'm doing a part-time job on the internet, a job similar to a typist. I have a heavy workload every day. I hope Mr. Su you can be accommodating. Was it part-time? Manager Su was taken aback. Still seems to be a motivated kid. This made the manager feel a little better. But Su Chen's completely non-seeking tone made him speechless. But at any rate, they are the children of old classmates. Strictly speaking, they are not employees who come to work properly, so I should be a little bit more tolerant. Well, since it's a part-time job, you can do it whatever you want, but if you have a guest, I hope you take it seriously and distinguish the priority. Okay. Su Chen and manager Su looked at each other, then rolled their eyes and continued typing. Then, there is one more thing. I'm going out to do something in the afternoon. I will ask you to see the store. If you don't understand, you can ask the decorating or baking teacher. Oh. Answered faintly, Su Chen was happy in his heart. In this way, the afternoon is basically a time to do whatever you want. Excellent codeword environment. The time of the morning passed in a blink of an eye. During the period of, the number of guests who came to the store did not exceed 5. Can be said to be very deserted. Licked his face and went to the baking workshop to ask the teacher for a freshly baked hot dog for lunch. When you read www.yuyuganshu.com in the afternoon, Su Chen sat alone behind the bar. Sister Qinyu, Xiaobui, which has just been reviewed this morning, has already gathered some popularity. And Su Chen also received the station text message about signing the contract. His editor is called Xinlan, and the two of them just made friends, and they sound like sisters by name. Well, you are Mr. Mao Suang, right? I am in charge of editing Xinlan, hello. Xinlan took the initiative to send a message. After only one morning, in the editorial department of Penguin Comics, whether it is Qinyu Mei Xiaobi or its author Mao Suang, it has become a hot topic. After all, he uploaded black and white comics, and the content is daily non-mainstream themes, and the cartoonist who has received such attention from the editor-in-chief, Mao Suang, is definitely unprecedented. Therefore, when the editor-in-chief handed over the editor-in-chief of Small Buried, Xinlan's whole heart was in a good mood. Is different from the editor in charge of online articles. Comic editors are not very busy. After all, online articles have no threshold, comics have thresholds, and the author base is different. The workload of the two is not at the same level at all. The number of authors under an online article editor may be 3 digits, but the number of authors under a comic editor may be 2 digits, or even 1 digit. Is like Xinlan. As a little Mansin who has only been in the industry for 1 year, there are only 8 cartoonists under her hand, and there are only 9 people who count this time. I don't have to say how free my daily work is, but I'm definitely not busy. It is very common to take the initiative to chat with the author and say hello like this. Chapter 44, New King Selection Activity. Xinlan? Edited by my sister? Funny. Su Chen typed after sitting behind the bar. He also knows that the editors of this group of comics are very idle, and there are only those cartoonists under his hand. Work is almost like fishing in the office, which is completely different from the busyness of online text editors. The other party is very free, and he is also very free. So he doesn't mind chatting to pass the time. Xinlan sent a shy face over. Su Chen is funny again. Gradually has a tendency to chat to death. Well, both lives were single dogs and dead houses and straight men with steel. He admitted that he didn't know anything about chatting or anything. Fortunately, at this time, the other party took the initiative to open the chatterbox. Xinlan, teacher Mao Suang, has your second episode of Your Little Buried finished? Not yet. Xiaomei is super cute, but if it is colored, it will be even more cute, Xinlan said. So, Mr. Mao Suang, why don't you try coloring? It's tiring to paint, I don't have time. Xinlan, then your readers may decrease for this reason. It doesn't matter, they love to see, they don't like to watch and pull it down. Su Chen typed in the chat box carelessly, I draw comics just for interest. Xinlan was shocked to see this. Is this person too headstrong? Is still so arrogant without coloring? If I changed to another cartoonist, she would have been treated as an outlier by her and pulled into the blacklist. But the other party is the author of Sister Qinyu Mei, a group of strong painting skills, obviously a black and white comic, but it can be so good looking, cute. Even Xinlan liked it very much, and read the first episode several times. Even if it is black and white, she loves to die, and now she is waiting for Su Chen to update her second episode. So seeing Su Chen say this, she could only laugh twice, not daring to speak, and reply 6 points to show respect. There is no way, your drawing skills are awesome, we dare not say, we dare not ask. However, this is not finished yet. Su Chen quickly typed in the chat window again, moreover, my painting skills are so good, even if I don't paint, I can still bring the fans to life. I look forward to my updates every day. The kind of words. Xinlan was silent. Why are you so cheeky? And, that example of the fascinated life and death, it seems that she is talking about herself. Cover his face. This hairy, eyes are so venomous, what the truth is. Xinlan, by the way, Mr. Mao Suang, our website will have a Sakura New King selection event next month. Would you like to participate? After talking for a long time, the editor Zinlin finally remembered something serious. New King? What are the rules? What are the benefits? Su Chen raised his brows. Zinlin, the entry requirements for the work need to be a comic created this month. The content is between 3 episodes and 15 episodes. You can sign up and wait for the review by the editorial team. The results will be announced later in the next month. Zinlin, the top 3 have cash rewards, and the 4 and 5 have website souvenirs and virtual currency rewards. When I heard that I was rich, Su Chen immediately became interested. How much cash did you say? Zinlin rolled her eyes in front of the screen and typed, "Why do you ask? Didn't you say that drawing comics is just for fun?" Mao Suang, no one will have trouble with money Lu Suan. Zinlin, I never said anything like this Lu Suan. Hey, Miss Sister, how much is the bonus, tell me? What about your morals? Zinlin in front of the computer suddenly got goosebumps. The painting style of this teacher Mao Suang will change as long as it changes. Aren't you still interested in cartoonists just now? Sure enough, money can make ghosts go ahead, and the ancients don't deceive me. That's what I said, but Zinlin still hopes that Su Chen will be sent to participate in the competition. The update speed of Dian Yumei's audiobook can be increased a bit, and it can basically meet the competition standards before the deadline. Isn't it easy to stand out from the crowd of new works with the painting skills of Mr. Mao Suang? The author under his hand won the award, which is also a very happy thing for the editor in charge. So Zinlin backhanded the registration link to Su Chen. No, the details are here, you can go and see for yourself. Okay. Su Chen opened the link, and what greeted you was a very beautifully designed website, which, as always, reflects the Penguin Company's atmosphere. Didn't go to appreciate the cover, Su Chen directly took a look, and soon saw the specific bonus of the selection result of this activity. The first prize will be 50,000 yuan in cash. The second place is 30,000, and the third place is 10,000. The fourth place rewards a souvenir appliance, the fifth place rewards virtual coins. Su Chen didn't take a close look, anyway, he went for the first place. If there is no dirty default quota, then with his strength, he has a very good chance of winning the first place. 50,000 yuan is not too much, but not too much. After all, there is no one too much money, right? What Su Chen cares most about is that the first prize-winning work, in addition to 50,000 cash, will also be featured on the website's homepage recommendation, announcing a week of honor. This disguised form is an excellent way of publicity. Su Chen is still a newcomer in the comics world. Although it is a piece of gold www.readaloud.com and he has also met Bo Le, he has not yet reached the step of shining. If he gets this very awesome first publicity channel, then he is confident that the fame of Sister Kyun Yume will quickly spread throughout the station. Then it won't shine anymore. But it is directly dazzling to blind everyone's eyeballs. So thinking about the benefits of this event, Su Chen resolutely stated that he would sign up. The first prize is 50,000 yuan, it's so fragrant, I decided to sign up. Back to the chat page with Zinlin, Su Chen licked his face and said this. Come on, support you with all your support. Zinlin, so, Mr. Mao Suang, please go to the draft now. If you can't make 3 things before the deadline, you will suffer. Su Chen thinks that in the afternoon, there will be guests coming in from time to time. He holding a computer here is an alternative. If he really starts to draw with the tablet, he will probably directly let the guests complain. So he doesn't plan to paint now. After thinking about it, Su Chen typed a flower on the chat page, I am very tired now. I need the support of a cute girl who is responsible for editing the photos before I can paint. Hey! Zinlin began to be wary, are you hinting at me? She graduated from university for 2 years this year, and worked in Penguin's comics editing department for only 1 year. She is still a cute newcomer, and she was really shocked when faced with this situation. How can a cartoonist be responsible for compiling exploding photos? Surely he will be regarded as a hooligan. Especially she is a big girl with a yellow flower, she is more than 1.6 meters tall, looks beautiful and white, and she must be wary of internet idiots. Even on the internet, girls must learn to protect themselves. So she replied directly, "I want my picture, no way." Chapter 45, I use my own photos but are treated as web maps. Then how can you explode the photos? Will you explode if you pay? Su Chen continued to molest Xinlan. Money? Xinlan rolled his eyes. Do you think this girl and you are the same kind of person? Seeing money opened my eyes. Xinlan has dignity. It's impossible to buy me with mere money. How much money is useless, I won't leak out the photos casually. Xinlan, besides, before letting others explode the photos, shouldn't I show my sincerity by exposing the photos first? Yet, do you want to see my photos? Laugh. Su Chen in front of the computer gradually smiled presumptuously. At this time, a customer happened to come to Su Chen, hesitated, and said, "Young man, check out." "Oh, okay." Su Chen put away his smile, ran to the cash register, entered the merchandise, then scanned the code and collected the money. During this period, the customer chatted with Su Chen. "Boy, what did you smile just now? So happy." "I think of happy things." "What's so happy?" "My neighbor's wife gave birth." "This, the neighbor's wife gave birth, are you so happy?" "The child is not yours." "Wait, there seems to be something wrong." The customer held his breath, analyzed along the way, and made up a scene of the little king next door in his mind. Seeing that this young guy is so white and so beautiful, he actually did that kind of nasty thing. Think carefully and fear. For a while, the customer actually stayed in place. This gentleman? This gentleman? You spent a total of 19 yuan, WeChat or Alipay. In the end, Su Chen shook his hand in front of him to get him back. The customer couldn't help but glance back at Su Chen before he left. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that if he meets the boy's neighbor one day, he must give him a hint of something green. After the customer left, Su Chen didn't know what the other party was thinking. He went back to the computer and continued to hook up with the editor Xinlan. "Mao Suang, so, if I send a photo, you send a photo." Su Chen's little by little guidance. In fact, he really doesn't care much about posting photos. During the live broadcast every day, when he shows his face in front of tens of thousands of viewers, his face is not red and heart beats. A small editor takes a photo, and there is nothing at all. Pressure. "Okay, you burst first." Xinlan responded, but he didn't take it seriously. She doesn't think that Su Chen is such a candid person, and she takes pictures of people she just met. In her opinion, this condition is enough to persuade the other party. However, after receiving Xinlan's reply, Su Chen quickly picked a photo from the phone and sent it to the other party. It was the profile face that the little girl secretly intercepted with the camera on the first day of the live broadcast, and then sent it to him. Not to mention how earth-shattering the handsome, but it is definitely one of the best looks. When you walk on the street, you are the kind of male public enemy. Xinlan was also taken aback when she saw the photo. She just talked about it for fun, but she didn't expect the Moxiuwang teacher to actually send it. Then look at this photo. Well, it's pretty handsome, it makes her feel a little heart-stirring. But it's just a feeling. It's too exaggerated to conquer a woman based on her appearance. Even so, Xinlan was shocked enough. I can't think of this teacher Mao Suang, not to mention his high painting skills, and such a handsome person. He is definitely the ideal object in the heart of the young girl. He really doesn't leave a way for other single men. Xinlan looked at the photos for a while, commenting in his heart, but soon discovered something was wrong. The other party sent a photo so decisively and still looks so handsome. Isn't it a net map? You need to know that some people just like to use fake photos on the internet to trick young girls into dating online. The serious ones even cheat money and sex. So Zinlin thought of this layer and immediately went to the web page and searched for this picture. The result is really found. The web page shows that this is a photo of a Dusha platform anchor, a contracted anchor of the platform, ID Breeder, and the brother of Xiao Xiao, a popular anchor on Dusha platform. No surprise. The net map used is still an anchor. Zinlin is speechless. Why this teacher Mao Suong is so childish, and he even fooled himself with net pictures. Don't you know that there is such an artifact as Qiandu's Hutu? So Zinlin directly dismantled it. Zinlin, you didn't use your own photos, did you? Mao Suong, why not? This is me, like a fake replacement. Zinlin, still pretending, I know this person, he is the anchor breeder of Dusha platform. Fuck. Su Chen was stunned. Is you so famous? After showing his face, any manga editor knows himself. Touched his nose, Su Chen asked, do you also watch the live broadcast of the Fighting Sharks LOL? Zinlin, no, I won't watch. Then how did you know? Hehe, don't you know something like 1000 degrees image? His own photos will be recognized by the picture, which he did not expect. Unknowingly, is Dusha's popularity already so high? Su Chen sighed. Since everything has been exposed, please tell Zinlin the truth www.readaloud.com lest the other party say that he is a lie. Oh, I was discovered by you. In fact, I am the anchor breeder of Dusha platform. However, Zinlin obviously didn't believe it. Teacher Mao Suong, are you a liar? I just got Baidu, but the platform is popular with hundreds of thousands of people. This is no wonder, it's like you know a netizen casually, and then he says he is the Sea Emperor himself. Will you believe it if you let it go? Don't lie to you, I am really a breeder, my room number is XXXXXX. Zinlin, as long as you have a peanut, you won't be so drunk. Laughs. Su Chen. Now he suddenly realized that explaining one thing is really difficult, especially the feeling that others don't believe no matter how you say it, it's even more powerless. Alas, sister, how can you believe what I said is true? Zinlin, alright, Mr. Mao Suong, don't talk about it anymore. If you have this time, you might as well take the time to draw comics. It's almost the deadline for registration. I will remind you every day. Wait. Su Chen stopped Zinlin unwillingly, and further proved his plan. For example, let the other party have a mirror or something in the live broadcast room, and you will be absolutely convinced that the force will reach max. You can play online games or not, any game is fine. Just do it, and Su Chen directly invited him on the spot. Play League of Legends. Zinlin told the truth. Together? Can you show your face after get off work at night? It can be, but it's so sudden. What's the matter? You see, the editor and the author originally need to promote each other's relationship. Playing black games together is an entertainment project that can enhance the relationship. Su Chen pulled a hand. Chapter 46, Competition with Fantasy Channel, 2-in-1 Big. The whole afternoon was spent in codewords and chatting. Time flies quickly. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Chen closed the shop on time, closed the door, and went home from get off work. When he got home, Su Zioxio's girl suddenly asked him, "Brother, am I your sister?" "Yeah, what's the matter?" Su Chen glanced at her strangely. "Well, then you can buy me an Apple 11 Pro Max." "What did you say?" Su Chen was taken aback. "You buy me an Apple 11 Pro?" "No, it's the last sentence." "Am I your sister?" "Oh, Xiao Xiao, you don't know how big the snow was when our parents picked you back." Su Chen raked in the back while secretly admiring his wit. Unexpectedly, Su Xiao said in a sweet voice, "Brother, you finally tell the truth. I like you, brother, so we can become lovers." Su Chen almost sprayed a sip of coke on Su Xiaoxiu's face. This stinky girl really dare to say, "It's absolutely amazing, virtue? You are cruel. What color do you want for your phone?" "Thank you in black." Su Xiao spit out her little tongue and smiled, "Hee, brother is still as good as always." In this way, my sister was inexplicably slipped into a mobile phone. After dinner, Su Chen went back to the bedroom by himself in a daze. Just now, he checked the internet. Su Xiao said that the phone model is about 10,000 yuan, which is not too expensive. When the huge amount of manuscript fee is posted this month, you can buy it for her. Now Su Chen can be regarded as some assets. Fights Breaks Fear is on the shelves, Sister Qin Yumei comes out, and the live broadcast is very popular. In the future, the small money will only be more. Took out the digital tablet and was about to write a few manuscripts, Su Chen suddenly found that his QQ rang. This time he has learned a lot. He doesn't read QQ at all as he did before. He feels embarrassed about the Penguin comics last time. So he immediately opened the QQ check. Originally thought that it would be the editor Zinlin who would come to him to chat or remind him, but when I clicked it, it turned out to be Mr. Dan. Is the great writer at a certain point? When his own Fights Breaks Fear was on the shelves a few days ago, the two added friends. Seeing that it was Mr. Egg who sent the message, Su Chen was a little surprised. Rare guest. Because after the two added friends, they basically didn't talk about anything. Except that Mr. Dan sent him a good morning on the first day, there was no more information. So what does the egg always say? Take a look next. Dan, are you there, the vampire boss? How is the PK this week? Vampire, PK? What PK? Su Chen didn't know what the egg was always talking about, and looked dazed. Dan, hey? Didn't your editor tell you? This week we will strengthen promotion and update, in order to compete with the fantasy division for a very important homepage recommendation. Su Chen thought for a while. Bai Yu came to find himself a few days ago, it seems that there is something like this. But he didn't take it seriously at all at the time, nor did he ask the specific reasons, nor did he say to pay attention afterwards. So he directly said modestly, I seem to have forgotten it, but it's okay. I'm not interested in these recommendations or anything. Now that the results of fighting and breaking are good enough, let this kind of opportunity be given to other good books, anyway. The recent gains are not so good either. This is the truth. Originally, when Su Chen was carrying the bucket, he could have an average order of a few thousand, but who would have thought that he would take off directly, and it would cost 10,000 in a few days. Who can stand this? The egg on the other end of the screen almost vomited blood after seeing the last sentence. Shent, the increase is not so good. I have booked over 10,000 and the price has risen so fast, but it's not good to say? Your grades are so envious that even a like me is envious. And Dopo has been making such rapid progress recently. Dan always thought it was a vampire deliberately promoting it, in order to grab this recommendation. As a result, when I ask people, I don't know, the increase in feelings is all natural growth. When I think of myself, in the past few days, meticulously launching various activities and doing various major operations, the gains are less than half of the data in the past few days, and Dan always has the urge to curse. Really, people are better than people, so angry. There is no harm without comparison. Mr. Dan, Halo, your gains these few days can be ranked in the top 3 in the whole station, okay? Vampire, haha, do you have one? Mr. Dan, oh, you can go to a certain data network to check it out. This time you can get the book on the front page. In fact, only 3 are eligible. One is yours, one is mine, and the other is Fantasy Division, a platinum writer, and Sanson's Food Hunter. Su Chen scratched his head. What is it? 33? Food Hunter? Have never heard of it. Mr. Dan continued to type and analyze objectively. Anyway, judging from the data, I have no chance. The increase is completely unsatisfactory. It depends on whether you can compete with that Food Hunter. The difference between you two is not much. It's hard to say who will win in the end. Vampire, forget it, I'm not a high-profile author, so I won't fight with him. Look at what this said. Dan always think you are not high-profile? The day before it was put on the shelves, it broke more than 100,000. On the day it was put on the shelves, it was even more than 200 chapters. It is almost a legend in the internet world. Looking at the whole point, there is no higher profile than you, right? But the vampire himself said so. The egg manager is not good to continue this topic, and the chat with the vampire hastily ended. It's just that he can't stand it and feels a pity. Most of the recommendation this time is to give to the unpopular Fantasy Division. As a fantasy author, how do you say? Probably, I feel a little regretful, and still a little unwilling. On the other side, Su Chen closed the chat page, first went to a certain data network and took a look. Well, Sanson's Food Hunter is indeed a fierce increase, which is even stronger than his own. Deserves to be a platinum writer, there are very few in the whole point. With my own book, it is still difficult to compete with him. So do you give up fighting like this? How can it be? Su Chen opened the writer backstage and uploaded 7 chapters in one go, which was a small outbreak. And at the end of the chapter, I sold a cute, rolled off, and added 2 testimonials asking for recommendation votes. At present, there is not much difference between Duba and Food Hunter. I want to compete, and there is still a chance. But this caused the Emperor who said in this chapter in the book review area to explode directly. You must know that the author of Vampires, who has always been very cold, will rarely ask for votes at the end of the chapter, let alone update the 7 chapters in this tone and ask for cute votes. Fuck, what day is it today? Has the author's wife given birth? Update 7 chapters in one go. What is the end of the cute ticket request? Did I click the wrong author? The ghost is big, you blink if you get hacked. Suddenly high yield is like that. Above, this is so productive. Don't you know how many chapters this author updated on the day it was released, and the updates were faster than what I saw. 2 shifts the day before, 7 shifts today. 7 more? Very good, I gave you all the tickets. You have a ticket. It's so cool, 5 recommended votes have been cast. Is this the legend of a certain point? I love it. The sudden small outbreak caused readers to vote one after another. Su Chen took a look and found that the increase in recommended votes on this day was double that of the previous day. The reason that is more popular is eternal. Dang Zong, who had just finished chatting with the vampire, also sent out this meeting and saved the manuscript, and the update was completed. Then he noticed the reminder that Fights Breaks Fear was also updated. Click to take a look. Unread chapters, 7 chapters. I just finished talking to him about PK, and I posted 7 chapters in one day. It's not a coincidence. Dan's eyelids twitched fiercely, and the text didn't bother to read it, so it turned to the end. As expected. At the end of the chapter is a very abnormal ticket-seeking theater for vampires. And this guy is very embarrassed and put out a small recommendation ticket. Like the small dessert theater after dinner, there are many elements and slots. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. Just now, who was the author who was not competing for the ranking? I don't need a bite on my mouth, but my body is very honest. But President Dan didn't say anything, and silently opened a separate chapter, pushing the book to support Duba. After all, everyone is a good brother in the fantasy zone. At this time, when you are competing for resources, you must be consistent with the outside world. Like the editor-in-chief thought, Mr. Dan also hopes that the vampire can take down the Fantasy Division 3 or 3, and fight for the Fantasy Division. Then, I went to the data network and saw it. Sure enough, the recommended tickets and subscriptions rose up, which directly surpassed the Food Hunter that was only watched 3 times today. Updates are still the kingly way. According to this momentum, stabilize, and it is estimated that Sanson will be left behind soon. Dan always feel happy silently. Cheer for the vampire in my heart. But he hadn't been happy for long before he saw that in the bookshelf. At the same time, the Food Hunter also started to update, and it was as if he was competing with Dupo. No more, no less, 5 chapters were added, adding up to today's total update 8 chapters, just one more chapter than Dupo. Wow, Sanson is really awesome today. 8 chapters broke out. I voted. 8 more chapters? Yes, I just like the professional attitude of Sanson. What's wrong today? I just came from a vampire, and Dupo has exploded a lot today. These authors spell like this, are their hair okay? This chapter is very well received. Dan always glanced at it briefly and turned directly to the end of the last page. 3.3, I will give you some updates these days. This week the author has a small PK, which is more important. If you look cool, I hope everyone can give me some help. Sure enough, this Sanson is staring at the vampire fighting. I glanced at the data on the data network. This will have been due to the explosive change, the data growth rate visible to the naked eye, and the vampire, and beyond is only a matter of time. It is estimated that a lot of saved manuscripts were saved to fight the vampires in order to break out this week. And at this time, the vampire must have been in a state of exhaustion and no manuscript due to the recent release of the shelves, and it must have been more prepared. These 3s and 3s, Platinum is still so scheming. So Mr. Dan screamed in his heart, and opened the chat window with the vampire in a hurry. Mr. Dan, vampire, you just broke it, right? Vampire, surprised. Have you discovered this? Su Chen was suddenly embarrassed. He said just now that he didn't care about it, but now he is really fragrant. This show operation is really a bit dazzling. Vampire, I think, I still want to fight for this recommendation. Mr. Dan, I know, but these are not important. What I want to tell you is that not long after you update, Sanson also exploded, and it happens to be one more chapter than you. What? Is there such a thing? Su Chen was also shocked. Isn't this just a declaration of war on himself? How can it be repaired? Dan is always anxious. Oh, you can read his book and the data network. Now Food Hunter is going to surpass you again. Vampire, I don't read it. I will post 3 more chapters to make up the whole, and today I will directly update the 10 chapters. Su Chen secretly planned. Anyway, only 2 or 3 shifts a day a few days ago, plus almost all the codewords were sitting at work today, which saved a lot of manuscripts for Dupo. This will not be afraid of waves. Mr. Dan, fuck it. Do you still have a manuscript? Yes, I just made up a few days ago, and it happens to be competing for a wave of recommended positions for the roots in the past few days, and I have more than 10 chapters every day. Su Chen typed without caring. Has a relaxed tone, as if it is not a novel, but Chinese cabbage that can be seen everywhere. This time the egg is always really scared. What is it? Just a few days ago, more than 200 chapters have been updated, and now you have the manuscript again? Tentacle monster? No, the 24-hour full-time tentacle monster is not as powerful as you, right? You have a team of tentacles behind it helping you code words, right? So next, in the horrified eyes of President Dan, Fights Breaks Fear almost published 3 chapters in seconds. Update today, 10 chapters. Fight Breaks the Sky Book Review Area. UU reading www.yunsha.com. Fuck, there are 3 more chapters, what's the situation? It's an explosion. 10 chapters a day. The ghost is starting again. The man with more than 200 chapters a day is on the number. What day is today? How many manuscripts does this author have? I booked it. Vampire, always drop God. Dan always looked at the book review area for a while, then glanced at the data network. With the addition of 3 more changes in Fight's break sphere, the data that had been gradually stable began to climb again, throwing away the 3-3 food hunter and instantly widening the distance. The ups and downs of data can be said to be very awkward. Looks very exaggerated, but in fact it is not. This week has just started. Even if there is a bit of data today, it is hard to say whose growth trend will be fast in the future. So when the 3-3 learned that Do Po Kangqiang updated 3 chapters and 10 chapters together, he smiled faintly. There's nothing to worry about, this guy just has a little to save the manuscript. Sanson calmly said to his editor in charge, a writer can do 10 changes every day if he has a lot of hands. So look at it. Today's wave breaks out, and tomorrow he will have to slow down. The editor in charge of also said relaxedly after hearing the words, yes, there has just been a horror outbreak some time before the fight, and it is impossible for the author to have a copy now in his hands. Both of them have similar opinions. 10 chapters a day cannot last. Once your saved manuscripts are exhausted, you will be nothing. It's a pity, what the 2 of them didn't expect was how many vampires had saved their manuscripts. Chapter 47, he blames the editor to open the black. Still 2 in 1. After an hour. Food Hunter has not been updated, and it is competing with Do Po. Instead, the data is maintained just like this, letting Fight's break sphere rank above him. There are a lot of 8 more, especially for a platinum writer. Not everyone is a perverted boss like Su Chen. Su Chen frantically rushed to manuscripts during this period, trying to code out more manuscripts in preparation for tomorrow. I want to ask why, but he wants to maintain a high update every day for the rest of the week, so as to surpass the 3-3 food hunter and compete for that precious recommendation. But he was busy, so he received a QQ message from Zinlin, the editor in charge of the comics. Open the window and take a look. Zinlin, didn't you say that you want to take me to play LOL at night? Are you there? Teacher Mao Suang. Su Chen patted his forehead. I've always wanted to make these messy things on the web, and I have forgotten the promises I made during the day. Yet, to make this girl believe in her identity. Looked at the table below, and it was almost time for the live broadcast every day, so Su Chen put down the keyboard in his hand, came to Su Xiaoxio's room, and started the live broadcast in advance. At the same time, he edited a message to Zinlin, it's okay anytime, I add your friends, and then take you to fly. Zinlin, are you in a double row? Teacher Mao Suang is very confident. Not a double row, there is another person, my sister, she also plays LOL. Su Chen thought for a while, for the live broadcast effect, let's also include Su Xiaoxio's girl. Zinlin, hey? Teacher Mao Suang and younger sister, it's great. When she smiles and asks you to buy her a mobile phone, you won't feel much better. Thinking of the Apple 11 just now, Su Chen couldn't help refuting. Zinlin. Turn on the computer and turn on the camera. Su Chen sat next to Su Xiaoxiao. Because they already have their own live broadcast room, the cameras of the 2 are now used separately, one for each person, displayed on the left and right sides of the live broadcast room, just like Dongju and Kaij. So early today. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head and glanced at him. Well, the main reason is that a young lady will come and open the black together later. Su Chen explained the ins and outs of the incident. Of course, he did not mention any information about the comics. After all, many viewers in Su Xiaoxio's live broadcast were still watching, so he also focused on the exploding photo, but it was regarded as it's an embarrassing thing about Netu. After, the 2 people's live broadcast room, the barrage of the water friends also began to become dense, and the discussion was in full swing. Awesome, it's okay if my photos are treated as net maps. Ha 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 ha. Should I go through the program or just laugh? I only care about the beauty of that girl. So, is there 3 rows today? Yes, there are 3 rows today. Su Chen made the plan clear, then show her the video playback after the live broadcast, which surprised her. Then take her into the voice channel first. Su Xiao opened a separate YY room. By the way, is the person you talking about high in rank? It looks like silver. Su Chen recalled the chat history with Xinlan next day. By the way, what are you asking for? It's nothing, I feel a little bit boring. The little girl sighed exaggeratedly. Anyway, we are also a high-segment technical anchor, playing in the silver game, it's too out of style. Su Chen gave her a white look and said nothing. I have to say that since the live broadcast, the little girl is now more and more adept at pretending. Does some program effects all the time? For the rest of the time. After confirming Xinlan's area and ID, the brothers and sisters randomly selected 2 lucky viewers on the barrage, and borrowed 2 accounts to use Xinlan to qualify. After all, the 2 of them don't have any accounts for the silver rank, so they can only make do with their fan accounts. After everything is ready, Xinlan, who was invited, enters the voice channel. Is this teacher Mao Suang? Hello. Xinlan greeted somewhat cautiously. A nice female voice came. Different from Su Xiaoxio's sweet and cute voice, Xinlan's voice is lighter and more imperious. When I heard it, I knew it was a social man, the kind who was much more mature than Su Xiaoxiao. Su Chen is a little bit excited, and the voice is so good, I believe it will definitely not be bad in appearance. What a happy experience is it, beautiful women in charge. The barrage in the live broadcast room became even more enthusiastic when they heard it. Wow, I can make this sound. Miss Sister's voice is so nice. I was a little confused when I first came here. Who is this? Can the breeder order it to accompany you? Speaking of which, no one pays attention. What is the name of teacher Mao Suang? I have a friend who said he is fine. The inexperienced friend in front? Hello. Su Xiaoxiao also greeted Xinlan in the voice channel. And this caused Xinlan on the other side to be taken aback. Didn't expect it to be a girl's voice? Sounds like a little lowly. How is this going? Is teacher Mao Suang a genius comic girl? It seems to be a setting in a novel. Xinlan's brain filled up indiscriminately, and asked without hesitation, Hey? Is teacher Mao Suang a girl? Puff Su Xiaoxiao was happy at first, and then answered the words in a serious manner, skillfully nonsense, yes, I am going to be in elementary school this year. Okay, shut up, you. Su Chen interrupted, covering his face. Then, he said to the voice channel, I am Mao Suang. She is what I told you just now, my sister. A refreshing male voice came, making Xinlan shocked all over. How to say, unexpectedly very good to hear, a little CEO feeling. That's it. But on the surface, Xinlan was a frustration and didn't comment too much. After the room was created, the 3 people began to line up. During the period, while chatting in her voice, she cut out to check the record of the other 2. Both of them have average data, 1 bronze and 1 silver 4, which is lower than her own. In terms of record, it looks like it's quite bleak, not to mention it is red, and all heroes are played, it's very mixed. I am a little happy to see this Xinlan. Sure enough, people can't be perfect. Teacher Mao Suang draws comics so well, but he is not as good at games as himself. So let this girl take you to fly. Enter the BP page. This has brought me to lead you to win, and your skills seem to be not as good as mine. Xinlan is full of confidence. Oh? What are you going to play? Actually, I am quite confident about Organ Luna Sing. Xinlan said, showing a Lulu on the pre-selection page. Su Chen was shocked, and in the support position, he also chose a soft assistant Lulu who said he wanted to carry. This was the first time he saw him. Forget it, you just want to be happy. Looked at Su Xiaoxiao who was aside, the little girl would be smiling very hard. A small silver assistant said to bring 2 big men above the diamond level to fly. It can only be said that the ignorant are fearless. Since you have said so, then wait for you and me. Su Chen responded to Xinlan with a smile. The barrage has begun to raise the question mark. Tell a joke, Bai Yin Lulu takes the breeder and Xiao Xiafei. This girl is a little cute. Which district is this? I want to add this girl as my friend. Then the question is, who is it? Who? In the position allocation, Su Chen was assigned to AD, but Su Xiaoxiao was not lucky and was forced to be squeezed to the jungle position. Helpless, Su Xiaoxiao can only choose a spider, a jungler she is fairly proficient in. And after reaching the 3rd level in the early stage, it is easier to catch people, and it is no-brainer to form a cocoon. For details, see the previous game of the military training master. Even a little master like the leader can't resist Su Xiaoxiao's gank, let alone a half-patient division like the Silver Bureau. Teacher Mao Suang, you are on the road. Xinlan noticed Su Chen's position allocation. Rest assured, my Lulu is very powerful, you can play whatever you want. Su Chen had the heart to vomit, but let's just think about it. Talking with strength in the game is over. In the end, he chose Lucian Bottom Road, a very powerful shooter hero, and his flexible skill mechanism is particularly suitable for the show. As for the bottom lane on the opposite side, it was a glove lane. Drop the crow, assist Thane. Xinlan was slightly startled. Sure enough, according to the Kenyan equilibrium theory of relativity, our side is open black, so the opposite side must also be open black. It's not easy to fight. She looked a little worried. She also knows this kind of routine, which is very fierce and incomprehensible. But Su Chen and Su Xiaoxiao did not say anything. To be precise, the two of them don't care at all. After all, this kind of segmentation, the opponent uses the same everything, even if they walk down the road with their nanny Nami, he will not lose. When Xinlan saw this, he thought they were silent because they felt it was difficult to fight, so he quickly comforted and said, "It's okay, even if you can't fight, it's okay, just play a game." Su Chen. Su Xiaoxiao. Both of them are helpless. Forget it, too lazy to explain too much. Soon, it entered the landing phase. The two people on the opposite side played very fiercely. The first level Crow learned an E, and Thane learned AQ. Crossing the line of soldiers, the imposing manner came towards Su Chen. Then there is no more. The skills of the two were completely empty, and after being twisted by Su Chen coquettishly, they grabbed the crow and started to fight back. With the Q skill, they directly knocked out the crow half-blood. During Lulu's sleepwalking, he was late to give a shield to him. Lu Xian had already finished the set and turned around before putting on the shield. Is outrageous in NM. Is basically a situation where Su Chen beats 3. But even so, it's nothing. Su Chen didn't suffer the slightest loss. After 2 waves of pawns, he did not miss a single shot. On the other hand, the crow on the opposite side was sparsely operated, and leaked more than made up. There is basically no pressure on the line. After 2 waves of soldiers, Su Chen got stuck on the wave line and waited for Su Xiaoxiao's blue spider to grab it. So the next plot was a logical success. Under Su Xiaoxiao's care, Su Chen quickly took a double kill. Then push the line, go home to replenish equipment, and further expand the advantage. Teacher Mao Suang, your archer is very good. It's normal, Su Chen said modestly. Was on the line on time. Su Chen looked at the opponent who was still playing arrogantly and full of flaws, couldn't help sighing a patient in his heart, and then went up to directly crippled the crow with a smooth operation. Lu Xian, who has just updated his equipment, is simply not something that the crisp and dying crows can contend. Greased the solace of the feet and avoided the key skills of the other two, Su Chen used up and retreated with the shield. But it's all like this. The opponent's Thane is still very unconvinced. When he is free of E-skills, he walks up to open Q and wants to fight back. Then there is no suspense, he was smoothly touched by Lucian. One part of the blood volume. Thane, who can't beat people with his skills, is just a stupid comparison, don't be afraid at all. Then, he made up a wave of soldiers and knocked the bottle of medicine. The crow felt that he was doing it again, and went straight up, turned into a manipulator, and wanted to fight with Lucian. There was no accident, and both died suddenly with Thane. There's no way. Lu Xian's slideshow turned into a muggle, and the teammates kept asking question marks. Naturally, the two of them were very anxious to get the kill, so it's understandable that the Operation Deformation mentality burst or something. Right? So just about 4 minutes after the game started, Su Chen's Lu Xian had already won 4 heads. Is completely crushed. That's right, Su Chen and Su Xiaoxiao are now playing the Silver Bureau together, just like playing man and machine, it's basically a unilateral massacre. At the 6th level, when Crow and Thane were the strongest, they planned to fight Lu Xian hard, but didn't want a spider to come out of the grass. So this time it doubles to Su Xiaoxiao's spider. Reasonably expand advantages. At this point, when it just reached the 6th level, the score has come to a state of 6-0. After taking the dragon, pushing down a tower, changing lanes, and walking out and killing a few enemies, the opponent couldn't resist the pressure and surrendered in 15 minutes. Settlement page, MVP to Lucian, who is the fattest in the audience. I didn't expect to win so easily, Xinlan's voice came. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Mr. Mao Suang, you and your sister played really well. What's this, it's just the beginning. Su Xiaoxiao said very cocky. After, as she said, Su Chen and Su Xiaoxiao simply won in different ways. They played all the heroes that can be played by various heroes, and by the way, they helped Xinlan get the gold rank. In the diamond segment, it can be green in the round, not to mention in the silver, it is the ultimate to do whatever you want. Even if I choose Ion as real or something, he can put out a violent killer outfit, chasing the opponent chaotically. Instructed editor Xinlan to be more surprised as he played. Mr. Mao Suang, you are very good at playing. You didn't come here to open a trumpet to take me to fly, right? Of course. Su Chen nodded directly and admitted, didn't I say that, I am the anchor breeder, so it's natural that I'm good at playing. Xinlan didn't take it seriously, and retorted with a faint smile, hee, it's impossible for other anchors to play the silver segment. Because this is the fans' account. Su Chen answered truthfully. Blow, then blow, return to fans. Xinlan still didn't believe it, and even joked, if you say you are a breeder, then I'm still Xiao 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 Xiao. This time it was Su Xiaoxiao's turn to speak. Actually, what, I am Do Sha Xiao Xiao herself, the breeder's sister. Haha. Hearing the words, Xinlan laughed directly on the voice channel, with 10,000 unbelief in her heart, just as if the two were working together to fix her. Hey, how come even your sister is helping you deceive people? The brothers and sisters were speechless. This person is really unexpectedly stubborn. Chapter 48, Embarrassed Home. After winning a few rounds with Xinlan in a row, Su Chen found an excuse after spending enough time on the live broadcast. He felt dull. After all, in a silver game, he and Su Xiaoxiao have been crushing it, as if two adults were going to grab a child's lollipop, without any pressure. It's very comfortable, yes, but if you play too many rounds, you will get tired and the audience will also be aesthetically tired. Just like the anchors of Carl Sao Mail, the basic game has a big advantage to kill the game, Su Chen thinks, that completely loses the fun of this game. So after Su Chen went offline, so Xiao Xiao also went down soon. When they went offline, the fan account had been upgraded by 2 large sections, and because they were playing, it attracted a large number of water friends to add friends. Of course, it is worth mentioning that when the live broadcast peaks in the evening, many viewers will go to Jiaxinlan's friends. So, after the brother and sister both went offline, Xinlan soon found out with a bewildered look that more and more users were adding her friends on the LOL client. It's so much that she can't add it. Most of these are water friends who wrote down Xinlan ID in the live broadcast room. As for the remaining part, it should be the zombie account that is hot or selling movies. Xinlan herself was puzzled, and she didn't understand why a lot of people suddenly added her friends. So, holding a question mark at one end, she added the first one. Is Miss Xinlan here? Do you make friends PR, my WeChat account? Well, it seems to be a pervert. Delete decisively. Click on the second one. Hello, Miss Xinlan, do you want to play games with Lian Mei? I am a thief in Draven. Xinlan said she didn't understand. How did this group of people know her name Xinlan? Generally speaking, she will use this ID name only with the cartoonists under her hand. Delete, then click on the third one. This time there is finally something more reliable. The user came up and sent her a video link of Station B's AV number, and also told her, Miss Xinlan, you can look at this and the source of all evil. What is this? Xinlan froze for a while, hesitated for a while, and went to search Station B. Anyway, the reviewed video on Station B will not be a mess, and after reading this, maybe you can understand the reason why so many people add their friends. The name of the video is Shock. The shark fighting breeder hugs left and right, and the 3 black Wheaton do whatever they want. The old UC department. The ID of the host up is Focus on Xiao Xiao Breeder, apparently a fan who edits videos specifically for the anchor breeder and Do Sha Xiao Xiao. Just like, if you search for Yunyo Daziran or Wavyukshuangsuan de Quail on Station B, you can search for these users who edit videos specifically for the anchor. It is to earn the broadcast volume of those who like to watch Dasima or de Quail live broadcast, but are too lazy to fight sharks. Xinlan also understands these phenomena, but what she doesn't understand is why this person should send him a live clip of Xiao Xiao. Is it possible that I met those 2 major anchors in qualifying today? On the show? It shouldn't be. Haven't I been playing black with teacher Mao Suong and his sister? How could it be possible to meet the 2 anchors of Dusha? Xinlan was puzzled. But anyway, let's watch this video first. So with a mind full of question marks, she clicked on the video. At the beginning of the video, it was a familiar live studio shot, 1 man and 1 woman, 1 camera on each side. One is Xiao Xiao, and the other is a breeder. These Xinlan also know each other. And not to mention anything else, today teacher Mao Suong sent him a picture of the breeder. The background is the same as this room. It is difficult for her to know it or not. She glanced at the barrage. The barrage was not too much, but it took up half of the screen. The first. Hello, brother. Xiao Xiao, my wife. I'll come first, okay, brother. I heard that there are 3 people here in this issue. Look at 3P. Look at the small theater. What's the mess? However, looking at the barrage full of rants, there was no analysis at all, so Xinlan closed the barrage. Looking further down, it seems that the 2 anchors are going to invite a young lady to join 3 blacks today. It should be for the effect of the program. Xinlan doesn't understand it very well. But what does this have to do with her editor? Resist and look down patiently. Xiao Xiao in the video started a conversation with the breeder. So early today. For some reason, Xinlan always felt a bit familiar when he heard the girly voice in the video, as if he had heard it somewhere. But she didn't think about it, and continued to watch the video. Well, the main thing is that a young lady will come and drive the black together later. I told her during the day that I was the breeder of shark fighting and sent photos, but she didn't believe it, and told me to eat more peanuts instead of drinking alcohol, alas. The breeder in the video looked helpless. This made Xinlan amused directly. The young lady mentioned by the anchor is too funny, right? If you don't believe me after posting the photo, the suspicion is so heavy. Then, the two anchors in the video were in the water for a while, and that Xiao Xiao quickly created a YY room. It's probably to invite the young lady I mentioned before. Xinlan guessed. But, how do you feel that this room number is full of sight? As if she herself used it a while ago? Did you ever meet a big anchor? Hi. How is it possible? Xinlan thought about it seriously. I'm a small bean in the suburbs, how can I run into it with such good luck? The anchor is not a Chinese cabbage. She analyzed it with reason and evidence. But soon, she couldn't calm down. Because in that YY room, the ID that the two anchors have been waiting for is actually her own ID. How is this possible? Xinlan was shocked and refreshed the video several times back and forth. It was indeed her ID. I am actually the young lady the breeder said? Is it possible? However, it is impossible that she hadn't had time to think about the following content, and a voice in the next video made her tremble all over, as if she had been electrocuted. Is it Teacher Mao Suong? Hello. Isn't he the one who meows him? Xinlan looked at the video with a wonderful expression. Yes, this silly girl responsible for editing, finally remembered, this familiar ID, this familiar voice, this familiar unfolding. It was just now she and the teacher Mao Suong and the other sister www.readaloud.com, the situational dialogue that happened when it was dark. Then three people enter the familiar page of BP. And. A conversation that was still familiar a few hours ago. This will bring me to lead you to win. Your skills seem to be inferior to mine. Xinlan. Oh? What are you playing? Actually, I am quite confident about Organ Luna Star. Seeing Xinlan here is utterly embarrassing, especially when she looks at Su Chen on the screen with a white-eyed expression of "it's okay to make you happy," and Xiao Xiao who is struggling to squeeze her smile in the camera. She is kind of like this. The feeling of public execution. Well, of course, she was the one who was executed. Xinlan didn't even want to watch the barrage this time, her face was hot. So Mr. Mao Suong is the keeper of shark fighting, right? Isn't his sister Xiao Xiao? Why didn't I believe it in the first place? If you believe it, you don't need to be so embarrassed. Enduring the embarrassment, continue to watch the recording for a while. When she saw that the first game just ended there. Blow, then blow, if you are a breeder, I would still fight the shark. Xinlan. That, in fact, I am Do Sha Xiao Xiao, and my brother is Do Sha Keeper. Su Xiao Xiao. Haha. Xinlan's tone gradually became presumptuous. Teacher Mao Suong, how come even your sister is helping you to lie? Seeing here, Xinlan can't stand it anymore. She really wanted to slap herself in the face. This is too embarrassing from the perspective of God. Is it really embarrassing to him? Open the door to embarrassment, embarrassment is home. So Xinlan's video was off, and without looking down, he touched the QQ point and opened Su Chen's avatar. Chapter 49, Fantasy Division 10 More Madmen. Teacher Mao Suong. I'm sorry. Cry.jpg. What kind of style is this? Why did the editor in charge suddenly come and cry and apologize? Su Chen said he was a little bit square. Tapped a few question marks on the screen to express his doubts, and he waited for Xinlan's reply. Soon, Xinlan told him the reason. It turns out that you are really a breeder. I apologize for what I said during the live broadcast. After a long time, this girl knows the truth. Su Chen relaxed. At first, he thought that the editor was crying so fiercely that he deleted his cartoon with a shake of his hand. Scared him. But fortunately, this is not the case. otherwise Su Chen could directly vomit blood and faint. Su Chen, it's okay, it's just live broadcast effects, but why did you suddenly wake up? Go to see me fighting sharks. Zinlin, no, a lot of water friends joined me just now, and I sent me the latest recording and broadcasting of Station B, just a few hours ago. Su Chen snickered in his heart, then you went to see it. Well, I experienced the pleasure of being publicly executed. Zinlin followed with a ghost expression. Booming in a trance. It's okay for my own fans to take the initiative to tell the truth for themselves, which saves myself from explaining it tomorrow. So Su Chen just wanted to say a good job. Finally, since Zinlin already believes in himself, he has nothing to chat with, and quit the chat in a few words. What I have to say with a responsible editor this big evening will definitely evolve into the matter of reminding manuscripts 100%. As an author, Su Chen also knows well. The next day is still a 3.1-line life. In order to ensure this week's update, Su Chen used the time spent in a daze in the store to save a lot of papers. Now he has become more proficient in typing, and his speed has been significantly improved. Coupled with the advantage of direct handling without conception, basically 1 hour can produce 3 chapters of the finished product. The speed is very fast, but the hands are a bit sore. But it doesn't hurt. This evening, after tracing a few small burials, Su Chen opened the writer backstage again and uploaded 10 chapters in one go. Come, the 3 or 3 on the fantasy channel, I can't beat 10 changes every day, I see what you can do. At a certain point, the readers who followed up saw that today is still 10, and suddenly became excited again. Various tickets came to Su Chen without money, and the subscription was also very impressive. So of course, Fights Breaks Fear is also firmly above Food Hunter today. At a certain fantasy zone, the editor in charge of Sanson became anxious. 3-3. Are you there? Dopo is 10 more today. In order to win this silent ring contest, he can be said to be quite attentive. He has been paying attention to the dynamics of the fantasy rivals. Su Chen has just released a new chapter on the front foot, and the fantasy editor has found the back foot 3 or 3. Report. What? You ask, why not stare at another Xianhuan starting from the egg? Please, the poor salted fish of Mr. Dan only has 5 shifts a day, so he can't participate in this fierce competition at all. The data is even worse. He has already stepped aside and shouted for the vampire. So the most threatening opponent is still only vampires. Well, I saw it. Sanson also responded quickly. Although is a platinum writer, in this special period, he and his editor in charge are still very close. Then how much do you change today? Can you beat Dopo? The editor in charge hurriedly asked. Sanson fell silent. It's still 8 shifts. Can you break out a little bit and push the fight head on? I only use the save manuscript to maintain the 8th watch, otherwise it may only be the 5th watch. Sanson was a little helpless. How many archives did this vampire hide? Yesterday's 10 watch, today is also 10 watch, are you not afraid of exhausting yourself? He is not a tentacle monster, and he hasn't done any stupid errands like hiring gunmen that will lose fans, and he hasn't created any studio. Like this, 8 a day for a week, to be honest, it's already very scary. But it is a pity that Su Chen, who is a traverser, is even more terrifying. People don't even need to make ideas, no matter how fast the code word is, you can't compare it. Don't worry. Sanson reassured the editor again, no matter how he keeps the manuscript, he can't make 10 changes every day. I guess he won't be able to jump around tomorrow. My side can be stable for 8 shifts every day. 3-3 self-belief. Okay. The editor in charge also thinks that Sanson's statement is somewhat reasonable. Then I will slap my face tomorrow. That's right, this day the vampires fight is 10 more. It's been 10 or 3 consecutive days since it's been full of calculations. Fight breaks, fear is still firmly pressed on Food Hunter. Everyone in the book review area is happy. Vampires are still awesome, 10 more for 3 days in a row. Gooey day, this time the stone is a bit longer this time. Is it deliberately typo GHS upstairs? All tickets are given. By the way, I will give you another round of rewards, not afraid of your pride. The egg in the next 5 watch is always crying in the toilet. 10 is even better, but it will consume the saved manuscript. It is estimated that it will be shorter tomorrow, a more rational reader analyzed. Please be sure to keep it hard. On the other side, 33338 changes today. Book review area. The third boss is so amazing, this week they are all 8 changes, so cool. GKD. Hurt, do you know vampires, but they do it 10 times a day. Wow, there are also tofu here? 10 more super powerful every day recently. Can you not be great? Although the author is a newcomer, he directly updated more than 200 chapters on the day it was put on the shelves. www.readaloud.com. I was kneeling in front of the screen of the phone at the time. Poor Sanson, the book circle has begun to inexplicably pick up the rhythm, invisibly scattered a small number of readers to fight. Another day passed. This day is Friday, and the week is almost over. At 3 o'clock in the evening, I opened Fights Break the Sphere, and found that it was very collapsed, that the opponent was still 10 more. Not brothers. It's been 4 days since he was. This week has not completely passed, you have more than 40 chapters. What is special, why do you still save the manuscript? What kind of monster are you? Really? A vampire? The kind of codewords that don't need to sleep. His mentality is a little broken. Is not just Sanson, even Sanson's editor is the same. Sanson, there are 2 days left this week, Topo has always been ranked above us. Accused the editor of crying and screaming. This week passed immediately. The editor called him just now and asked him how he communicated with the writer. It has always been better than the fantasy book. 3s also felt something wrong, who can stand the 10 more 10 changes? So he thought about it, not guessing whether the vampire still has the manuscript. In order to reassure the editor in charge, he decided to change his mind. Well, I will go to communicate with other platinum writers tomorrow, let them help promote the wave, and stabilize the top spot this time. That's great, just wait for Sanson you to say this. The editor in charge immediately felt stable. As a veteran platinum brand, Sanson has a lot of energy. In the circle of platinum authors, I would like to buy a face and ask for a wave of support. Isn't it a certainty? Chapter 50, Data is overtaken. Actually, Sanson is quite repulsive of this method in his mind. As the highest-ranking platinum writer, he couldn't compete with a newcomer for the rankings, and he had to request off-site support, which made his old face a bit unsustainable. But there is no way, the vampire guy's 10 changes every day, he really can't do it, and he can't do it even if he saves it. So under pressure, he could only chat privately, and found a few platinums who had a good relationship with him, and licked his face for a push. Of course, this is only the first method. If that doesn't work, then he will be ruthless. Selling miserable tickets is a trivial matter. I really want to make the 3-3 anxious. He can directly make a promise with the majority of book friends that if the number is the first, it will be women's dance in the pure land of bliss. Will you still be afraid that you won't be able to fight? Non-existent. I can only say that it is not easy to do any line these years. A dignified platinum writer, in order to compete for a ranking, he has to sell his morals to his readers, and he still sells his morals. On the other side, Su Chen didn't know what Sanson was about to use as a killer. After sending the 10 watch on Friday, at night, he suddenly received a private message from Mr. Dan. Vampire, dear brother, how do you make 10 changes every day? Even if you save the manuscript for a whole month, your speed is almost abnormal. Is there any secret? Hey there! Mr. Dan, the kid actually pulled his face down to ask for advice. Su Chen thought about it after seeing it. But how do you let him reply? Because he is a traverser, the code word does not need to be conceived, it is a ruthless transporting machine, nothing more than a relentless transporter. Do you tell the other party that you write 3 chapters in an hour, so it doesn't matter whether you save the manuscript or not? It seems to be really feasible. So Su Chen answered him earnestly, write more and practice more. When you reach the level where you can write 3 chapters in an hour, it doesn't matter what you save. I know the truth, but how can I improve my hand speed? Dan always responds almost in seconds, with a very modest attitude. Originally, he felt good enough for him to change 40 in the future, but since he met a vampire and came into contact with Sanson, he felt that his level of 10,000 words this day was simply a distant cousin among his younger brothers. Even readers always compare vampires with him, saying, it's also a fantasy bestseller, you look at others and so on, making him anxious. But the egg always has nothing to say back, because they are telling the truth. So he can only shed the tears of the weak in silence. How can I improve my hand speed? Su Chen thought about it for a while, and then solemnly told Mr. Dan, thank you. Practice more traditional techniques and strengthen your unicorn arm, so that your typing speed will rise. Dan. There is this kind of operation? So, did the tentacle monsters all happen like this? Would you like to try it yourself? Dan always looks at the network disk resources he has treasured for many years, and is lost in thought. Time goes by. Another day passed and came to Saturday. The vampires' fights break the sphere is still unstoppable 10 watch, without stopping. A lot of readers have long been numb, and the voices of the book friends who shouted in the comment area are all tired. Now they also faintly know the reason. The vampires are so crazy to fight for a ranking with the platinum writers in the fantasy division. So basically, readers will automatically stand in line. Those who like 3 or 3 will vote for Food Hunter, and those who like vampires will vote for Fights Break Sphere. The data competition is very fierce. At the end of the evening live broadcast, Su Chen opened the list and took a look and found that his Fights Break Sphere was knocked down by Food Hunter. Not only that, this time it was not a close match, but was directly separated by Food Hunter, and the data was far behind. Alas, this is the celebrity effect. When the veteran platinum writer reaches a critical juncture, he shows his deep heritage. He is a newcomer who has just arrived at a certain point. It is still a bit difficult to want to be hard platinum. Su Chen sighed. Sanson went to other platinums to promote a wave of books, and he had heard about it. He basically understood the reason why was overturned. Fights Break the Sphere Book Friends Group. Hey, I just went to the data list and looked at it. Ghost Deo has already fallen behind a lot. I can't help it, I am a veteran author who has been writing books for many years. We tried our best for vampires, although we still failed to help you win the first place. My votes are all cast, and the votes I got rewarded have reached the upper limit. Don't be discouraged by the big ghost, as a newcomer, it's already very powerful to be able to challenge the 3/3 like this. The book review area is similar. Although everyone voted very positively, they all believed that the fight to break the sky is a foregone conclusion in this competition. It's a pity, the author can't beat the 3 or 3 big guys in 10 more. Distressed, the ghost is big, so it can't be overwhelmed for a week. Some people also objected, not necessarily, it's only Saturday today, maybe it can come back tomorrow. The previous one, come on, the data is a big gap, and I won't be able to save it by 100 more tomorrow. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. If it's true, it might not be true. Hehe, the motivation for fans brought by the number of words has its limit. From the data point of view, the vampire has already lost it rationally. That's so awesome, tomorrow the ghost will beat you to eat shit, dare you. The man was a little unhappy. Obviously he is a fan of vampires, and there is no room for sand in his eyes, and he is quite brain dead. The taste of powder. I eat NM, selfies are the orphans of family portraits. I know that people who eat and eat are bothered. As soon as I say a bet, I am afraid. Then he yells and bites people. Haha, one mouth is old Ziuan. In the middle of, the two directly tore apart, and gradually evolved into a pair of fragrant mouths. Su Chen, who saw this post, backhanded it was a luxurious package with deleted and permanent bans, which was given to two people separately. At the same time, he also began to think in his heart whether he should think of some means to promote a wave of books. But after thinking about it, I am alone, and there are no channels to pie. It's a big egg, but it's only a great god, and it's not known how much less influence than platinum. As for operating with money, the fan group's top ranking has already rewarded another silver main a few days ago. How do you say the result? It is a little bit effective, but it is not because of the big cuteness alone, because the opposite Sanson has already brushed himself 3 silver cuteness this week. Every day, the whole station informs food hunters that they are treated like sons. Sure enough, the power of money is infinite. However, Su Chen has nothing to do. At the moment, this situation is basically just like what the readers are talking about. Chapter 51, Promotion in the Last Day. Sunday, this day is the last day of the statistics of the editorial department, which will be determined by the final result, who is the recommendation of the homepage. Open the data network to see who is the winner is basically self-evident. It is Food Hunter who ranks above the fight. At this time, the two editors in charge of Sanson and the fantasy division were chatting and laughing. Editor in charge, it seems that this time the homepage position was taken by our fantasy division. It's proper, thanks to Sanson for your good operations. The editor in charge replied energetically. When I heard this, Sanson smiled stiffly. My heart hurts endlessly. This time, he really tried his best. He smashed into the 3 silver leagues back and forth, and then he hadn't fought and broke. Finally, he took his face to find a few friends to push, and promised in the book friend group. After the women's clothing, he finally surpassed Dupa steadily. It was a bumpy journey along the way. It's so difficult. But fortunately, I took a look at the list during the day today, and Dupa showed no signs of gains, and finally stabilized the ranking. On the other side, the editor-in-chief of the fantasy division rushed around. Obviously, he couldn't accept the fact that he was slammed by the fantasy division, and called the editor Baiyu to communicate with the vampire. Under pressure, Baiyu had to bite the bullet and go to Su Chen. Although he didn't report any hope in his heart. The difference in the data is getting more and more, and there is only a small half-day of the weekend, no matter how much publicity it is, what can it be? Baiyu, is there a vampire? We will arrange an expedited 24-hour exemption recommendation for you later. Can you also think of a way to promote the book? Su Chen was speechless after seeing it. What exactly has this forced the editors of the fantasy division into become, has reached the level of letting the author himself propagate, and it is still the kind of showdown directly and clearly. I try my best, but I don't have much hope. I don't have any good channels for a newcomer. Su Chen can only tell the truth like this. Okay. Baiyu sighed and said something about the recommendations, then stopped talking. After quitting QQ, Su Chen opened the writer's backstage, and the archives in it had been accumulated to more than 50 chapters. He had no choice but to post it today if he wanted it or not. But just as he thought about it, a beep sounded. QQ rang again. I thought it was Baiyu who had something to do with him, but when I opened it, it turned out to be Xinlan, the editor of Penguin Comics. Xinlan, teacher Mao Suang, the second chapter of the new post is very beautiful, and then, is the third chapter being drawn? It's here to remind the manuscript. The editors are all like birds. The third story is drawing and drawing. Su Chen replied like a repeater. In fact, he drew a ghost. He had been busy with codewords this week. It was already the limit to find time to drive out the second sentence. In the third sentence, he didn't even draw half of the line. By the way, the editor is great, I want to add a digression. Zinlin, what digression? I have a friend who writes online novels with good grades. This week he competes with a grade for the rankings. It's the last day and the data is a bit short. Is there any good way to run it? Zinlin was stunned, it was really off topic, and she suddenly got involved in the novel. But this question is quite simple. Can't you help him promote it? How can I help him publicize? Su Chen was full of question marks. Zinlin, well, aren't you the main anchor of Dusha platform? You and your sister have more than 1.5 million fans. It is not easy to push a book. Su Chen wakes up like a dream, is there still this kind of operation? He has been thinking about this aspect from a certain point, and he really did not expect the popularity of live broadcast. Yet, haven't you thought of it? Yet, but I thought of it when you said that, laughs. Indeed, the huge popularity of live broadcasts can be exploited. Neither Su Xiaoxiao nor Su Chen have ever talked about the topic of online text in the live broadcast room. And not only that, the two did not sign the platform's promotion contract, so they didn't want to deal with the bad money. Otherwise, recommending some spicy chicken fairy games to fans all day long will definitely lose popularity. Therefore, Su Xiaoxiao and he are both popular anchors who have not promoted Shark. If the promotion-related operations are carried out for the first time, the effect should be very good. So Su Chen, who had figured it out, immediately found Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, do me a favor. He knocked on the little girl's door. Soon the door opened, and Su Xiaoxiao in a pink nightdress yawned and looked at him with a confused expression. What's wrong? Obviously, not long after waking up, the mental state is still in the blurring stage of half dream and half awake. Because it was Sunday today, Su Chen didn't go to the store and got up very early in the morning. Compared to Su Xiaoxiao's dead house, which only gets up at noon every day, I don't know how many times the regularity is. Hurry up, start a live broadcast and help me promote the novel. Su Chen put his hand on the little girl's shoulder and shook her gently. Su Xiaoxiao was in a daze and didn't hear anything, but the three words on live broadcast were clearly heard. Live broadcast? But it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, can you let me sleep again? Are you a pig, can you sleep like this? I can't help it, I blamed you for too long yesterday. The little girl murmured while rubbing her sleepy eyes. Please don't talk about playing games together as if you are making pornography. Su Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. You hurry up and wash your face and wake up. I really have something very important this time. Hearing that, Su Xiaoxiao had to move to the bathroom reluctantly. As he walked, he was still muttering, it was obviously the first time last night, but you were still so proficient, the tricks were as smooth as the doomsday human machine. www.readaloud.com. Su Chen's face went dark again. Please don't use such misleading words to say it, okay? Yesterday it was just that we started playing black and LOL together a little late. Why did you even change the color? About half an hour later. Haggling Su Xiaoxiao finally finished her appearance, changed her clothes, and discussed with Su Chen. So, you hope that I will help promote a wave of your fights breaks fear in the live broadcast room, so as to gather a new batch of popularity. What kind of threes have you won? After listening to Su Chen's ins and outs, Su Xiaoxiao also got to the point all at once. That's right, Su Chen tapped his temple, the editor has asked me several times for this. No matter whether this trick is useful or not, I have to try it. Well, it can be, but my popularity alone is probably not enough. The little girl thought. Promotion can't completely convert fans into the past. I believe that more fans are too lazy to watch. This is one aspect. On the other hand, So Xioxio's fan base is not very large, only less than 1 million, which is not enough to watch. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Pushing it is better than not pushing it. Su Chen. Don't worry, brother, I didn't say I wouldn't do you this favor. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at him. I mean, why don't you talk to other anchors of Dusha? What? Su Chen made an unknown voice. Then he saw that the little girl opened her QQ friends list, and all of them were all popular anchors of Dosha. Even the leader of the two-row double-row crash not long ago. This made Su Chen suddenly surprised. How did this girl add to so many fellow bosses? Chapter 52, The Power of Esports. 20 minutes later, Su Chen was even more surprised that someone really agreed to such a ridiculous thing. And it is not an anchor, many anchors on Dosha platform have agreed to help Su Xiaoxiao promote. What's going on? Su Chen expressed his doubts and couldn't help asking Su Xiaoxiao, how did you do it? It depends on the relationship. Su Xioxio's face was taken for granted, it's like a classmate in the same class. Isn't it easy to do some trivial things? Furthermore, there was an anchor match on the Dusha platform some time ago, and the supervisor specially came to inform me of the time and place, so most of the teammates who came to help this time were also from the teammates during the match. Su Xiaoxiao explained. Su Chen looked dazed. Anchor against the match? Why is no one to tell me? What you signed is only an ordinary contract. Su Xiaoxiao gave him a white glance, so you don't even have a chance to play. But brother, don't be too depressed. You are such a flowery sister who flies to the field to play games. As an older brother, you must also go together as a flower protector. Su Xiaoxiao grinned and showed two small tiger teeth. So when you play against the top, I will cheer on the bottom like a background board. Su Chen's tone was angry. This is completely thankless. The game or something, I don't think I can watch it at home. Correct. Discussed with Su Xiaoxiao about the arrangement of the match, and the time soon came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Platinum writer Sanson's fan base. Something happened. Author. At. The big thing is bad. It's over, come out soon. What's wrong? Sanson looked at his book friends in wonder. He thought to himself, in another half a day, the homepage recommendation of his food hunter will be handed over. What can happen in this section? Both the data and the increase rate are stable, can it still be defeated by Fight's Break Sphere? 3 threes. 3 threes. Our number 1 was squeezed down by the fighting. Another book friend jumped out and shouted. What? Sanson suddenly agitated, sat up in shock while dying. I just milked it casually, but it turned out to be really sucked. What happened? He depresses words among the book friends like crazy. The number of votes increased by tens of thousands in just a few hours. It was far from Sanson in the morning, and now it's directly overtaking Food Hunter. 3-3, you go and have a look, isn't it a ticket swipe? Tickets won't be enough. Vampires are a very good character. I guess there is a display bug again at some point. Come on, it has increased by tens of thousands of votes, and the total is almost 3 million. Isn't it what is the ticket? The book friends group talked about each other. Was so scared that Sanson's little heart was beating. He was nervous and opened the list page of a certain data network non-stop. Yes, the scene he didn't want to see, the last thing happened. Fighting Breaking Sky surpassed him again, ranking first. Rank list of votes increase in a week. First, Vampire, author of Fight's Break Sphere, 300,000 votes. Second, the author of Food Hunter has 3-3, 250,000 votes. Third, from the egg author Ziying Danshan. 3 people look silly. How on earth did this happen? Really play the ultimate comeback on the last day? Is it so scary? Tactical inhalation and tactical backwards, Sanson forced himself to calm down. There must be demons when things happen impermanently. Such a metaphysical increase must be due to force majeure. Even the editor in charge did not contact him, indicating that this vampire. It's not good 3 or 3, the big thing is not good. Fighting and breaking overtake us. Sanson just thought about that, and the editor in charge yelled and sent a message. Obviously he has just learned about the data changes, and his reaction is not 3 or 3. Sanson irritably replied, I saw it. What's the matter? In the morning, the book still has an increase of more than 200,000 yuan. Why does it soar to 300,000 after a lunch break? It won't be the other party who swiped the ticket. Right. Well, I have just asked the back-end personnel to check it, and they reported that it is not like the data that was swiped. The editor's weak reply, he also knows that Sanson must be very irritable now. Smashed tens of thousands without saying, but also begged someone to push him, and made a women's vow. If there is no fight, no matter who changed, his mentality would explode. As expected, Sanson was furious, isn't this brushed yet? It has risen by tens of thousands in just a few hours. I can tell with my little toe that it was brushed. Well, little toes have no eyes. The editor whispered BB. ITM. Sanson almost fainted when he saw the editor in charge. Forget it, let's get back to business, Sanson, you go to see the update of Fights Break Sphere today, etc., to determine the reason for the skyrocketing data of the other party. I have finished reading it a long time ago. As always, the 10 change and the ticket request are the same as the previous days. There is no big change, so I asserted that it was a ticket. 3 was almost a second reply. Yes, he just went to scan the latest chapters of Daodu, there are still so many updates, and the protagonist is still so silky after putting on B, no different from usual. Instructed the editor to be silent. After a while, suddenly there was someone in the book friends group. Opened in 3s and took a look. Big 3, we helped you find out why www.readaloud.com. How do you say? You can see the book review section of Dupo, sorted by the latest release. Book review area. What happened then? Sanson is confused, how can this be involved in the book review area again? Is it possible that this vampire is not enough to just check the ticket, and he also invited the Navy to comment? Is so bad, isn't it? Bookmates, you go and read it first. Since a lot of book friends have said so, Sanson can only come to the book review area of Dopo Kangqiang to find out. Then, he saw the content of the latest post. It seemed that they were all speeches that had nothing to do with a certain circle. E.G. I came from Xiao Xiao, the novel is very beautiful, I fell in love with it. The novel recommended by my wife is awesome. The Emperor C actually recommended the web article, and I searched it on the starting point. Men cultists gather. Surprised, there is fans Higgs on here too? LOL plate blood wash a certain point. Woohoo, fee fei. This wave is a tweet from the gold medal chef. Isn't there any Sister Joe recommended? M seems to be an esports circle. He also knows the gaming circle very well. In his free time, he will also play the current most popular online game, League of Legends. So, after learning the truth, Sanson's expression was complicated, and at the same time he felt very confused. Why can a vampire, a blogger, get involved with people in the esports circle who seem to be anchors? This. Are you, why? Flipped through the book review area, the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't figure it out. Chapter 53, Unexpected Results of the Editorial Department. Just when Sanson doubted his life, his fantasy division editor contacted him again. Sanson, check it out here. You can go to the Dusha platform to have a look. It seems that many anchors are advertising Dupo today. The reason seems to be a call from a female anchor in Dusha's circle. So it was Fighting Shark. Sanson doubled his eyes and opened Dusha's website. On the homepage, the anchor of the LOL section, he randomly clicked on one. The volume of the opening screen shocked Sanson. Ruthless iron hand. A crippling blow. Kill the quartet. Ah! A host with glasses roared, manipulating a promised team. Ah, I got the second. I'm better than A Liang. The anchor is called Yuziak. After the game entered the black and white screen, Xiao Si quickly cut the screen and opened a certain website page. Recommend a particularly good-looking novel to everyone. This time it's not a good-looking novel. I just think it's good-looking. The title of the book is Fights Breaking the Sky. It is a book classified in fantasy. Both A Liang and I are reading it. A friend told me. Recommended. Seeing this, Sanson said MMP in his heart, and then randomly clicked on another anchor. Hefei Tuana, Hong Kong Shiatsu, Essential Oil Body Care, Service in place, 300 yuan service fee. This time it is a very good-looking anchor named Zhigzun. In the kung fu of returning to the city, Zhigzun didn't bother to cut the screen, and cut to a certain page, like Yuziak just now, recommending a wave of fights breaking the sky in great detail. Sanson looked at Zhigzun's more than 9 million attentions, and only felt that his heart was dripping with blood. Then he casually watched several anchors, such as Shiizhou, Black and White, Wang Jikao, Brother Zhu Xiao, all of them were recommending Fights Break Sphere. If you are live streaming, you can type a screenshot or website and push it while talking. If you are not live streaming, you will also send a dynamic recommendation with 2 links to the mobile phone and the website of Fights Break Sphere. It can be said that it is quite in place. Why are you pushing the book today? From the leader to Sister Joe, it's all Fights Break the Sphere, so I want to see it too. This book is competing for a resource on a certain point website, please go vote for it. I've been chasing Dupo a long time ago, but saw that Emperor C was pushing Dupo, so I went online and voted for Dupo 5 times. For nothing else, it was Emperor C. Welcome to the series of Dusha anchors collectively not doing business. Originally, I didn't need a certain point, but I made a promise that the leader did not meet the meal, and I downloaded a software backhand and rewarded Dupo for 200. Don't ask the person in the magic section. Looking at these comments, the mood is mixed. This is simply cheating. The off-field support is also too strong. At most, I found a few platinum and asked for a chapter push, but you are better, and you can directly pull the small half of the shark fighting person over. The treatment is simply the emperor. Who can stand this? As a result, at night, Dupo has always been the first to know 0. So the final 1-week data competition was won by the vampire. This final result can be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. Especially for some student parties, reading the list 3 or 3 before class in the morning is still the first place, and then coming back to Dupa in the evening will leave the food hunter far away. God turned everyone by surprise. Longkong, Taiba, forums, many people who know the truth are discussing it in full swing. Sanson's fans were dissatisfied. I think this result is not accurate at all. This is because the number of people in the esports circle is too large, which affects fairness. Vampire fans replied, what's unfair, isn't Sanson also selling horribly, and then piking other platinum? Besides, the book Fights Break Sphere is not bad, isn't it? Qualify to get the first place of the week. What does it mean to sell miserably? Which author doesn't sell miserably? It's not because of his miserable sales that we are fans. Vampires never sell badly, and update more, not more than 3 or 3. The 2 big brothers haven't said much yet, but their respective fans are startled first. On the other hand, the Total Egg fans are eating melons, and they can't get in at all. Although Starting from the Egg performed well this week, and even started a big cut, but compared with Sanson and Vampire's increase this week, it is not enough. Fans also know it well, so they don't even mention it at all, and directly incarnate as a transparent person. On Monday, at a certain point in the company building, the editorial team held a meeting. That's right, the week of data competition has also passed, and it is time to discuss the attribution of this recommendation. The editor-in-chief of Xianhuan brought Bai Yu, the editor-in-charge, into the meeting room with an air of elation on his face. After this frightening week, in the end, his fantasy division won. When the editor-in-chief announces the results, he should ridicule the editor-in-chief of fantasy. Those who were yin and yang weird a week ago will be returned by him today, a week later. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't be fooled by fantasy and poverty. I'm sorry, it was old Xiao Yan when he opened his mouth. When everyone was there, he greeted the editor-in-chief, then noticed the editor-in-chief of the fantasy division opposite, and immediately flew a very confident little look. Sample, now that Dopo has won, who do you think the editor-in-chief would recommend to? The editor-in-chief of fantasy is nothing more than that. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com, but to his surprise, the editor-in-chief of the fantasy division does not have the gloomy color of the loser on his face. On the contrary, he still has a face. Looked at him with a fascinating smile. With a smile, his heart is frizzy. The editor-in-chief of Xianhuan didn't understand it at the time. You lost all of this, little brother Zindao, so why did you leave this silly fun with me? When the editor-in-chief mentioned this matter later, don't you go through a program and be dumbfounded. Soon, when the content of the meeting was halfway through, the editor-in-chief at the foremost spoke up and mentioned it. I said last week about a very important homepage recommendation for a certain point of ours. This position can already be announced today. Hearing this, everyone cheered up. The fantasy editor-in-chief is waiting for this moment, while the fantasy editor-in-chief still has a fascinating smile on his face. As for the editors of other divisions, they are all about watching the excitement. After a week of data tracking and observation, cross-checking with all editorial teams, and my personal review, in the end, we decided to rank this recommendation for. The editor-in-chief bought a pass, pulled a little drag, took a deep breath, and announced. Food Hunter. Okay. Originally, the editor-in-chief of Xianhuan nodded very vigorously at first, but after hearing the final announcement, his eyes widened in disbelief, completely stupid. What the hell? Why did it go directly to Food Hunters? Isn't the stats that we won? With 3 consecutive bewildered question marks on the face, the editor-in-chief of Xianhuan subconsciously looked at the opposite competitor. The fantasy editor-in-chief would smile rather indifferently, as if this result was only what he expected. Chapter 54, Default Quota. Editor-in-chief, this. The editor-in-charge Bai Yu couldn't help it, lowered his voice and cast an inquiring look at his editor-in-chief boss. Fools can see it. Editor-in-chief, the result is wrong. Obviously we won the fantasy vampire stats, why should we recommend it to 3 or 3? Xianhuan, the editor-in-chief and the editor-in-chief, both had similar psychological activities. When the two looked at each other, the editor-in-chief of Xianhuan took the lead and raised his hand to the editor-in-chief in front of them. Editor-in-chief, I want to confirm with you that in the last week's data arena, it was Fights Break Sphere that won, right? When the Xianhuan editor-in-chief said this, he subconsciously glanced at the opposite fantasy editor-in-chief, that guy. The fascinating smile on his face made him inexplicable. Well, it was Dupeo Qiang who won, is there any problem? The editor-in-chief glanced at the editor-in-chief of the fantasy zone and Bai Yu, and said to them. When it comes to this, you still have to pretend to be stupid. The editor-in-chief of Xianhuan secretly clenched his fists, he felt that today's editor-in-chief seemed weird. I understand the kind of development that pretends to be confused. This is a bit uncomfortable. But due to face and various external factors, he still bit the bullet and went into the topic. Since Fights Break Sphere won, it means that the commercial value of Doupo is higher than that of Food Hunters, so this version is recommended. Before the words were finished, the editor-in-chief of the fantasy division laughed and interrupted, "Hee, our website can't just look at the data. If you just analyze the data blindly, it won't be an editor at all." Xianhuan editor-in-chief. What does it mean? Didn't you jump out last week and say that you want to fight the ring? Do you want to speak with data? Why did you change your tone so quickly today? Is the rhythm so skillful? Don't know, think you're a rhythm leader? Well, that's right. The editor-in-chief of also added just right at this time. So, after my personal review of the 3 books, I think the plot design of Food Hunter is more reasonable, the brain is more attractive, and it will be more marketable on this recommendation. The relay of the 2 is extremely smooth, and it is not difficult for a discerning person to see that this is probably the default quota in the middle. The editor-in-chief of Xianhuan was quite unlucky on this matter. The editors of other petitions felt sorry for him for a second. However, the editor-in-chief of Xianhuan is still not convinced. The theme of Xianhuan is also very good, especially for Fights Break Sphere. There are many differences in his plot. Oh? What's the difference? Can he also add food as a selling point in the battle plot like Sanson? This is not, but I personally think that his plot is very novel, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a section. Oh. Your speech seems to be a little bit off the topic. We don't do much related discussions at the meeting. If you have any objections to the results, you can come to my office to talk. But, I think it's still. What else does the editor-in-chief of Xianhuan want to say? But when he saw the gradual sharp warning gaze from the editor-in-chief, he suddenly shut up. Seeing this look, he instantly understood the deep meaning of the editor-in-chief. Although I didn't want to believe it, it happened. Ugh! Actually, he felt something was wrong at the beginning. The mysterious smile of the editor-in-chief of fantasy, the weird behavior of the editor-in-chief, and the cross-checking session that was taken during the meeting are all explaining. I'm afraid this quota has been fixed by default. The kind appointed by the editor-in-chief. And most likely it happened within the last week. Because the editor-in-chief a week ago seemed quite serious, but since the meeting today, he began to protect the fantasy zone extremely. If you say that there is no deal in it, you will believe it. Not right. I don't believe any ghosts. As for what can be traded between 2 old men in their 40s? He thinks there is nothing else except banknotes. It can't be the flesh, right? The editor-in-chief of the fantasy division's eyes drifted away, scanning back and forth between the editor-in-chief and the editor-in-chief of the fantasy division. This time it is estimated that it is powerless to make a comeback. It's one aspect of eating yourself flat. On the other hand, the main thing is that he feels a bit sorry for the writer, the vampire. That's right, they worked hard for a week and brought all the star anchors of shark fighting for promotion. I don't know how much money was spent, and finally came to an extreme comeback, but now it's because of a deal from the editorial team. Let him miss the recommended position. It's a pity, and it's too wrong. In the next half an hour before the meeting ended, the editor-in-chief of Xianhuan thought a lot. Even he thought about it, he should contact the writer and apologize personally. As the editor-in-chief, he is an Iron Man. But if you want to talk about the cause of this incident, it is absolutely inseparable from the editor-in-chief of fantasy. That guy is the root of all evil. So when the meeting ended, the editor-in-chief of fantasy stopped the editor-in-chief of fantasy. What's the matter? Editor Lee? Is there anything you're dissatisfied with? The fantasy editor glanced at him with a smile, his expression very awkward. Put it on a middle school campus full of adolescents, and you can be beaten by the school bullies so that even your mother can't recognize it. The editor-in-chief of Xianhuan, that is, the editor-in-chief Li, I have forgotten to introduce before. The editor-in-chief of the fantasy zone is surnamed Li Mingshi. He is less than 40 years old and is considered to be the younger rank among all the editors. Did you ask the editor-in-chief for a quota last week? Li Shi asked straightforwardly. Hehe, what does it mean to ask for a spot in advance? It's just that the editor-in-chief is more optimistic about the theme of food hunters. The few routine books that always promote fantasy should also be replaced by this list. After finishing speaking, the fantasy editor-in-chief laughed twice, turned around and left. Only left Master Li with an arrogant and underbeaten back. It tickles his angry teeth. You reading www.youkansha.com. Editor-in-chief. Wait until the editor-in-chief of fantasy was far away, the editor-in-charge by UKI tentatively asked Master Li. Well, this recommendation is gone, how can we explain to the writer? Yesterday I went to send congratulations to the vampire. Bai Yu is also in a bad mood. And as he said, after the recommendation was gone, the relationship between the editor and the author became embarrassing. Don't say anything else, it's such an awesome homepage tweet. Yesterday you said congratulations, but today you told people that it's gone. If you change your temper, you'll probably curse directly. The labor and management secretly had fun all night and you told me it's gone today. How did your editorial department review it? In a ring, promise is a trifle. Bai Yu can already make up for the angry reprimands of vampires and so on. After all, think about it in another way, this thing is really done with the author's mentality. So now he has asked the editor. As for the editor-in-chief Li Shi, he had already expected this kind of problem for a long time, but he didn't avoid it. He has been editing for so many years, not because of dirty trades, but on his righteousness. So he immediately patted Bai Yu on the shoulder, you give me the contact information of the vampire, and I will apologize to him personally. This matter has nothing to do with you. It is completely an internal issue of our editor. So Bai Yu, what should you do? Why go? A few words directly liberated Bai Yu, the editor in charge of Lying Gun, and carried all the heavy burdens on his shoulders. Bai Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, thanking him for having such a responsible boss. After returning to the office, he sent the vampire's QQ to Master Li and slipped away. Chapter 55, Vampire, Always Drop God, Always Single. Su Chen, who was fishing in the store, saw a friend request popping out on the laptop. At some point, Master Li asked to add you as a friend. Remarks question, what do vampires like the most? Answer, hello, the author of Dupo, I am the editor-in-chief of the Fantasy Zone, Shi Li, I will inform you of important things. Little brother, your answer is a bit playful. Sitting behind the bar, Su Chen complained in his heart. And he can't figure it out, so good, why did the editor add himself as a friend? Su Chen is not quite clear about the division of posts in the editorial department, but what he knows is that a chief editor has to manage all the responsible editors, and there must be no time to communicate with the author. On the other hand, the work content of others is not necessary to communicate with the author. I can't figure it out, but I still have to go through the application of a friend. The other party has said that there are important things, if it is a good thing, don't you have to miss 100 million? Then agreed to apply. Chief editor Li Shi quickly sent him a message. Master Li was very proficient in a few words, and sincerely discussed the content of Dupakyang with Su Chen for a while, and then notified Su Chen that he would arrange a best-selling recommendation for Dupo this week. Seeing this, Su Chen was stunned. Shouldn't it be the homepage recommendation? How did it become a bestseller? Shrinked a lot? I have to say that Master Li is still very sophisticated. After Su Chen's active inquiry, he explained the specific reason. However, he didn't say anything in detail. He mainly explained that this was his negligence, and the responsibility was all on himself. As for the nasty things about the editor-in-chief of Fantasy, he didn't disclose to Su Chen at all. The ugliness of the family should not be publicized. It is not convenient for the author to know about the ugliness of the editorial department. Su Chen, who accepted the result, could only smile helplessly. Since it is force majeure from the editorial department, there is nothing to do, so be it. He faintly replied, I got it on the page. Li Shi was slightly taken aback. The imaginary rebuke and the scene of the great writer's anger did not happen. While Li Shi was relieved, he still felt very surprised. Are you so calm? Vampire, otherwise? To be honest, Su Chen really has no emotion at all. Because this book was not written by him at all, it was just carried by him. Now that I have so much money, I am very satisfied. And the previous week's data arena was also won, beating the platinum writer Sanson, proudly, drew a large number of Dusha esports traffic, and did not pay any substantial price, so he was not dissatisfied. This is probably, losing the recommendation, but winning the happiness, and gaining readers. What else can you be angry about? On the other side, the editor-in-chief Li Shi was also amused by Su Chen's rhetoric. He suddenly felt that this author is still a good person, probably, very free and easy? Very informal? The evaluation of M is entirely based on character and impression, and has nothing to do with the quality of the work. So Li Shi suddenly felt that the pressure became a lot less, so that he unknowingly brought an emoji to chat. Li Shi.jpg. Master Li, actually, I came to apologize from the beginning, but I didn't expect you to care about it. It made me very embarrassed. Vampire, hey, what is there to apologize for? A good editor-in-chief, who acts like a service consultant in the marketing department. There is no homepage without a homepage. Anyway, I think the results of this book are enough. Master Li, I didn't expect you to be so Buddhist. Let's keep it up to date, and I will get you a big recommendation next week. It is the right to compensate for this incident. After thinking about it, Master Li typed again. This promise basically contained a trace of personal favoritism in it. After chatting for a while, he found that the vampire, the author of Fight's Break, seemed to have his appetite, so he wanted to take the initiative to show it. So just like that, Su Chen lost the homepage recommendation, but got the approval of the editor-in-chief. This is much more useful than a small homepage recommendation. After the chat, Su Chen is also in a good mood. Opened the writer's backstage and uploaded 10 chapters of Fight's Break the Sphere backhand. Since the editor-in-chief has personally said that he should keep it updated, then he will keep this wave of 10 changes, and be harder and lasting. It's best to keep 10 shifts every day, and then just keep it until the end of the book. A certain fantasy editorial department. Bai Yu stared at the backstage with a stupefied look at the increase in the number of characters in Fight's Break the Sphere. It didn't take long for to hand over the contact information to the editor-in-chief, and there was another wave of changes. What did the editor-in-chief say to the vampire? If the homepage was cut off by someone, I still have the mentality to maintain 10 more, which is simply outrageous. Is too awesome. At the same time, he also admired the editor more and more in his heart. This embarrassing situation can be saved. No Loss is the role model boss of our editors. Is not only the editor in charge. Soon, the deeds of fighting against the sky again exploded, which shocked the book friends in those circles. Fuck it. It's an explosion again. It's so fat for, it's Monday or 10. It's so cool. After the 3-3 recovery of the short 3 shift next door, the vampire is still 10 shift. Guida is indeed the most dedicated author at a certain point. Boom. The author is awesome. Vampires, forever. Vampires, always drop gods, always single. It is different from the shocking party and ghost blows above www.readaloud.com. This is obviously a sand sculpture comment. What's the speed of every 10 days? I want to ask the ghost to be single for the number of years. The book friends are amazed. But it's not over yet. Soon a week passed, and Dopaokyang was still changing 10 times a day. Such a terrifying update speed is like a rocket. Enough to shock countless people. Why is this author updated so fast? 10 a day without jams. Are you a humanoid typewriter with no emotions? Click a certain post. A vampire was found in front. Hush. Let us quietly go around behind him. Hey. I caught him. He is struggling very hard. Let's lock him in the little black room. Code. He updated the speed is 6 times that of ordinary authors. He. This sand sculpture post soon became popular in post bar. Various readers and authors come to Galo to discuss. Come here. Bring my 9-tooth nail rake, and give the host Shiur a center point. The update speed of Nima Vampire. To be honest, I just watch fight breaking the sky every day. Pushing writers pass by, don't ask for writing, they can update at half the speed of ghosts. What kind of monster is a vampire? I don't know if it's a monster, but I know he definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. One says one, the update rate of 20,000 words per day is ridiculous. In the internet literature circle, most of them recently shocked the vampire author's horrible update speed. On the other side, the Penguin comics are also shocked. It's just that the manga circle is not shocked by any vampire, but Mao Suong, the author of Sister, Little Buried. Chapter 56, Crazy Probing on the Edge of That. With excellent painting skills and stable weekly updates, Xiao Ying, who has already had 3 stories, has begun to show his strength, and soon showed the dominance brought by super high painting skills in the recommended position, attracting a large wave of readers. Not to mention that the book review area became lively, and even the Taiba forum began to discuss it. I recently discovered a super new comic, Sister Kyunwoo, Xiao Bui, which is very cute. Why are you cursing upstairs? I have one thing to say, it's really good looking. After watching it, my whole body is cured. The daily game is high. Waiting for the head body setting, I love it too much. I am a person who doesn't watch daily comics, read it with gusto. It's a pity that it's too short. There are only 3 words at the moment, which is not enough. Little Berry, my wife. Ebina, my wife. Don't fight, kids make choices, I want them all, it's my wife. Hey SI's steamed goose heart. Children want them all, but adults know that they don't want one. More than just the discussion on the Taiba forum. Zinlin, the editor in charge of Penguin Comics, also found out that the Ganume Ziobi that the editor-in-chief gave to him is simply amazing. She gave a lot of hope. Not to mention, and in the recommended position, it was even more slammed for the same period. The works stand out, faintly soaring into the sky, and become the pillars of daily classification. Moreover, after March, the result of the entire selection of the new kings was not surprisingly that the Sister Qian Wume, Xiao Buried won. The second place is a work called Undercover Difficulties, which has a suspenseful style. It was directly thrown by Xiao Bui with more than double the popularity value, and there was no chance of a comeback. There is no shady, and there is no fixed quota, which is quite touching. When the time came to April, when the results of the New Kings campaign were released, the editor-in-charge Zinlin excitedly opened the chat page with Su Chen. Teacher Mao Suong. Teacher Mao Suong. You are the first in the New King event. Under the excited news, Zinlin also sent Su Chen a link to the website of the awards results. Hurt, this is the first? It's easy. After taking a look at the website, Su Chen was triumphant. You be pretend, why don't you go to heaven? Zinlin sent a disgusting little look, and then said, by the way, regarding the ranking rewards, the recommendation will be ranked for you next week. I just want to know when the $50,000 will be called to me. At any rate, you are also a very personal cartoonist. You are a bit prosperous, okay? Zinlin rolled his eyes and said, the recommendations are all lined up for you, and the money is definitely indispensable for you. What do you want? Isn't drawing comics just for money? Su Chen replied naturally. Xinlan, last month, didn't you still say it was out of interest? Is there? Xinlan, forget it, let's not talk to you, the future cartoonist. How are the manuscripts for the next 2 episodes prepared? I'm painting. Su Chen sighed, feeling very boring. The chat with the editor in charge will always be the final reminder. This is a constant law. So now Su Chen has slightly increased the update speed of Xiaobi, and after 2 episodes of Zhou, he basically exploded most cartoonists. Now in April 11th episodes of Sister Kyun Yume have been released, and the data has gradually stabilized, and the number of words in the online article Fights Break Sphere has reached half, and the base of fans has gradually been finalized. 2 blossoms. After meeting the book friends in a good mood, Su Chen thought for a while and decided to arrange the next time on the drawing. As a result, the sun was just right on the weekend afternoon, and there was such a scene. Su Chen stayed quietly in the room, supported the tablet on the table, looked at the monitor, and drew seriously. On the side, Su Xiao, who did not know when he appeared in the room, crept to the slanting rear of Su Chen, and watched silently. Oh, this is not to make trouble, just to appreciate the paintings of my brother. Last month, the little girl had already learned that Su Chen had become a cartoonist, and the popular site-wide Sister, Little Buried Work. The painting skills are so good and the plot is easy, so she has to do it several times in her free time, and she joins the team of reminders, and it is the kind of reminders in person. At that time, she was shocked when she first learned about it, that her brother actually drew comics after he wrote a novel. It is too strong, and whether it is a novel or a comic, it has reached the level of quasi first line. This made Su Xiao admire. Looking back at my brother's performance in the past few months, after a while, the little girl probably felt a little boring, and suddenly came to her side from behind Su Chen, pretending to stare fiercely, as if she wanted to scare him. Jump! However, to her disappointment, Su Chen did not appear to be frightened. He just turned his eyes, and the dead fish eyes of working state rolled over. After staying on her a little bit, he did not speak, and instead continued to face her. Tablet drawing. Gorgeously ignored. Su Xiao stopped in place with a bit of astonishment and embarrassment. After a moment of stunned www.readaloud.com, she puffed up her cheeks, stretched out her hand a little angrily, and poked Su Chen in the face. It's soft, and it feels unexpectedly good. Well, it's a bit worse than my own, but compared to other men of the same age, my skin is definitely pretty good. Probably, the skin is very good, but the temperament does not give people the feeling of a little milk dog? The little girl commented silently in her heart. On the whole, it is very refreshing like a handsome guy. Unable to poke again, Su Xiao retracted her finger like lightning. Carefully observe Su Chen's reaction. The old man still draws seriously on the tablet, unmoved by the harassment from the outside world, and staring at the screen intently. The serious-looking old man seems to be quite attractive. Thinking like this, Su Xiao stretched out her white finger, poked it again, and then replayed the trick, retracting like a flash. Su Chen still ignored her. So the little girl got into play. Reach out, poke. Retract. Reach out, poke. Retract. Reach out, poke. Retract. Repeatedly, frantically testing on the edge of Pai's broken leg. Oh, I jumped out again, I stood back again, beat me idiot. It's almost such an artistic conception. Very leathery and cheap, but still a bit stupid. Just as Su Xiao was about to repeat the old tricks, Su Chen said abruptly, no matter how much you get into it, I will let you know what cruelty is. Su Chen expressionlessly finished the cruel words, but unexpectedly discovered that as soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiao continued to poke his fingers over his face, little by little. Girl, are you so swollen today? Looks like you are super brave. Chapter 57, Reach an Agreement. So Su Chen put down the paintbrush in his hand, grabbed the fat little face of the little girl with both hands, and started to fight back. Knead it into an O shape for a while, and then knead it into a zero shape. Don't fight for 3 days, go to the house to reveal the tile, dare you still dare to hide? Su Chen fiddled with Su Zioxio's small face back and forth, so that he could only make a mumbled pronunciation. After a while, looking at the little girl's red and white face, he retracted his hand with a sense of accomplishment and continued to draw. Su Xiaoxia rubbed her somewhat sour face, flat her mouth and said dissatisfied, "Brother, I didn't mean to make trouble, I'm bored. I'm bored to find something to do by myself." Su Chen didn't like her. "Don't you have so many fans of Dosha? Open a live broadcast and interact with fans. Then you play games with me, okay? If you can finish the drawing for me, I can't play with you, but unfortunately, you can't." Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Chen's screen and curled her lips. "It's okay, right? If you tell me the subsequent plot development and character activities, I can really describe it. Are you funny? I'll give you the pen. You can describe me and see." Su Chen couldn't help stopping his movements and glanced at her. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoxia really took the position of Su Chen, took the paintbrush, followed the small buried lines that Su Chen just outlined, and continued to add it in a decent way. Su Chenai was watching, stunned for a while. This girl is actually in painting skills, really something. Then why don't you have any impression of your memory? Could it be that intermittent amnesia does not work? About 10 minutes later, the single page with messy lines half-painted by Su Chen was actually completely supplemented by Su Xiaoxiao, and it was basically the same as the one painted by himself. The lifelike burial of the head and body, and the weak and shy name appeared on a single page. The characters are a little stiff, but Xiao Mu's unique cute style, which is the god of the characters, is not lost at all. "You actually painted so. Looking back and forth at this completed single page, Su Chen was shocked and speechless. But he was more excited, and his sister's painting skills were not much worse than him, who had the bonus of a traverser, which gave him a bold idea. "You want to say it's so good? Hey, it's not a big deal at all, right? Add it according to your half-drawn manuscript, it's easier than going to the toilet to pull the erhu." Seeing Su Chen's face with constipation and eating Su Xiaoxiao was super proud. Without paying attention to Su Zioxio's wonderful metaphor, Su Chen asked, "When did you learn to paint and why I have no impression?" "Hey, I was proficient when I was very young. Recently I saw you were drawing comics and I downloaded some tutorials from the internet and reviewed billions of skills. When I was young. No wonder I have no impression." Su Chen knew this. But then, his mind became active. If Su Zioxio's drawing skills are so good, then he can pull her together and form a two-man comic team, so that his work efficiency will be greatly improved. So Su Chen looked at Su Xiaoxiao, changed his tone, and said in a discussing tone, "Sister, since you are so good at painting, would you consider being an assistant to your brother or something?" "No." Su Xiaoxiao refused decisively, and turned his head angrily. "You didn't promise to play games with me just now. Why should I help you draw comics? Also, you should speak more normal, so that begging me to get my goosebumps up." Su Chen didn't get angry. Because based on his understanding of Su Xiaoxiao, this answer shows that there is still the possibility of coaxing, as long as he continues to back down. "I promise to accompany you to play games, and let you send me this afternoon." "Su Chen, then you start tomorrow, and how about taking a little time every day to help me draw comics?" "No." Su Xiaoxiao said with a little no discussion expression. "Then how do you agree to this condition?" "Well, let me think about it. As long as you can play games with me every day and be there on call, then I can promise you." "This condition is too harsh, right?" Su Chen looked embarrassed. I need to go to work on weekdays, and I also need codewords and live broadcasts to go home. How can I have so much time to play with you? What's going on at work? Don't think I don't know. You take your computer to work. It must be a bad job. Even if you play games, the store manager won't say anything, right? What kind of person is this? I have noticed when I bring my computer to work. Your ability to grasp details has reached the level of a master at the top of the canyon, right? After that, Su Chen imagined playing LOL in the store. The mouse was connected, the plug was plugged in, and he could still make himself a cup of coffee, which seemed to be very sensible. It is easy to faint the store manager in the toilet crying angrily. So, Su Chen felt that it was not unacceptable, so he hesitated and really agreed to Su Xiao Xiao. Well, when the manager is away, I can promise you whatever you want, how about it? Well. In the end, the two reached an agreement that Su Chen needed to be on call to accompany Su Xiao Xiao to play games, and Su Xiao Xiao needed to spend some time in the daytime to help Su Chen draw Xiaobu. That's all right, now we have all discussed, come and play games with me. After the agreement was reached, Su Xiao Xiao couldn't wait to pull Su Chen to turn on the computer. That posture is like pulling a buffalo up a mountain, so rushing is impossible. It's about to be the date of the host match, now I need to practice more skills, otherwise, how can I become famous in the match? Su Xiaoxiao's expression is very serious. So I will mainly be a sparring practice today. Su Chen, who put down the drawing, was led to the bedroom by Su Xiao Xiao, turned on the computer and asked helplessly. The League of Legends game still pays attention to one coordination, especially the two-player coordination, midfield, Weno, bottom, and Nashuk. These small coordination can affect the situation of the battle. After a month of live broadcast, the accounts of the two have already reached the top of the canyon and reached the 4th rank of the diamond all the way. A rank that sounds very impressive. In fact, it was not the case. After entering the top of the canyon, Su Chen felt that this place was simply the top of the mouth. The mentality of his teammates was extremely fragile. With a slight disadvantage, he began to greet his teammates with Ziu and people, and then his mentality burst back and forth to initiate surrender. And it's a mixed bag, especially after you get a diamond. You may be ranked to buy a number to experience the food ratio, you may also be ranked to the kind of awesome anchors, and even professional players are possible. So if you want to score in this region, if you are not personally strong, do not have a double row teammate, and basically win or lose, it is completely up to the fate to see the performance of your teammates. It's like a game of luck. So Su Xiao Xiao needed Su Chen, the ace tool man, to stabilize the score. Chapter 58, Women's competition is high. The barrage is old gay. Yes, I was the middle unit of Shark's second team during the match, so you'd better play in the jungle position later to match my performance. Su Xiao Xiao explained. Su Chen couldn't help whispering after hearing this, I can't play again, what's the use of training with me? However, you all know that you belong to the second team, why don't you go find your second team's jungler? The team has no specific team members yet, and there is only a rough assignment at the moment. Su Xiao Xiao wrinkled her nose, and stopped talking, and what? And I think, the jungler of this second team is likely to be Teacher Ma. Teacher Ma? Su Chen was startled, is that the gold medalist, cooking, Master Sima? Yes, the little girl was helpless, so how do you let me cooperate? Indeed, a veteran anchor such as De Sima, now playing this or other anchor match, is not one of the kind of winners at all. To put it uglierly, they are here to show off their enthusiasm. If he really came to the jungle, it seems really a bit embarrassing. Because of Teacher Ma, although he is pretty good at dealing with people, but the current game playing skills are really a bit of a dish, and it's a real dish. It's not the kind of deliberate rioting and making mistakes like others and engaging in live broadcast effects. Esports, cooking is the original sin. Especially LOL is now S10, the player base is getting bigger and bigger, and the high-end game anchors of the technology stream are far more popular than the entertainment anchors. Therefore, this has also led to entertainment anchors who will not be able to work, and their popularity is becoming more and more sluggish. Teacher Ma himself knows that more audiences may order takeaways, and then open his live broadcast room to eat happily. Serve 2 big bowls, and then the barrage is depressing. I really can't eat it. It is extremely joyful. The live broadcast room is the same as the dining hall. Black powder and real powder are indistinguishable. Do Shat is also very sassy, and he directly certified Teacher Ma as a meat, egg, scallion chicken and the title of Old Mill Cake, which is considered as a golden chef. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Su Xiaoxiao is a technical anchor. Otherwise, with the mentality of a little girl, there is a high probability that the black powder will make the mentality explode. Logged into their respective accounts, the two soon started the live broadcast and sent a reminder to start the broadcast. Suddenly, countless water friends poured into the live broadcast room. I am coming. It started so early today? Yo, the breeder is also here. It's rare, the breeder who only broadcasts for 3 hours a day is so dedicated today. Seeing this barrage, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Is the image he gave the audience so sloppy? That's right, it's only the afternoon, and it's a long way from the start time of the normal 2 people. Many water friends are surprised. But even so, the popularity of the live broadcast room has risen sharply, and the popularity of 800,000 has stabilized all the way. Su Chen's side is a bit worse, the popularity is about 500,000, but compared with the initial situation, the increase is quite huge. Isn't this coming to the host for the match? Recently, we have seized the time to practice with Xiao Xiao. Su Chen responded to the barrage one by one. As soon as the bullet screen listened to the host's match, he became more active immediately. There is nothing more interesting than watching the anchors interact with each other. Crowd barrage, does the breeder also participate in the match with Xiao Xiao? Looking forward to it. The combination of Shixiao is the strongest. Shixiao will never be defeated. Su Chen looked at Barrage's various self-created stocks, and some dumbfounding interacting with Barrage, although I am really strong, but I signed a normal contract with Dusha, so this anchor event was not invited at all. Only you are still strong? Only when I drilled the 4 in the last canyon, I swelled. A shameless person. Su Xiaoxiao on the side couldn't help but interject when she heard it. This girl, a single-row canyon grandmaster, hasn't spoken yet. You started to install it with a little diamond? Yes, I'm not strong, so solo can beat you casually. Su Chen squinted at Su Xiaoxiao, tactically leaned back, and grinned at her. Is the same as the smile of Su Xiaoxiao when he solo killed Su Xiaoxiao a month ago. The little girl shook her body uncontrollably when she saw this smile. She almost exploded her hair. She recalled again the fear of being dominated by Su Chen's various single-blood single kills that day. And, the humiliation of being hacked to death at the first level. Then there was no more. Thinking of this, she pretended to snorted and didn't continue the topic. Because if you continue to talk, the barrage will have a rhythm to make them solo again. If you say that when you lose again, you will not be embarrassed to die? So Su Xiaoxiao chose tactics to admit her counsel. The barrage is almost laughing at this scene. Ha 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 fuck. I have confirmed my eyes, it's the one I can't hit the line. Tactical disdain. Appeared, famous scene. The breeder's classic backward mockery. Breeder, are you there? Solo? To be honest, I really like to watch solo, especially when the breeder beats Shino to autism, Shino's unlovable expression. Are you the devil in front of you? Take me one. Oh, don't talk about it anymore, hurry up and start qualifying, you choose the jungler, and we will join forces in the middle and wild. Seeing that the rhythm of the barrage faintly meant to lean towards solo, Su Xiao quickly changed the topic further, pretending to be calm and concealing the panic in her heart. Su Chen frowned unobservable. Can't you use the vocabulary of a lady? What do you make the audience think about girls who do it at home? Barrage, I want to do it too. Then, we nakano commotion together. Su Xiao did not look at the barrage, but looked at Su Chen without changing his face. Su Chen. Xiao, do you know what a lady is? I think you should try it at the shop manager Su's pastry shop. He also has made outfits specially prepared for female shop assistants. www.readaloud.com, Su Chen said with a serious face. The little girl rolled her eyes. Come on, it's a maid outfit. It's more uncomfortable than a shark. You have to wear it yourself. I'm a man, how do I dress? Who said that men can't wear maid outfits? Su Xiao raised her eyebrows, her tone becoming more and more dangerous. Brother, you are so tender, women must look great in women's clothing. If you don't believe me, look at the barrage, they are sure I also want to see your maid outfit. The little girl said so Su Chen subconsciously glanced at the barrage. The question marks all over the screen boiled up, and besides that, most of them really agreed with them. The minister agrees. One person blood book breeder maid outfit. Women's clothing. One whole. One thing to say, the look of a breeder really has the foundation for women's clothing. Maid outfit breeder I can PR. It's okay, why do you want to ask? Because everyone is old gay. Don't be afraid of feeding treasure, mom supports you in maid outfit. Grass. The barrage directly showed Su Chen stupid. Are you really all guys? Everyone wants to see their own women's clothing? It turns out that most of my fan base is abnormal? Su Chen was really terrified at the time. The thought of so many people eager to wear maid outfits, he felt a chill on his back and got goosebumps when sitting in a chair. He even wanted the housekeeper to seal these perverts. But when he saw that the colorful barrage of the house tube was also mixed in, he was desperate. Why is the housekeeper also a pervert? Want to see women's clothing? Wear them yourself, brother. Chapter 59, and Double Generation, /A. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen adjusted the mentality affected by the barrage, and slowly said, even if no one is watching the live broadcast, my keeper will starve to death or die outside. If I jump from here, I won't be able to wear it. Women's clothing. By the way, this is not a real fragrance warning, but from the bottom of my heart. When he said this, Su Chen had a firm face and sighed in his heart. Alas, I don't know when it started, and women's clothing has become popular. All kinds of things that can't be beaten can have something to do with women's clothing. What? Did you say birthday? Women's wear celebrate. What? Subscribed over 1 million? Women's wear celebrate. What? The ice cream boss asked you for an extra 50 cents. Women's wear, please celebrate. And so on, have completely become a recognized form of entertainment. Even as a very serious game sub-anchor, fans can request women's clothing for everything. The world is really going down. But Su Chen is a straight and outrageous boy, so women's clothing is impossible, and women's clothing is impossible in this life. I really don't wear women's clothing? So many fans are waiting. Su Xiao said. Don't even think about it. How about let's play a game? If this round of LOL wins your women's clothing, I lose my women's clothing. Su Chen. He almost cursed. You are a female, what are you talking about? He is a fool if he wants to agree. Su Xiao also understood Su Chen's expression, and further explained, well, I mean maid outfit. If I lose, I will satisfy the audience and wear a maid outfit. There is a lack of fairness in winning or losing, and it is basically difficult to lose for the two of us in the double row? So am I not at a loss for playing this way? Su Chen pondered for a moment, but still did not agree. Hey, are you persuaded? Seeing that Su Chen refused to agree, the little girl stuck her tongue out and started to use the awkward aggressive technique. However, Su Chen just took this set. He thought for a while and said directly, "Why don't we do this? We will start a game normally at the top of the canyon. If you are MVP or SVP at the end, then I will dress, otherwise, if you are not at the end, then you will. How about changing into a maid costume to dance the audience in the pure land of bliss?" Su Xiaoxiao frowned upon hearing this. "Why do I lose and dance but you don't use it?" "Hehe, then I ask you, why am I a male and you are a female?" All right." Su Xiaoxiao has nothing to say. "So, did you agree?" In order to prevent the little girl from playing tricks, Su Chen repeatedly confirmed. "Of course I promised. There is nothing I dare to do. It's just a game of MVP, what's the difficulty? Don't fool around when you lose, the barrage is just a testimony." After Su Chen finished speaking, a large swath of 111,111 appeared on the barrage. 1111. It's interesting, it's the long-awaited reorganization again. Actually, there are many kinds of maid outfits. I think it is necessary to consider the types of clothes. The market is open, it's open, I'll bet Xiao Xiao and lose. Then I bet the breeder to win. MMP no one bet Xiao Xiao to win? Anchor does not open wave quiz? So just like that, the two made a women's betting contract and soon started the game. During the period, to meet the requirements of most of the audience, Su Chen opened a wave of guessing. Considering that this version of the jungle position does not get any resources in the middle and late stages, it is not good C, so when queuing, Su Chen changed the pre-selection to the upper unit. Although not as exquisite as the mid-laner's geographical location, but the economy of the whole game is not less than that of the mid-laner. Su Chen is still very confident to grab the MVP. After queuing for a few minutes, I quickly entered the Hero BP page, and the much-anticipated women's dress lottery competition in the live broadcast room is about to begin. The assigned floor is not friendly to Su Chen. The first floor of the first player, that is, the first player in the audience to show the hero he wants to use, is likely to be targeted by the opponent player, and the second player can restrain it. Hero. On the other side, Su Xiaoxiao was on the fourth floor, and the second-to-last spot selection was very stable. In comparison, the little girl suppressed him first on the European spirit. But he is not afraid. The first is the ban hero link. Su Chen thought for a while, since it's a unit, let's ban a strong version of Iron Man. This thing is very mindless. When the big move is opened, it can be used passively, and chasing a can also kill people. A is dead. Su Xiaoxiao on the fourth floor is banned with a mail sword. It is estimated that he is also a more troublesome hero in the mid-laner position. After the other teammates played some strong heroes like Titans and mail guns in 2s and 3s, they quickly entered the selection page. On the first floor, Su Chen didn't hesitate, and directly locked the Qinggang Shadow Caramel, the top laner hero. This version of Qingganjing is not strong, and the performance can only be said to be average. But nothing else, even if it is not strong, it is definitely the most handy one in Su Chen's single hero pool. And compared to the traditional single hero, Qinggang Ying's hooking, and the Q-skill acceleration mechanism make her look a lot more flexible, which is what Su Chen personally loves. He likes to play with flexible and showy heroes. Although the dumb heroes such as Niu Shuanghao are very fierce, he doesn't want to touch them. Is comfortable on the line, but the team is stupid by the kite, so he has some meat and resists a set of damage and sacrifices. That kind of top order is more boring. Flexible pulls like Qingganjing, and the harvesting operation of 7 in and 7 out in team battles is interesting. After finishing the selection of Qinggang Ying, as expected, the second floor opposite he hesitated for a while, and quickly locked a sword girl. A hero who is very, very restrained in mechanism. Barrage also felt sorry for Su Chen. Why did you take Qing Gang Ying in the first choice? It was almost inflated, I was afraid that it would not be broken by Jianji. But there are also many old viewers www.readaloud.com knowing that Su Chen Qing Ganjing is playing well, and he is considered a natal hero. Seeing him lock Qing Ganjing, he feels relieved. Stabilized, I will take the breeder when I see Qing Ganjing. Breeder, blow up this swordsman for labor and management, Duzi Stud gave you it. Actually, Xiao Xiao should be a Qing Ganjing, anyway. The biggest threat comes from teammates. After selecting the heroes, and debugging a traditional Qing Gang Shadow standard assault talent, Su Chen glanced at the barrage. Well, it seems to blow him quite hard. This is also normal. After all, since the last minute of this month, he basically played the single-player line and will give priority to Qing Gang Ying, and there is a high probability of matchup advantage. Barrage has long known that he is an old Qing Gang Ying. After a while, when it was on the 4th floor, it was Su Zioxio's turn to choose the hero. The combination of Jianji and Ice Girl has been revealed in the opposite, and there is basically no possibility of swinging in the upper middle, so the little girl slowly took out a Syndra under Su Chen's gaze. Is also a very skilled hero in this guy's mid-lane position, and it is worth mentioning that Syndra is very fierce on the line. Playing with the ball and playing, it is possible to make a solo kill. And not only that, the gank with weak skills retreats and jungler is also very useful, basically pushing people to death. But it's not easy to say, the opponent is an ice girl, and if she is highly proficient, once she gets up, the little girl may not even have the chance to kill solo. Finally, the lineups on both sides are determined and enter the reading page. Su Chen. Here is his top laner Qing Gang Ying, jungler Ike, mid laner Zioxio's Syndra, and bottom lane EZ plus Bullhead. Opposite to is the upper single Jianji, the Wild Barrel, the middle single Ice Girl, and the next Moon Boy Gabron. Chapter 60, Single Pair Online Fans. Enter the game. Because the other party has the relationship with the first level bully Braun, the blue party on Su Chen's side is quite honestly guarding his own wild area. The bottom EZ and the Bullhead are up and down, acting as human jewelry eyes, and the two wild the entrance to the area is hard to see. Su Chen also knows how to hover around his blue buff to prevent the opponent's play tricks from turning wild. Although it is said that there is no possibility that a wine barrel will come back to the wild, but just in case, for stability, you still have to squat. This is also due to another reason. The face of his wild father still needs to be given. Otherwise, how can you wait until the team can't play an advantage? You can only rely on wild father. At the same time as he was thinking about it, the little soldier soon prepared to rush out, during which time the opponent did not choose a first-level invasion. They also know very well that even if Braun takes the lead, the risk is too high in the face of a blue party with EZ who chooses to invade. So soon came the harmonious alignment period. However, there is still a small episode in the middle of this. After seeing Su Chen's ID, Jianji on the opposite side actually recognized him, and directly typed "Keeper, I am your fan, please be abused" on the public screen. I don't know what medicine is sold in the gourd. Su Chen shrugged and responded to Jianji with 6 points. Harm, he really has nothing to say. Brother, if you use a sword girl to play Qing Gang Ying, you will be afraid of the natural heroic advantage. Then you still play a fart sword the order? Isn't it popular to play dumb heroes? But as the anchor, he is still half a public figure, and these words can basically only be said in his heart. It is impossible to really interact with Jianji. That would be disgusting. He has never liked interaction when playing games. Oh, except for the audience in the live broadcast room and the stinky girl who manipulates mid-laner Syndra. Waiting until the line of soldiers, after Su Chen stood far away from the ranged soldiers, he planned to observe how this sword girl would deal with the first wave of soldiers, and then consider what skills he would learn. This is also a small habit of him. At the first level of Qing Gang Shadow, you can learn any skills. You can learn E when standing, and W for consumption. Under normal balance of power, you can learn Q. This sword girl sparsely used Flatta to push the line, so Su Chen thought about it and learned the Q skill. An equal start for all beings. Manipulating Qing Gang Ying, he was about to walk forward to fight, when he suddenly found that the flaws were not being cleaned very well, so he took a few steps back and went online again, rechecking the flaws. Anchor details to brush flaws. The breeder is fine, too fine. Well, it's still possible for the breeder to line up, the place should be very thin. Automatic color change. A yellow font barrage is particularly eye-catching. Su Chen ignored the barrage. Just like what they said, this is a small detail. If the early flaws are not cleaned up well, if you can rebrush it without losing the soldier, it will also make Jianji less comfortable. Seeing the flaws refreshed behind him, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, and stepped forward to make up the sword with Jianji. As for Jianji, seeing such a tricky flaw location, she suddenly lost the thought of changing the blood. She ate the soldier honestly and didn't even release the Q, and she didn't have the slightest appetite for Qing Ganjing. He also knew that Qing Gang Ying's use Q, under the condition of speeding up, it would not make much sense to change the blood of his sword girl without breaking the flaws. In this way, the second wave of small soldiers went online, and Su Chen used his proficient grasp of the Q skill mechanism, and AQ took the lead to grab the second level. And he learned E in 1 second with extremely fast hand speed, directly launched the hook cable, and slammed into the sword girl who had only 1 level while adsorbing on the wall. However, Jianji was also a little real. At any rate, holding the Q skill, he made up a melee soldier backwards, and was promoted to the second level, intending to learn W in seconds to show off the green steel shadow. But it's a pity that Su Chen's time control is very good, and Jianji flashes its upgraded light when the E skill is kicked, and there is no time to learn the W skill to block. Qing Gang Ying hit Jianji sturdily in this way, using the attack speed brought by the skill, and smoothly hitting a real damage of a +2 QS, and then using acceleration, without looking back. Withdraw. The whole set was very silky after the blood exchange. Jianji just waited for Qing Gang Ying to pull beyond a safe distance, and did not come out. A sword girl, stupefied, suffered a small loss from Qing Ganjing's hands in the early stage. Is it really that silky? The mentality of this sword girl's player began to get tense. Even if I pinch this W in my hand, I dare not take the initiative to ask for trouble. In fact, he can go up to the diamonds in the canyon, and he doesn't have much food, and it is not to the extent that Jianji can't beat Qing Gang Ying. But, when he thinks that this Qing Gang Ying is playing by the big anchor breeder he is watching every day, he obviously feels guilty. After a small loss in blood exchange, the whole person has become a big shock, intentionally or unconsciously, and Qing Gang Ying stayed far away. The hook cable safety distance. Almost out of the experience zone. Therefore, at level 3, this person used the ultimate profound meaning of a single player. Secret skills. Call Wild Father. That's right, now Qing Gang Ying has the meaning of suppressing Jianji's fight, and the line of soldiers is relatively forward. As long as you seduce a wave, deceive the opponent's E skills, and cooperate with the stable E flash of the wine barrel, it is very easy to obtain killed. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. It happened to be on my side, the wine barrel was blue, and now the red buff was finished, and I had just reached the 3rd level. It was perfect to catch a wave on the road by the way, and the clothes were seamless. With Wild Daddy, what about the anchor? Could it be that you, a 3rd level Qing Gang Ying, can still kill us both? Jianji thought to herself, and at the same time sent a signal to the keg. Brother Barrel. Wild Father. Fat. Come and help me. I can't beat it. Ask for a gank. Okay, my little sword, you first think of a way to play, trick Qing Gang Ying's hook, and then I will go up and kill her. As soon as they went into the field, the two of them had already coincided with the radio wave. There is no need to type. Sometimes communication is as simple as that. The wine barrel immediately followed A on the road signal and moved into the river grass. Jianji didn't stop either, because she knew that the green steel shadow in the grass was unobtrusive. For a few minutes since the beginning of the game, Qing Gangying hasn't even approached the river, so it's impossible to see. After the wine barrel squatted quietly in the grass, Jianji began to eagerly start thinking about things. After all, there is a father behind him, full of blood, double buff and flash. Even if Theshi is here and caught, at least you have to give a flash, right? Not to mention you are not Theshi yet. Jianji thought this way, and began to soar in acting. He can't just go up to fight like this, isn't it, because that's too obvious, and the one who has been counseling suddenly becomes very tough, actively looking for a fight, and the fool can guess who is behind you. Therefore, at this time, the average old top order will slowly twist and twist, pretending to sell the opponent a flaw. Let him take the bait. It can be described as extremely insidious.